on myself, this community, candidates that I align with. Like, it's probably we're back to at least another week of Hassan Hassanabi Piker coverage on Fox News, I suspect.
You said the other day that any country that supports Iran and sends military equipment to Iran will face a 50% tariff if they try to bring products. Did you refer to...
Maria, calm down. Calm down, Maria. Why are you... Maria's losing it, bro. She is losing it. She mad.
China. Did you mean China?
Yes, and other people. But yes, China too.
Okay.
If we find that China, because I hear news reports, so a news report doesn't mean much to me because they're so fake, but I hear news reports about China giving the shoulder missiles, what's called a shoulder missile, anti-aircraft missile. I doubt they would do that because I have a relationship, and I think they wouldn't do that, but maybe they did a little bit at the beginning, but I don't think they would anymore. No. But if we catch them doing that, they get a 50% tariff, which is that's a staggering amount.
You said the other...
Wow. This is absolutely a major blow to European fascism, straight up. It's true. I mean, it's a devastating blow for European fascism. We have some fantastic news. Ynet Global: if Orban falls, Israel could lose its EU firewall. Hungary has repeatedly used its EU veto to block sanctions on Israel. If opposition leader Peter Magyar wins and aligns with Brussels to unlock billions of funding, Jerusalem could, lose their EU firewall. And guess what? Lo and behold,
all right, Hungary's prime minister.
Hungary, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. Lo and behold, okay? Lo and behold, we're opening up the filters here, okay? We're opening up the filters so you can spam boys, girls, and MBs. Viktor Mihály Orbán, Hungarian lawyer and politician who has been the 56th Prime Minister of Hungary, also known as Magyaristan, has finally, after being re-elected as Prime Minister in 2014, 2018, and 2022, has lost his seat to his opposition. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Peter Magyar will be the next leader of Magyaristan. Peter Magyar, Hungarian politician and lawyer, serving as the president of the TISA party after spending a good deal of time being a member of the European Parliament since 2024, will be the next leader of Hungary. Viktor Orban, more like Victor Orband. Viktor Orban, more like Victor Organ. Woo! A Donald Trump ally, a Benjamin Netanyahu ally, a Vladimir Putin ally, as a matter of fact. All right, so we'll talk about that, obviously. Hungary election, Prime Minister Viktor Orban concedes defeat to opposition, ending 16 years in power. Let's take a look.
Minister Viktor Orban has conceded defeat in the country's election, ending 16 years of power. He has congratulated opposition leader Peter Magyar, whose party is on track to win a two-thirds majority in parliament.
Sheesh!
Nearly half of the votes have been counted. Hungary's election committee reported a record turnout. All right, we're going to go live on this breaking news to our correspondent, Steph Vassen. She joins us now from Budapest. Steph, obviously this is a huge result for the opposition. What are you seeing? What are you hearing where you are?
What an evening here for the people here.
Low key, it turns out sometimes you can actually elect fascists out of office, and that gives me a little bit of confidence about our future as well. I mean, it shouldn't take 16 years, but, it turns out sometimes, democracy could restore hope at the ballot box. Now, obviously, I have criticisms of, everyone's going to yell at me, but I have criticisms and concerns, let's say, about Peter Magyar as well. Okay, I do have concerns. Obviously, this doesn't mean that this doesn't mean that things are going to be very good. It's just objectively going to be better than, you know, living under the command of Orban.
In Hungary, it's all over for Viktor Orban.
Then why not voice them? Because I just started covering the story. Because the most consequential aspect of this is that Viktor Orban is gone for the time being. Can I just, you know, walk through the steps of covering the story without getting backseat production notes?
After 16 years, they can barely believe it, but it's absolutely happening. It is a landslide victory for opposition leader Peter Magyar, who only worked for like 2 years to reach this unbelievable result. He has now a very comfortable two-thirds majority projected for him to win, because this is very important. A two-third majority in Parliament is important to change the constitution, which was so well crafted and changed by Viktor Orban in the last 16 years to get more control over the state institutions, over the democratic institutions, to control the media. So this is all that Peter Magyar can change and his party can change when he gets his seats in Parliament. And this is also very telling for populists around the world, that a populist leader who has used the propaganda machine of the state, who has silenced the media, can still be beaten. And this is something that this party and this leader, Peter Magyar, has basically managed to show. So this is also a result that will not go down well in Washington. The endorsement by US President Donald Trump didn't help Orban. The last-minute visit by J.D. Vance here to Budapest last week didn't help Orban. Netanyahu has issued his support, didn't help. The far-right leaders from Europe were all gathering here in Budapest in the last couple of weeks.
Like, this guy was the beating heart of European fascism for so many years, okay? Right populist, totally aligned, massive writer of Donald Trump. J.D. Vance personally tried to help him win the election. Donald Trump personally tried to help him win the election, literally said, you know, we'll reconsider our allegiance with Hungary if Viktor Orban loses. Guy constantly was going at CPAC. This is a fairly consequential defeat for international fascism, even if the candidate that won, right, Peter Magyar, is basically like a lighter version of him, and in some instances might even be more right-wing or more reactionary in terms of like immigration visas and immigration into the country. Because like Peter Magyar is also, from what I understand, I you know, looked into his background a little bit. He is known as, like, this vote for him was a vote for a lot of people looking at his background and saying, like, this is an honest guy, right? Orban, very corrupt. People see him as a very corrupt tyrant. They saw Magyar as a force that was incorruptible. The difference, of course, also is that Magyar is not a Putin-aligned Putin-aligned candidate and was against it, even if he is also super conservative, right? Yes, he was in Orban's party from 2002 to 2024. He is right-wing but pro-European Union, as opposed to Orban, who was right-wing but anti-European Union, despite obviously, you know, getting a lot of money from the EU as well.
It all didn't help. The people here have decided something completely different. They want to be closer to Brussels, something that Viktor Orban has really managed to.
But yeah, I mean, here, like, all you need to look at, dude, all you need to look at is Viktor Orban's international endorsements, okay? Every light Hitlerite on the planet currently was actively petitioning to ensure, okay? It was actively petitioning to ensure that he wins. Like, straight up. So, Dave Rubin, that's funny. Dave Rubin endorsed him. And Matt Schlapp. Yeah, Hungary's moving from fascist adjacent right/far right populism towards having a normal right-wing government, which is honestly not great, but an improvement, I guess. Exactly. So yeah, it's not exactly a massive W for like socialism or even liberalism, if we're being honest. This guy is just pro-EU, and we shall see It's a step in the direction of Hungary gaining more sovereignty, I think, away from the international fascist movement, which Orban was absolutely a part of. Right? Is a moderate W? I wouldn't even say he's a moderate. I would say that he is firmly a right-wing guy. He is a right-wing candidate.
To destroy, basically, in the last couple of years, the relationship has been very bad. You're blocking money.
Yeah, my attitude on this is that Cloud District Controller is right. Is a blow to CPAC and the international consolidation of the far-right movement with Orban as one of its key pillars. Yeah. Orban was this like resilient force of like right sloppyism and what is the international fascist movement. Like he was the beating heart of fascism and its growth in the European Union. So it is significant in that regard.
For Ukraine, for weapons for Ukraine. So Peter Magyar has already announced he wants to have a better relationship, to get the money back that Brussels has been blocking for Hungary, to improve the economy and to fight corruption. But it all has to be seen because Magyar, from the other hand, is coming from the Fidesz party from Orban. He was a loyalist for many, many years. So he has a lot of the same ideals and values as Viktor Orban. The only things that are really different is his relationship he wants with the European Union. So people here have voted for Peter Magyar because he was uniting the opposition in the last 2 years. People have reluctantly voted for him as well, but they had only one goal, and that was to get rid of Viktor Orban. That's how much they were exhausted by his rule and also frustrated by the limits that he put on the democratic institutions here.
Yeah, and Steph, it looks like you are, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like you are waiting for the opposition leader, Peter Magyar, to speak where you are. We can see these live pictures of the crowds and what we're seeing behind you as well. But Viktor Orban has conceded this.
Everything J.D. Vance touches turns into dust, whether it be the Pope, the former Pope, whether it be Viktor Orban's multi-decade rule over Hungary, or whether it be the ceasefire negotiations that took place last night that failed, right? 23 hours or whatever, 21 hours of back and forth communication, and it amounted to nothing. So J.D. Vance strikes again. Just truly the Grim Reaper. Truly the Grim Reaper. He just, everywhere he goes, bad luck follows, okay?
Election, has he...
The Queen, I don't think did he also touch the Queen? I thought that was Liz Truss.
Spoken? What exactly?
Did J.D. Vance also link up with the Queen before she died? Oh my God. I thought it was just the Pope. I think you guys are confusing Liz Truss, which is the United Kingdom's J.D. Vance. I thought he just killed the Pope.
Has he said?
He has conceded, and he has conceded very early on, you would say, but he was speaking, and he said that he accepts the result. He congratulates Peter Magyar. He said he will go and support the opposition. It's not clear, of course, if he will have a role in the opposition himself, but he says we are not done, the fight is not over. So it shows basically that he is willing to accept the result, and all the talk that there was happening in the last couple of days, that there could be protests, that there could be resistance from whoever's gonna lose, that there could be violence even. It seems now all gone, with Viktor Orban coming out and very clearly saying, we lost.
All right, that is Al Jazeera's Step Vassen reporting amidst the historic scenes in Budapest. 16 years of rule from Viktor Orban is coming to an end tonight. Step, thank you. Well, a court in France is set to deliver a verdict on Monday in a landmark case. French cement firm Lafarge is accused of financing.
Woo! I mean, that's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. What would be Magyar's American politician comparison? Ironically enough, maybe a J.D. Vance or a Marco Rubio, probably, as opposed to like Trump. If Viktor Orban is the Trump equivalent, Marco Rubio would probably be like, no, it wouldn't be Mitt Romney. You're out of your mind. No, it would not be Mitt Romney at all. Mitt Romney is a woke liberal. The difference between, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. The difference between Magyar and Orban is not as like vast as you think it is. I think that's like maybe a Mike Pence. Where should JD visit next? Visits the Pope. Pope dies. Leads Iran negotiations. Talks collapse. Flies to Hungary to prop up Orban. Orban loses in a landslide. Man's got a streak. One of the most repulsive individuals, dude. It's awesome. Now, of course, listen, like obviously European leaders are going to love this. I just held a meeting with Peter Magyar to congratulate him on his victory in Hungary. France salutes the victory of democratic participation of the Hungarian people's attachment to the values of the European Union and for Hungary and Europe. Together, let us advance a more sovereign Europe for the security of our continent, our competitiveness, and our democracy. So that's the key thing here is that Peter Magyar, in spite of being almost as right-wing as Viktor Orban, not as right-wing, not as fascist, right? Not as overtly fascist, was a vote for a candidate that was against corruption, and a vote for a candidate that was going to be pro-European Union and like leaning into the EU rather than leaning into Trump and also Vladimir Putin. The Hungarian opposition was cool for doing the thing where you run Mitt Romney against Trump. I'd honestly respect Dems more if they just do that than if they run Kamala or Newsom in 2028. I don't think it's a Mitt Romney comparison. Like, is this threat to democracy shit actually real or is it not? Because if it was real, you wouldn't be constantly trying to square the circle between fighting back against it and also dragging your dumbass gloves over the finish line. Lula understood this when he made his former right-wing opponent his Veep in 2022. I think this is a terrible take. We should not be doing that. But it is funny to have a guy whose name is John America, because that's what his name, like Peter Magyar is like having a candidate whose name is John America. Magyar is the OG way to refer to Hungary. It's Majaristan. Peter Hungarian. Yeah, Mehmet Türkiye. Looks like the last bastion is gone. The Hungarians are about to learn the true meaning of you don't know what you got till it's gone. Again, the rest of us in Europe have just lost our only real stronghold against the EU. Devastating. In the battle between like the moderate social fascism demonstrated by the European Union versus the outright fascism demonstrated by the MAGA movement, championed by Viktor Orban, yes, it's better in comparison, but it's also entirely dependent on where the European Union goes. Are they trying to genuinely develop autonomy from the United States of America? Are they going to create solidarity and develop sovereignty for themselves? Are they going to work to decouple from Western imperialism and its forces championed by the United States of America? Or are they simply going to business as usual politics again? We don't know. There have been some statements that offer a little bit of hope that there is maybe some sovereignty at play here. But I still am not 100% confident. Times of Israel reporting that there is little expectation of Magyar to make any actual moves against Israel and that at most he will just be anti-Netanyahu while still supporting Israel in the dealings in the European Union. Yeah, post-Orban Hungary would not expose Israel to more EU pain, though support may ebb. Yair Lapid congratulates him. Israeli leader of the opposition, Yair Lapid, the son of Hungarian Holocaust survivor, congratulates Magyar Pete in Hungarian. This is part of the reason why I say, like, I wouldn't be as confident with a new calculation against Israel, which is a necessity, which is absolutely a necessity if the European Union were to genuinely develop autonomy from the United States. Okay, it's sitting right there, easiest way to slide away from American control and to truly develop dignity and sovereignty for European Union states. This is basically replacing the illiberal right with the liberal right, which is an improvement, but no sea change. So we shall see. We shall see. Hey, Big, can we get some coverage on the warehouse fires? Maybe, if I have time. Do you think the neo-lib leadership asswipes will dare go for it? I don't know. EU Parliament left president affirming what you're saying. The Orban era turns in Hungary with relief and record turnout. This is a heavy defeat for Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella's ally, who had gone there to support him. But let's be clear, Peter Magyar is not a clean break from the Orban era. More mindful, we hope, of respect for the rule of law. He will lead a policy firmly anchored on the right. He was a member of Orban's cabinet and shares some of his positions with him, particularly on LGBT issues. For instance, he refused to oppose Orban's ban on Pride in Budapest or on migration issues. Now remains the task of rebuilding democracy in Hungary and a fighting left to definitively avert that fate. It is up to us to help rebuild a left-wing alternative that will win tomorrow without betraying the day after. If this trend continues, LFI has a chance in France. I don't think this is as positive of an indication for the true left candidates. If anything, it's a positive indication for social democratic candidates, center-left candidates. I don't think you guys understand how firmly committed like Europeans are to liberalism. It is a totally different demon. I mean, they have parliamentary systems, obviously, and therefore there is an expression of true left. But the same battles that we are having to deal with here in the United States of America within the Democratic Party's coalition, who do they respond to? How much they lean into like true leftist economic populism? That the only country that has been able to fight that battle and win has been the rise of the Greens in the UK. In most other European countries, they are actively trying to design a center-left movement that will be robust, and Pedro Sanchez is absolutely an example of this. See, many of you don't see it. A lot of you don't see it. You literally immediately said, well, what about Spain? No, Spain is exactly what I'm talking about. Spain is not aligned with LFI. LFI is the true left, party in France. Spain is aligned with the Socialist Party in France, which is the center-left party. Okay, a center-left party that calls itself socialist, but is like maybe at best like modest, socially democratic. Okay, that is the reality. There are a lot more resilient social democratic forces that are center left, if you want to call it that, are, you know, liberal parties that are doing everything they can to align with one another all across the European Union and to create a resilient base of support to like channel all of the potential leftist momentum into their parties as the only viable opposition to the center-right forces and far-right forces that have dominated Europe for the past decade. The Greens are a joke, Hassan. In the UK, the modern Greens, they're not a joke. They're a force to be reckoned with. What are you talking about? They're currently destroying the neoliberal right-wing Labour Party in the UK. You never covered the Green victory in Kent? Yes, I did. Spain's LFI equivalent is Podemos. The founder of that party was on your Cuba flotilla, Pablo Iglesias. Yes, I'm familiar. The other party stepped down from the election to let Tiza do the system change. I really hope the next election cycle will leave us with better options. The leftists have voted for Tisha just so we can say goodbye to Fidesz and Orban and welcome democracy back into our country. It's good, though. It's good to see Orban suffer. This is absolutely a major blow to European fascism, straight up. It's true. I mean, it's a devastating blow for European fascism. Even if it's the more moderate version of that is now going to be in charge. I think, given their pro EU stance, they will liberalize. They will absolutely liberalize Hungary once again, which does create an opportunity for a true left to take advantage of the momentum, especially because the right-wing forces, if Peter Magyar is just like a more moderate, more tempered approach to Viktor Orban, then the anxieties and the resentment will remain. This presents an opportunity for the Hungarian left to show a true alternative, because it was just not happening under Viktor Orban at all, right? Very illiberal rulership. Podemos has almost disappeared in Spain. There's a movement called Sumar that was a coalition of left parties. Right now, there's another movement to create another coalition for the next year election. Fidesz, with multiple pedophilic scandals, tried to expose Magyar for having consensual sex with his adult girlfriend. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. That was a very funny thing. So, from what I understand, Peter Magyar and like the reason why he's seen as like an anti-corruption force was because his wife, literally, his former wife, his ex-wife, was a part of the administration that actually, when they came into power, Philia scandal, and his ex-wife was a part of the forces in the administration that actually pardoned a notorious pedophile as the justice minister. Okay. And Major broke up with her and was like, this is okay. And that was a major reason why he's seen as like an honest guy. To my understanding, Major is seen as an honest because of how he did not defend his ex-wife during that scandal and came out strongly against it. Yeah. So that was a big deal. This also showed that he was like, not willing to cut, secret side deals, right? Which was which was of huge interest to the Hungarian population, the Hungarian voters. And then there was a FSB operation where they literally filmed him having consensual sex with his adult girlfriend, and they were threatening to leak it, right? I might be mixing up exactly what took place here, but I'm pretty sure there was like because Viktor Orban is like Putin's guy, there was an operation to like leak his tape, okay? But two things are really funny about this. One, it was adult consensual sex. That's number one. And two, the dude is kind of hot. So it didn't really work. Like Viktor Orban is a disgusting creature, both with what he believes and the way he looks. Whereas Peter Major is like kind of a good looking dude in comparison, especially in comparison to Viktor Orban. So like it backfired a little bit. Yeah, conservatives were mad that he was having consensual sex as opposed to what they're used to. That's why they were like, oh, this will get him. How dare he? And yes, he has officially secured supermajority. With over 84% of the votes counted, Peter Major and his center-right conservative Tisha party have already far exceeded expectations, securing 138 of 199 total seats in the Hungarian parliament, providing them a supermajority over Prime Minister Viktor Orban and his Christian nationalist far-right Fidesz KDNP party alliance. So it's a good thing. It's a good shift. It's a shift in the positive direction, right? And it's not necessarily bad. Here are some right-wingers in America coping with that decision. One of Major's main criticisms of Orban is that he let in too many migrants that will slash legal immigration, especially foreign work visas. Major is not the liberal that some Americans are fantasizing. Yeah, he also handled it by pretty much saying, yeah, I Lamau. There's that too. Yeah, I saw this. This is awesome. The bars. Here is the monstrous creature, Viktor Orban, who weirdly looks and sounds like Gru conceding.
Bár még nem teljes, de érthető és világos, a választási eredmény számunkra fájdalmas, de egyértelmű. A kormányzás felelősségét és lehetőségét nem nekünk adták. A győztes pártnak gratuláltam. Nektek, önöknek köszönöm a rengeteg munkát. Soha ennyien és soha ennyit nem dolgoztunk egyetlen választási kampányban sem. Van is ennek látszatja, hiszen 2,5 millió szavazót sikerült összegyűjteni.
More of this, please, by the way. More of J.D. Vance appearing alongside far-right figures, trying to offer support, to the international far-right fascist coalition. Please, we want more of this. I welcome it. I love it personally. I hope we get more of that. J.D. Vance, are you free in October? 2026 Israeli legislative election. The touch of death. Now, this is what Donald Trump did, by the way. Not only did President Trump repeatedly tout his endorsement of Viktor Orban's re-election bid and post the message below, Vice President J.D. Vance went to Hungary this past week to campaign for him. And it failed because America's approvals around the globe, even in previous allied and previously aligned fascist countries, has cratered. Okay, absolutely cratered. This is literally what happened in Canada. This is certainly going to play a role in upcoming elections in Europe as well. Americans trying to intervene in the elections of foreign countries, with the exception of Israel, is always going to be a burden. It will always backfire. I hope they keep that up. I say, JD Vance, please keep that up. My administration stands ready to use the full economic might of the United States to strengthen Hungary's economy as we have done for our great allies in the past. If Prime Minister Viktor Orban, like he was just trying to bribe, he was trying to meddle in the elections openly and like bribe Hungary and Hungarians if they vote for Viktor Orban again. Would Trump endorsement work in Turkey? No, I don't think so. I don't think Trump and JD Vance endorsement work. Turks hate Americans and America. This is an example of ideology trumping, no pun intended, national interest. Orban's Hungary is more allied with Russia and China than it is with U.S. Atlantis' interests. And the Trump admin still went fully behind him, just slop for the fascism, tro. Yeah, that's true. The other side of the story is that what a lot of people don't realize is like Bukele in El Salvador and also Viktor Orban's Hungary were very aligned with China as well. They got tremendous Chinese investment. A lot of people talk about like how El Salvador has developed, and they're oftentimes far right figures. They're like, oh, Bukele is like behaving in the way that we want him to. He's a fascist. He's a fascist, and it is true. Except all of the development in El Salvador is Chinese backed, and something similar was happening with Viktor Orban in Hungary as well. It's this very weird. Like China doesn't give a shit. Right? China does not care. If given the opportunity, Peter Major is like, oh, we should continue these investments in the country. I know for a fact that China would be perfectly fine with that, right? We know now what we need to beat Trump, an attractive young dude whose name is America. Maybe also change his name or something. This was the day of the Canadian election. By the way, Pierre had to tell Trump to stop. President Trump, stay out of our election. The only people who will decide the future of Canada are Canadians at the ballot box. Canada will always be proud, sovereign, and independent, and we will never be the 51st state. Today, Canadians can vote for change so we can strengthen our country. Yeah, that was really funny. It was too late, though. Too little, too late. Oh, this was such a sad, but such a funny little moment. JD Vance tries to call Trump at a Viktor Orban rally and gets sent the voicemail.
Had a special guest that asks that I give him a phone call, and we'll see.
Sunyi Niufi, thank you for the 20 community gift to subs.
Let's hope he actually answers. But this is going to be very
Oh, God, I hope he picks up.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
Okay. Try one more time.
Bro's on DND. Bro's on DND. He got no contact.
I get a good signal here. It's ringing. It's progress. I actually had a special guest that asked that I give him a phone.
God, he is such a charisma suck, dude. God, he's so bad. He's so bad. The Hungarian TV media is very state controlled. The elections are extremely gerrymandered for the rules, and Orban's used corruption to control state institutions. But it's an electoral authoritarian regime. The opposition can win is just unduly very hard, similar to Turkey. Drop side on Orban's loss. Viktor Orban, Hungary's authoritarian prime minister and one of Donald Trump's most loyal global allies, conceded defeat Sunday after 16 years in power. As opposition leader Peter Major's center-right Tisha party took a commanding lead. With over half of precincts counted, Tisha stood at 52% to Orban's Fidesz at 38%. Orban called the result painful but clear. Turnout was the highest in Hungary's post-communist history, with nearly 78% of eligible voters casting ballots. Major is a former Fidesz insider who broke with Orban in 2024 over a government corruption scandal. He ran on a platform of Christian conservative politics, but without what he calls Fidesz's corruption, promising to restore EU ties, unfreeze billions of European Union funds, and bring Hungary back to Western institutional norms. On Israel, the Major government would likely mark a shift from Orban, who Netanyahu has called a rock. Major is expected to reverse Hungary's withdrawal from the ICC, which issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu before it becomes permanent on June 2nd. Hungary has been the sole EU member blocking sanctions on violent West Bank settlers. Major may lift that veto. Orban repeatedly blocked EU joint statements condemning Israeli strikes, forcing the bloc's foreign policy chief to issue them in her name alone. That firewall would likely end. Major is expected to distance himself from Netanyahu personally while maintaining ties with Israel more broadly. So there's that element too. The worst people you know are crying today. Oh, hell yeah. RIP Hungary. You're about to be conquered by Muslims. Oh, hell yeah. I already covered the EU member from the left who released her statements on this victory and what it means for the broad left coalition in the European Union. She was very sober about her assessment of the situation. She said, this is not the major W that you think it is. And she's right. Anyway. That is bars. It is fundamentally what I believe as well. It is at the heart of my politics. It is one of the things that I constantly say, and I'm glad that a liberal is saying that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, we got a lot going on. Ezra Klein's article came out as well. This is me being a chud-ass loser. Doesn't change the reality that, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, and I felt like a disturbance in the force. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, felt a disturbance of the force, looked at my phone, boom, right there. The king of liberals, Ezra Mother Klein, the king of liberals, wrote an article defending me, saying I'm not an anti-Semite and that people are insane, which is awesome. This is going to be a very bad day for a lot of centrist liberals who have desperately tried to maintain their grip of control, their grip of influence, their grip of power over the Democratic Party. In an environment where there are a lot of people who are who demand more from the Democrats. So that was the conversation for the last 3 weeks, and it's obviously coming to a close. And there are concessions being given right now. It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. I never thought we would get there. Are you going on Israel's show now? I mean, I'm talking to him, so we'll figure it out. So the New York Times changed the title from Hassan is not the enemy back on the list, big dog. Wait, what did they change the title to? Because that was a good title. Hassan Piker's not the enemy. President level motion for this base king currently streaming it's a concession by Klein. Beware of libs in sheep's clothing. I don't care. That's a good thing. You have to. This is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Okay, that's a fine title as well. But that's good. You guys don't understand how politics works, I don't think. You should understand how politics works. This is how politics works. This is a good thing. Okay, this is absolutely a good thing. This is a healthy thing. There's healthy friction existing in the Democratic Party. They probably would have done a better job if they just never addressed this issue and just kept people like ourselves on the sidelines. But they chose to fight this battle over a pivotal race, Abdul El-Sayed's race, and one, I think that's fantastic because it's fantastic for two reasons. Okay, number one, it gave much needed media attention to this Michigan Senate race that Abdul wasn't getting because he's a phenomenal candidate. Okay, that's number one. Number two, this is a healthy conversation to have. It's healthy friction that is taking place in the Democratic Party. I'm going to be talking about all of this and more. But first, personal news-wise, I'm in a pretty goddamn good mood. I got the coveted folks tweet from Dave Weigel. Okay, he's joking, obviously. But I hate but this will do numbers with lib moms, by the way. I know there are white wine moms in the countryside that are gonna see this and lose their minds and be like, why can't every Democrat talk like this? This is exactly what we need right now. Because this is how I feel. And this is the real me. When I'm up, that's the real me. You know what I mean? This is the pivotal message for a lot of Democratic Party voters who face themselves to be centrists, right? But aren't actually centrist at all. So we'll obviously go through the Pod John's interview. 80,000 views in 5 hours, not bad. We'll see where it goes. But every time I do Pod Save America, especially with John, every time I do that, usually a lot of new liberals who are fans of the Pod Johns will hear my perspective and go, "Oh my God, this is what why can't we have more people that talk like this?" Right? And there's a good reason for it. It's because most of the mainstream media want those people to encounter me for the first time ever in short bursts, right? 10-second increments. I don't stream for 10 seconds. I stream for 10 hours, right? And this would have been very successful. This would have been very successful 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It certainly was successful against Bernard Sanders, right? It's no longer successful because independent media is uncontrollable and is not interested in abiding by whatever standards that mainstream institutions want to apply. Glad you're in a good mood, Chipper. Yeah, you want to know why I'm in a good mood and I'm chipper? Because for the last 3 years, I've been called a nonstop by dumb shitters on the internet who desperately want to be recognized by the centrist flank of the Democratic Party, who have actively made it their lives' mission to present me as this spoiler, as this bad guy. And now you have one of the top dogs on the liberal side that every centrist leans into, that every Democratic voter listens to, that treats his word like the gospel, turning around and out of nowhere, by the way, literally out of nowhere. I had no idea that this was coming. Ironically enough, I had talked to Noah Colwyn about potentially, doing some possible media hits in like on Jewish papers, right? He was like, "Oh, you should do Jewish Currents." I'd be talking to Peter Beinart. Anyway, Peter Beinart reached out to me a while back. I said, "Yeah, let's do it." But I always told Noah, I was like, what would be the best possible way to have this conversation is with Ezra Klein, who is the king of liberals and also the king of like liberal Zionism as well, right? Because that would be a very productive conversation. I know that he would most likely have a very open-minded conversation with someone like me, just like he did with Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? So from that perspective, this is like, this is the greatest. He just did it on his own. I thought I would be able to like reach out to him and do a podcast with him, but turns out wasn't even necessary. He just wrote it himself. How is it that the comment section from the Ross Douthy segment was a million times more charitable than the Ezra piece? I don't know what the comment section looks like, but they probably flooded it. But yeah, I don't even need to worry about the ADL because the person who's going to be cooking my ass is going to be Z-Way today, or well, tomorrow. That's where we're at. Your perseverance through every bit of bullshit these past 3 years is truly incredible. Beyond good seeing your tide rising, Papa. Yeah, I mean, it is... This is not just about me and my reputation and the reputational damage I incurred. That's irrelevant. That's secondary, right? As long as I have you, none of that shit matters. As long as I can still have a platform that I can say the truth on, and I'll keep pushing, right? This is a very consequential change. The reason why it's a very consequential change is because this is a concession, an open concession from a liberal who is, very important in the liberal intelligentsia, who approached the issue with charitability and said, it's ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. And it's not just about me. It's about this movement. Said we have to align with these guys. That's huge. Because remember, initially, the conversation was like, Hassan is bad. Democrats need to stay away from him, And what did I tell you? What did I tell you at the time? I was like, this ain't about me. This is about you. This is about all of us. This is about a change that is happening in the Democratic Party, who the Democrats should be more responsive to, right? What issues the Democrats need to highlight and need to lead on. Not just Israel, but Medicare for all as well, right? Economic left populism. These are things that I advocate for, and the collection of all of those resentments is precisely what the establishment feared. The establishment wanted to push aside, right? They wanted to make sure that they never had to have that conversation. They didn't want to talk about the message, so they wanted to shoot the messenger and disparage the messenger. Because the moment that you talk about that message, all of a sudden, people are going to be like, wait a minute, I do agree with that. Now I feel like you're yelling at me, right? So this is a huge step in that direction. I think this is a first of many significant concessions to the left flank, okay? very consequential. And we only got here because all of you stood strong and you were steadfast in your approach, in your advocacy, said, nah, we're not doing that. We're not playing that game, right? And here we are. Here we are. In any case, I suspect that some liberals will take this lightly and will wave the white flag quietly. I saw Trey Easton of Searchlight Institute straight up saying, you know what? That's right. We're good, right? We're good. We should be done with it, right? We should be done with this shit. We shouldn't be fighting with Hassan. Why are we doing it anyway? Like, he says something along those lines, right? Which was really funny to hear, because he's been, one of the diehard, he's been one of the diehard, most frustrated individuals on this issue, right? He said, I don't think Hassan Piker is the enemy. I just wish that he and his followers didn't treat the Democratic Party like it's their enemy. Never Trumpers exist in the Democratic coalition without repeatedly bashing the party and demanding it take specific stances in exchange for their votes. If this is how he'd like to be treated, he should consider adjusting his own posture. See, this is the problem. Never Trumpers don't even need to make those concessions. They don't need to make those demands because the Democrats already leaned into that. That's the problem. That's the reason why we're having this conversation. If the Democrats were more responsive, if the Democrats were more responsive to our demands, and our demands are the popular demands, our demands expand far beyond the people that tune in and watch me here every day, far beyond people who watch the TikTok clips and agree, far beyond the people who go on YouTube and only watch the clips. Our demands are popular demands that many Americans across the board, people who've never voted for the Democrats, people who self-identify as independents, and even Republicans living in the countryside, these are their demands as well. Not only is this good politics, it's good policy, but it's also good politics, sorry. Not only is this good policy, it's helpful in advancing people's material conditions. If you were standing proudly and saying, we are the Medicare for All party, we're gonna fix healthcare in this country, we're gonna fix housing in this country, right? We are the party that says Israel, right? Like, that is a broadly populist message, right? So it's not even the Democrats being responsive to us and our needs. We're not like petulant children on the side, demanding this shit for no reason. We want the Democrats to push for these policies because it'll also win elections, ensure that Republicans never win again, and last but not least, it will improve people's material conditions. That's what is the most important, most consequential aspect of this at the end of the day. The Never Trumpers don't need to make demands in daylight. They do behind closed doors as donors. Yup. Anyway, let's get started on this. This is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Now, originally, the title was, This is Why There's a Dr. Jihad. Just kidding. The original title was Hassan Piker is not your enemy, right? Hassan Piker is not your enemy was the original title here. And a lot of people are picking some choice quotes out of this, okay? Great piece overall. I'm going to go through it. I'm going to read it with you guys, and a necessary one, and one that is ultimately very consequential, and one that also vindicates me even in this community. Because for years, a lot of you have been very angry at Ezra Klein for good reason. I have my disagreements with Ezra Klein. I've let him know. I've let him be known time and time again. But I always maintain the position that he is far more responsive and far more open-minded than the average liberal is, right? Like, I've always said, I don't know what it is about Ezra Klein, but I think there's something about Ezra Klein that regardless of his liberalism, he's not as firmly planted his heels on the gospel of neoliberalism, or at least like he's more open-minded to and more responsive to what the is actually going on, right? I said I have my differences in opinion with Ezra Klein, but I appreciate this thoughtfulness on the discussion around reducing ideological opponents to 10-second quotes, platforming, and of course, the reality that the Israel discourse is shifted out of the old constructs mainstream media clings onto. All right, this is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Let's get started. It's a 12-minute, 55-second article. After the 2024 elections, there was panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Could one be created? It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Rogan is not particularly political. His audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts. That's what made him politically influential. He could reach millions of people who were not otherwise interested in politics. The problem Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, was that they didn't like Rogan and criticize others for going on his show. They tried repeatedly to cancel him for his comments about trans people, his skepticism about COVID vaccines, to the extent that he is now a right-coded figure. It's not because he started that way. Rogan's political views are mixed. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2020. He supports universal health care and abortion rights. He dislikes vaccine mandates and lacks border control. But it shouldn't have been a surprise when, after years being attacked by the left, he endorsed Donald Trump in 2024. The simplest way to tell people which side they're on is to tell them how much your side hates them. Now, I don't even fully agree with this assessment, right? Although I agree with the spirit of being a little bit more tactful in the way that we communicate. And this is something that the left also absolutely needs to understand, internalize when you're trying to build a coalition. Because think about it this way. If I was, constantly bouldering Ezra Klein, I probably would have had less interest in taking a sincere look at, what I put out there, right? It's just, we do honestly have a problem sometimes where we behave very antisocially. You don't have to make concessions. You don't have to concede on these people's worldview at all, right? Not the same as Rogan. No, I mean, I have been unbelievably critical of Joe Rogan, but there's never a moment where I was like, I can't believe Bernie Sanders would go on Joe Rogan. Whenever people brought that up, I was like, shut the fuck up. Of course he's going to go on Joe Rogan. He's trying to win, he's trying to win the election. Like, I obviously am unbelievably critical of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan will never have me on his show for that reason, right? But the reality of the matter is, it's important for people to go on Joe Rogan. I would go on Joe Rogan if asked. I would go on Tucker Carlson if asked, right? Like, I don't have any issues with that at all. Many in this community would have an issue with that. They say, you're platforming, you're normalizing him. Because, we have our moral posture, we have our convictions, and sometimes we forget, person to person, peer to peer communication requires you to be a little bit normal and to dance around, to take the victories that you get. Joe Rogan doesn't ask people on. They asked to be on. Yeah, no, I know. That brings me to a more important than it might look controversy that has burst out over the leftist streamer Hassan Piker. He had a breakout moment over the past year as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist policies with bro-ish aesthetic, was proffered as a possible answer, a category error, because, again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. But pick over Piker's years of streaming, and you can find offensive things he said, among them that America deserved 9/11, that his favorite flag is Hezbollah's, that a liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. Now, that last two even, is not, offensive to me or to many others as well. But, I guess it's offensive to the perspective of the kind-hearted liberals reading the New York Times opinion editorial section on a Sunday morning. Streamer has said offensive things isn't really a news story. But then Abdul El-Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded that Democrats draw a line in the sand and shun Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters, to send a letter to El-Sayed demanding details about how closely you align with his most abhorrent views. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, said Piker reflected the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. Politico then asked a number of possible 2028 Democratic hopefuls whether they would appear on Piker's show. Governor Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel said they would. Representatives Ro Khanna and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez already had. Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Elisa Slotkin said they wouldn't. I think there's rather a lot wrapped up in this controversy, so let's take it piece by piece. Immediately goes into it and cuts away at the whole thing. He says, is Piker a Jew hater, as Third Way alleges? In an interview with the writer Aaron Regenberg, Piker addressed some of his worst comments. I find some of his answers compelling and others less so. The comparison of liberal Zionists to Nazis, for instance, is repugnant and not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethno-states. What made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethno-state. Ethno-states are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And Piker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideology is hard to square with his admiration for Hezbollah. Two things. So this is his disagreements with the way I've presented myself. Here's the issue. The reason why I say Israel is a Nazi country or Zionism is a Nazi ideology is because that is the truth. It's a reactionary, nationalistic, fascist ideology akin to Christian nationalism that we experience here in the United States of America. It's base boosted because Israel has been carrying out that violence that is the undergirding ideology of the state in order for Israel to exist as a Jewish state that is built on top of millions of Palestinians, many of which are not Jewish. You have to ethnically cleanse those Palestinians. And that's precisely how it works, right? There are plenty of states that have been designed as ethno-states or turned into ethno-states. Like Japan is one of the greatest modern examples of this, right? Japan also did its own indigenous genocide in an effort to create an ethno-state, right? It's true, except modern day liberals and modern day socialists and leftists and progressives alike do not agree with those actions. Those actions of the past, just like we don't agree with the actions of the Nazis, and therefore we must not agree with the actions of Israel when it's happening in front of us, right? The whole point of learning about history, the whole point of learning about the Holocaust, the whole point of learning about, the dangers of fascism is so that we don't repeat it. It's at the core of this principle. Never again means never again for all, not just never again for Jewish people, right? That's the point. That is why I oppose it. Now, I would love to have a conversation with Ezra Klein about this particular issue because I find it very interesting that he's like very thoughtful, but this is a glaringly obvious blindside that he demonstrates, and he demonstrated that with his Ta-Nehisi Coates conversation as well. I think he's moved since then as well, but even then, there's an element there. There's a blind spot there where it's like I grew up with this ideology. I learned about it, and it's like impossible for me, knowing what I know, everything that I've learned. It's impossible for me to see it as anything but. And it's a glaringly obvious moral inconsistency that he actually reveals later when he's talking about. I didn't say blind spot? What did I say? Did I say blind side? Yeah, blind spot. Turkey's pretty broadly recognized an ethno-state by scholars, but you don't see leftists defending Turkey's erasure of ethnic minorities on the regular. Exactly, and I don't do it either. The thing about Israel is that it is exceptional. Like, what Israel is doing is exceptional. A lot of people try to say, oh, everyone's done it, without explaining that, like, yeah, they did it in like the 13th century, okay? or one of the more contemporary, one of the more modern examples of this is, the Holocaust. So these are things that are roundly criticized, like routinely condemned. It's one of the few things that most historians agree, alongside chattel slavery and the Holocaust, that was like unbelievably evil. It's historians rarely look at events that have transpired and then turn around and offer some kind of subjective sentiment to it, or they don't say this is bad, right? Usually, but those are the two things that they openly say are bad. Aaron Regenberg also had a take on Ezra's ethno-states existing, but we'll get to that in a second. Actually, you know what? I'll just read it. Aaron Regenberg also wrote that New Republic piece, which I never would have thought would reach Ezra Klein's eyes. So I am happy that it did, right? Because when I did that, I genuinely thought, like, I like Aaron. I think he's it's very clear that he wants to try to, like, help. I just thought that it's the New Republic. I know Daniel wrote one in The Nation as well, specifically addressing the smears, the accusations about my anti-Semitism, and both of these guys were like trying to communicate to a broader audience. But it's The Nation, it's the New Republic. Like, you're preaching to the converted, right? Like, for the most part. So I didn't think that would have the impact. I mean, I'm eternally grateful for him doing so, for saying the truth, right? Because the reality of the matter is, it is objectively a courageous act. It shouldn't be, but it is a courageous act to say the truth sometimes. It says, I'm grateful for Ezra Klein's super thoughtful column today and also appreciate that he referenced a piece I wrote on Hassan, but I need to make one, in my opinion, corrective point. Ezra wrote, what made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethno-state. Ethno-states are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. I think Ezra would probably agree, if push came to shove, that the Nazis were notable before their launch of the final solution in 1941. It'd be fair to say what made the Nazis most notable, but what made the Nazis notable is just not really defendable as a precise statement of fact. It's true. The mechanized death of all of the victims in the Holocaust, 6 million Jews and millions of others as well, that is what made the Nazis the most notable. But they were certainly notable before that, right? The Nazis were the Nazis in 1933 and 1935 and 1939, etc. They were bad, and they were worth opposing before they began their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And I don't think it makes much sense to say we can only analogize them or learn lessons about them post-1941. And that's kind of an important point, because that's precisely what we are doing, right? That's precisely what we are doing. We're trying to stop fascism from taking root to reach its, worse conclusions. And for Israel, it has already reached that. Israel has already reached the concentration camp, death camp, Holocaust status. That and they've done so in broad daylight, which is also crazy. Ezra Klein's essay on Hassan Piker at least comes out with the correct position, but this idea that we're dealing with a different Israel today ignores the fact that the romanticized Israel older people remember was established with the Nakba. Exactly. That's precisely what it is, right? That is the significant difference in opinion between someone like myself, an anti-Zionist, and someone like Ezra Klein, who at least is like more open-minded to the anti-Zionist perspective than the average liberal Zionist is, because the average liberal Zionist has completely either dropped the whole liberalism element of it and is maybe only coming back to it like J Street is in an effort to just like hold on to whatever allegiance that America could continue having with the nation state of Israel, right? But let's keep going, because this part is just one aspect of it, because he's going to, turn around and I read the whole article, Chad, I know. But to only focus on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He's an anti-Zionist. And here, I think, the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and the reality of Israel. A Gallup poll from February found, for the first time, that more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than with the Israelis. Among Democrats, the gap was overwhelming, with 65% who sympathized more with the Palestinians and 17% with the Israelis. The difference, as I have argued, is largely generational. Older Americans still view the Israelis more sympathetically, but among Americans aged 18 to 34, 53% sided with the Palestinians and 23% with the Israelis. This is new. Before 2023, young people and Democrats were more likely to side with the Israelis. This is not a result of an international psyop or a profusion of memes. The Israel that young people know is not the Israel that older people remember. Now, this gives Ezra Klein's perspective a little bit more clarity, right? Because I've been here for the last decade and a half professionally in my career as an anti-Zionist, as an open, avowed anti-Zionist, right? The old Israel is still the new Israel. The new Israel is just accelerated and is doing this in broad daylight. It's accelerated its mowing of the lawn operations. It's accelerated its domination and complete annexation of the West Bank. But those wounds continued. Those strikes continued in the old Israel. It's just that the media environment and the perception of the Western world of old Israel was the country that dominated all of the Arabs. Okay, all the pesky Arabs that got together and tried to fight the Jewish state over and over again was met with fierce resistance, right? Like that was the attitude. A lot of boomers are still on that mindset. They don't recognize Israel as an apartheid state that is conducting a genocide, that's taking over Lebanon, taking over territory in Syria, that is endlessly expanding and is a danger to all of its neighbors and to all civilians, and even a danger to its own citizens as well, if you care about that sort of thing. So that's always been the case. It's just now virtually impossible to avoid that reality, okay? For many who did not grow up with the old Israel, the only moral nation in the Middle East, the only democracy in the Middle East mentality, which was a lie, right? For many who only know Israel as the genocidaire state, who only know Israel through the arrogance that its envoys demonstrate, who only know Israel through Israel's domestic interest in the United States of America, constant demands for cancellations, constant demands for doxing people, constant demands for firing people for turning around and saying something that a lot of people believe, saying something that a lot of people saw with their own two eyes, that Israel is a malignant actor in this region and a malignant force in American politics for simply supporting Palestine, for simply supporting Palestinian sovereignty. It doesn't happen anymore. That was the first experience that many people had, and they will never change their mentality. It is never going back. Ezra Klein changed the Hassan opinion title 9 minutes ago. Guys, please, it doesn't matter, okay? Ezra Klein has no say on the title changes, okay? Title changes are editorial decisions made by the editorial board of the opinion editorial team in the New York Times, and the title changes don't matter, okay? Let's continue. They're A/B testing different titles. We do it as well, okay? It's normal. It responded to the savagery of October 7 by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that killed at least 70,000 Gazans, taking control of more than half the territory, and herding Gazans, more than 2 million people, into the remainder. Life there remains hellish. Israel has made hopes of a two-state solution fanciful by slicing the West Bank up into Israeli settlements and abetting constant settler violence and keeping a boot on the throat of the Palestinian Authority. It has used the Iran war as an opportunity to launch an invasion of Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people and announcing that as many as 600,000 won't be allowed to return to their homes until Israel decides otherwise. The Knesset just voted to legalize hanging as a punishment for Palestinians who are convicted of killing Israelis in terrorist attacks. This is, on the one hand, even the language that he uses, this is something that Ta-Nehisi Coates also pointed out, if you remember in that conversation that they had almost a year and a half ago, where Ta-Nehisi said, you always say the more militant forces on the Palestinian side are savages, but you never use similar language when you're talking about the Israeli side. The Israeli side is still a democracy, right? It still has that consideration of existing as a liberal democracy. So if it's a democratic decision that Likud is abiding by, they are simply operating on the majority's desires, okay? Yeah, he says right-wing extremists when it comes to Israelis, including the settlers. He says savagery and barbarians when it comes to Hamas, when it comes to the Palestinian resistance, right? People are still people. Palestinians still had dreams, had hopes, right? They had goals, just as the Israelis do. So that's something to consider. That's an implicit bias that comes out in moments like this. I'm obviously not going to lean into it too much because this stuff is far more important to have in the New York Times op-ed piece, right? Part of that racism is part of the state versus non-state dynamic that almost everyone subscribes to, even though you still hear it or don't hear it nearly the same language you hear for Hamas or Hezbollah as you do for Iran. Yes, we have obviously addressed this many times over on this broadcast. Americans have this established attitude about state versus state violence versus as opposed to state versus non-state actors and who gets to do violence and what that violence is perceived as. Israel is a nation state. Israel is a democracy. When they behave in certain ways, no matter how violent it is, no matter how unbelievably violent it is, we think of it as like an expression of democracy, of the democratic process in Israel, right? That's precisely the reason why it's very different. It's a very different calculation when you got a foreign minister who can speak to Americans, an Iranian foreign minister who can go on American television and demonstrate that, you know, he has multiple PhDs. All of a sudden, Americans can hear from him. Very different attitude is developed in that process, right? That's why it's huge that Benjamin Netanyahu is from Philadelphia. Like, This is a very consequential element. I promise you, it plays a major role. That's why he does the Hebrew language proposals, and then he does the English one. And I always tell you, there's key differences in the way that he communicates to the Western world versus the way he communicates to the Israeli population, right? Third way suggests you can identify Jew haters by their use of loaded words taught in social justice seminars: apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism. If that is the test, then a large number of American Jews now fail it. Israel, as it is behaving today, and as it is constructing itself for tomorrow, is incompatible with any normal understanding of liberal values. That's it. That's the truth nuke. That's also the contradictory statement that he that contradicts with his previous statement of like liberal Zionism is also liberal Nazism, where he goes, ethno-states exist. Chill out. That is correct. That is correct. It's just 100% correct. It is utterly incompatible with modern day liberalism. It's utterly incompatible with modern rules of conduct, modern rules of warfare, rules of engagement. It is siege warfare that most people thought we left behind in like the 15th century. America's bringing it back too. Obviously, a lot of Israel defenders will say, what are you talking about? It's because if there's no Jews, there's no news, right? Like, look at Sudan, look at Sudan. Now, the difference there is twofold, okay? What is happening in Sudan is heinous. It's a genocide. It's backed by the United Arab Emirates and therefore, in some ways, backed by Israel as well and Western forces, or at least Western governments turn a blind eye to these atrocities. But that's not because there's no Jews involved in that situation. That's because the United Arab Emirates doesn't have as pervasive of a lobby in the United States of America that constantly demands you get fired from your job for saying what's going on in Sudan is a genocide. Ironically enough, it is the pro-Israeli groups and institutions that have created this kind of resistance against Israel in the United States of America, right? That's a big part of it because Americans are somewhat selfish people, right? That's it. Because there are atrocities unfolding all around the world. The other key difference is, and this is precisely the reason why those pro-Israel groups have to exist in the Western world, is because Israel is carrying out these atrocities with our weapons. Israel is carrying out these atrocities with our unlimited funds and our unlimited defense, both political defense at the United Nations General Assembly, but also with direct defense in the form of Tamir interceptors, for example, THAAD missile launchers, anti-air defense systems, sometimes directly putting our soldiers on the line, their lives on the line to defend the nation state of Israel. That's the key difference. That's a huge difference. Okay, this will be clipped out of context and you will see it in the news XD. Wait, what? I don't know what you are even pointing to because nothing I said is wrong. Do you understand? Like, I'm of this mindset that if Belgium was doing what it used to do in the Congo, right? Like right now, and America was like, no, you have to do that. This has to happen. We have to also forcibly put Belgians in there, and establish settlements and stuff like that. Yeah, there would probably be similar anger and resentment. There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River, Benjamin Netanyahu said. For years, I have prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from abroad. We have done this with determination and with astute statesmanship. That exact paragraph in the article is why you can't be a liberal Zionist. There's no such thing. Yeah, I mean, you can be, but it's just like there's varying degrees of fascist sentiment, right? And it exists in America as well. I'm going to always bring it back to America. Like you have Christian nationalists, white supremacists. You have varying degrees of people who demonstrate that kind of like underlying racist sentiment, anti-blackness, anti-immigrant sentiment, things of that nature, right? Not every single person is going to be maxed out on the fucking Nazi spectrum. And it's no different on liberal Zionism versus ultra Zionism as well, right? That's how it is. Some of you know people in your lives who are otherwise very kind people, but have these like massive spots when it comes to, the way that they approach black people, for example, right? Like maybe they don't act out on those desires, luckily, but they still have those opinions, right? Like they still carry a little bit of that resentment, a little bit of that fear, the unjustifiable fear. Our goal here is to identify that and tackle it, right? Identify that, combat it, help people come to better conclusions. All right. That's how systemic racism exists. And it's not different for Zionism. Like I deal with people who have, you know, fascist adjacent beliefs on a daily fucking basis. I try to convince them. And it's the same for liberal Zionists as well. So it's very frustrating to me when people make it seem like there is this otherized status. When I say, when I say liberal Zionism is akin to liberal, people go, how dare you say that? Right? How dare you? It's not that different from, you know, liberals that might have some racialized animus as well, right? There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River. For years, I've prevented the creation of a terrorist state. We've done this determination with this two-statesmanship. Moreover, we've doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue on this path. Anti-Zionism is a rising response to what Israel is doing. Well, it's a response to what Israel was doing and is still doing, right? It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that this is bars. If you keep telling people that they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people. Eventually, they will believe you. Felix Biederman, in the last Chapo episode, put this in less kind terms, where he said, if you think Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite and you want to cast him aside, even though he cares about anti-Semitism 8,000 times more than I do, Felix said this as a Jewish man, you're not going to like what comes next. He's right. It's unbelievable that they're still playing this idiotic game. They're just not even recognizing it, right? The impulse to cut those off with whom we disagree reaches far beyond Piker or the Israel-Palestinian debate. It sits at the heart of cancellation as a political tactic. It relies on a belief in the power of gatekeepers that might have been true in an earlier age, but no longer reflects as the way attention is earned and held. Tucker Carlson was ejected from Fox News and grew stronger on X and YouTube. Nick Fuentes was banned from major social media platforms and gathers strength in the shadows. Trump went from being banned by every major social media platform to retaking the presidency. But it's not just cancellation. It's not just that cancellation has failed to silence those it targeted. It also weakened those who used it. The Democratic Party and the progressive movement was ill-served by the belief that it could decide the boundaries of acceptable debate. In narrowing who it could talk to, it limited what it could hear and whom it could be heard by. I haven't been on Rogan's show, but I've been on some of the shows in that broader universe, like Andrew Schultz's Flagrant and Lex Friedman's podcast. I was surprised by how frustrated the hosts were about their inability to book Democrats in 2024. They had said things that the broader progressive universe disliked or had conversations with people who were anathema to the left. And so Democrats largely avoided these podcasts, ceding them to the Trump campaign. This was not only bad politics, but also bad Democratic practice. These shows had come from nowhere and had gained millions of loyal listeners. They had earned their viewership by voicing something that made millions of Americans feel seen, heard, or at least interested. In avoiding those places, Democrats avoided contact with the kinds of voters they otherwise claimed to represent. This is the mistake Democrats often make when they talk about what they did wrong in 2024. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows. They are less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talk on these shows. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows. They are less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talk on these shows. Beneath this is an important principle. Conversation is not a reward to be bestowed on those with whom we agree. It's a necessary habit in democracy. The point is not to find agreement so much as to deepen understanding, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. We here on the left do this as well, and obviously I don't entertain it. And I think that's a major difference that I have with a lot of other people. And people will constantly look for other reasons as to why I do that, right? Other reasons as to why I do that, where they're like, oh, there's got to be some ulterior motive here. It's because he's hungry for clout or whatever. It's like, no, I will talk to anyone and everyone, no matter where they are. I'm not going to compromise on my values, but I will try to convince not only my interlocutor, but also my interlocutor's audience that might not have actually ever encountered my perspective, and certainly not encountered my perspective without filters. Yes, we're going to talk about Orban in a second. The space for such conversations was once wider. Wait, what did I? The point is not to find agreement as much as to deepen understanding. To talk with others is to believe in the possibility of change, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. The space for such conversations was once wider. In 1968, William F. Buckley Jr., the arch-conservative founder of National Review, hosted Eldridge Cleaver, the Minister of Information for the Black Panthers, on the firing line. Neither man was there to endorse the other's politics. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Cleaver whether he finds it inconsistent with his ideology to encourage the assassination of Mr. Richard Nixon. Buckley said. Cleaver's answer: I would say that if Richard Nixon was assassinated, it would only result in having another pig in line who possibly would need to be. Buckley later hosted Cleaver at his home. It was a different time, but it created a lasting artifact. The interview has hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and remains riveting to watch. Are there people I won't have on my shows or shows I won't go on? Sure. But those judgments, for me, are more about what I think will be productive rather than who I think can be included. Similarly, I wouldn't judge Booker or Gallego or Slotkin for avoiding Piker's show. They're busy people, and it may not be how they want to spend their time. But there's something strange about aspiring to lead the country's left-wing coalition and elevating the avoidance of prominent leftists to a matter of principle. That's all the more true now, as attention isn't bestowed on the chosen few by television networks and newspaper editors. It's won or lost in a ferocious marketplace that rewards outrage and controversy. The winners of the attention wars today are typically people who said some outrageous things in the past or are still saying them in the present. When you're dealing with podcasters or streamers who talk unstructured, unrehearsed for hours each week, if not every day, there's going to be so much said that it's almost inevitable that a dossier of dumb statements can be compiled. To write those people out of acceptable political discourse is to back yourself into a shrinking, sanitized corner of the public sphere. This part is also huge. This part is also huge. Yeah, I know. Peter Magyar won the Hungarian elections. Okay, I'm gonna talk about it. Jeez, Lord mercy, it's so funny that people are so ecstatic. Okay, yes. Viktor Orban is down. Okay, I know. Booker admitted on Pod Save America that when he said he would never go on Piker's show, he had never heard of Piker. His communications director had read him a list of the 4 or 5 worst things Piker has said, and Booker used that as the basis for his response. Booker got piled on for that admission, but I appreciated the honesty. That is, in practice, a version of how many of us make our judgments. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivated decontextualization. We see other people in snippets that serve the agendas of those who cut them. We are fed 30-second clips shorn from multi-hour streams, 2-sentence quotes ripped from long conversations, old comments that obscure subsequent change. We have to be careful about being lulled into believing these shards represent anyone's whole person. We should not be afraid of finding out who those people are, of seeking to change them, or of allowing ourselves to be changed by them. That is bars. It is fundamentally what I believe as well. It is at the heart of my politics. It is one of the things that I constantly say, and I'm glad that a liberal is saying that. Okay? I'm glad that a liberal is saying that at a time when, let's be real, this kind of cynical standpoint epistemology and identity politics and cancellation attempts are the tool of the right. Okay? The right will always use that to their left flank. The right will cynically apply this to the likes of Gavin Newsom, as we saw, right? But then the center right of the Democratic Party has consistently used this as a tool, as a weapon to destroy their left flank as well. Bernie Sanders was victim to this, right? A guy who has been on the right side of history for most of his life, if not his entire life, that spans across multiple centuries at this point. He's 800 years old, okay? And liberals cynically presented him, painted him as this monstrous person, this like this figure of reactionary sentiment, this anti-black, anti-woman, misogynist, all this stuff. Ridiculous. Rotimi Adeoye says, honestly, everyone keeps talking about this woke 2.0 thing, but the Hassan Piker discourse has convinced me that the second iteration of this in 2028 will be far more nasty than the 2020 campaign because of the idea policing and PC-sensitive crowd will be more aggressive. Like the screen grab is going to look like light work when 2028 happens. I don't think so. And a candidate is apologizing for an influencer that worked years ago who said one off-color thing, and people are trying to burn this candidate forever about it. Will be interesting. I don't think so. I think if our forces win, then I don't believe that this will happen, and I hope that they will, right? Because it's subjectively silly. It's self-defeating. It doesn't. It betrays how normal people think and how normal people operate. It doesn't make any sense to behave like that, right? Democrats do need to open up and improve and open up conversation. But in the example follow that Mr. Klein gives, there's an enormous difference between William F. Buckley's time and ours. Eldridge Cleaver would almost be certainly arrested and imprisoned under a current regime. I mean, I think, as a Black Panther back then, he was also under significant threat. The American government was assassinating its leadership. So Democrats do not need a liberal Joe Rogan. They need a Franklin Delano Roosevelt banger. Last night, I, a Jew, and a Jewish friend, both Gen Xers, were bemoaning the state of Middle Eastern politics. We grew up planting trees in Israel, and like many of our generation, have steadfastly defended that country against its detractors, even when the detractors were right. Now we both feel that Israel, like Donald Trump's America, isn't defensible. We can't just twist ourselves into the necessary pretzels for such an exercise. We're not happy about that. We don't feel somehow liberated. It's incredibly sad. But there are some things we simply can't buy, and Israel is now one of those things. Like it or not, the Jewish diaspora in Israel are tied at the hip. We're expected to support Israel financially, militarily, spiritually, no matter what. Indeed, we are shunned by our community if we don't. The government of Israel also demands this blind allegiance, and yet, where is my vote? Do I get a say in whether Ben-Gvir or Smotrich sits in the Knesset or on the cabinet? Israel wants my money and my fealty, but not my opinion. Well, I have news for my Israeli brothers and sisters. I have an opinion, and it isn't a good one. Ooh, that's a Gen Xer. Remember, that's like outside of the younger demos, right? Because you all in here, the Jewish anti-Zionists in this community obviously have encountered a Gen Xer in your lives that definitely is not that open-minded, right? So that's huge. Larry, but we don't send $4.8 billion, provide diplomatic cover, and veto legitimate UN sanctions for other countries. Great column. I'm frustrated by Democrats who refuse to campaign everywhere and who can't see the enormous opportunity of reaching voters listening to the hosts whom they disagree. It's quite simple to understand that people understand when they are being condescended to. Tim Walz, former football coach, not going on the Joe Rogan to yab it out for Kamala in 2024 will always bewilder me. He would have been a perfect Democrat for Rogan's audience to hear from. I agree with that as well. At Larry, for my entire 70-year life, this is like a reply to Larry, I guess, who like maybe, he deleted it in shame. A lot of people are just like dunking on Larry. For my entire 70-year life, the U.S. has had a unique and close connection with Israel that I once felt good about. Israel meant just for deeply persistent wrong people, the settler movement, the extreme right wing, and finally Netanyahu and the end of hopes for a two-state solution or just for Palestinians, and then killing 72,000 Palestinian civilians corroded and then severed that connection. Now I cannot support U.S. aid for Israel, and I feel deeply disappointed, hence the unique focus and degree of criticism. The 30-second clips Hassan is talking about are a huge part of the problem. This media fragmentation disproportionately targets women in politics where their tone or character is scrutinized and taken out of context far more than their actual policy platforms. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's one that certainly favors, because in 30 seconds, you can't understand everything that a person is about, right? You can't understand their full scope, who they are as a person, right? That format actually favors white dudes in many respects for that reason, because what can you pick up about a person? How can you make up your mind about a person? By looking at who they are, right? They hear, my name is Hassan, I'm Muslim, and I represent this worldview. They immediately lean to certain biases. They make up their minds about my perspective for that reason. It's the same when they see a woman, right? A black woman especially. It's the same when they see a black man. When you get, what is this? You're getting subtweeted by ContraPoints? What? Why? Oh my God. You knew this would happen, didn't you? That's why the HDS shitstorm didn't faze you. No, because the Hassanabi derangement syndrome that I have withstood and have experienced for the last almost decade at this point has prepared me for this moment. That's what it is. And it's prepared you for this moment as well. Because all the stuff that people are bringing up, you've heard a million times over. You've heard people bring it up as though it's like a new thing, right? Oh, I just found this video. What? this. It's like I've explained it away 1,000 times over, right? And it didn't work. And it especially doesn't work now because we're in a very different media environment. And it especially doesn't work now because we live in a very different environment, like an ideological environment where people are demanding more. People don't have the same implicit biases that favor the development and the protection of the nation state of Israel, right? So that's what it is. Yeah, most people are defending this. I bet most Democrats who object to Piker have never listened to his show. Instead, they've been presented with a few clips of the most outrageous things he has said and told themselves they want nothing to do with him. I saw this in real time on an episode of The Bulwark with Sarah Longwell and Tim Miller, hardly a left-wing show. She read out a series of Piker's quotes and argued why she wanted nothing to do with him. He was an irredeemable anti-Semite. There was nothing more to discuss. The whole conversation was a knee-jerk reaction to anything that smacked of criticizing Israel. It's horrific treatment of Palestinians before and October 7th. Dude, this is exactly what I was saying. You see, Ellen from Philadelphia, who is a Bulwark fan, saw what Sarah Longwell was saying about me, calling me an heinous anti-Semite, okay? And immediately went, I have heard this before. Do you understand? Do you understand why I kept saying over and over again, we're in a very different environment? We're very different media environment. People can actually see the full context now. They can come to me. But also very different ideological environment as well. Very different environment that hears outspoken critics of Israel and sees outspoken defenders of Israel call them anti-Semites for years and years and years. And they go, I've heard this before. This is precisely what I was talking about. It's part of the reason why I was like, I'm not worried about this shit, you know? And it's outside influence in American politics. In some circles, you're just not allowed to point out what Israel is doing, while the rest of us stand here horrified yet afraid to say too much, lest we be accused of being anti-Semitic. A brief reading of the comments of that video showed just how far apart Sarah was from her viewers. Unfortunately, Democrats are so afraid of offending the easily offended in the party that they don't know how to have honest conversations with people with whom they might have some disagreement, especially when it comes to Israel. It's really quite discouraging and not likely to build a larger coalition of the very people Democrats say they want and need to attract. There seems to be more policing on that issue than there is on anything else in the political discourse right now. It is not helpful. In this column is the answer to why progressives, of which I one, have lost so many voters and the solution to getting them back. But to accept this truth and start winning elections will require the very few human beings, the things very few human beings can do. Let go of the sense of superiority. It gives you a sense of self-esteem. Be genuinely open to dialogue with those you disagree with. Actually talk with them. And the hardest of all, be open to changing your mind. The path to power lies before you. I think everyone's dunking on Larry. I suspect, judging by what people have said, judging how people have responded to Larry, I assume he was like, why does everybody care about Israel so much? You know, because everyone is like, yeah, you know, it's giving Jew hatred a little bit, sweetie. Remember, this is the New York Times subscription base, right? This is the New York Times editorial page. These are the people who wrote 524 comments so far on this article that just came out a couple hours ago, okay? So just understand that this is not, you know, the Hassan Abihed constituency, okay? These are the Barbras and the Debras. These are the highly educated, urban and even sometimes suburban white liberals with a higher degree of educational attainment, and also ones that are financially better off. Okay, we're talking about the coastal elites that play a major role in the base of support for the Democratic Party, at the heart of the Democratic Party, the ones that go out and vote in the primaries, the ones that go out and vote in special elections. This is who is ride or die for the Dems. So for them to come out and lean into what Ezra is saying is huge. Something has changed. This is what I've been repeatedly explaining to you over and over again, and I've seen it with my own two eyes, right? Donald Trump is the worst person to hear from to develop a decent understanding of how things are going. He is deeply unstable and in a panic state, a chaos agent who doesn't know what his next move is. Like, he personally doesn't know what the next step is.
His day meeting with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who has played a key role in getting the U.S. and Iran to a ceasefire and to the negotiating table. But there are now big issues to hammer out to reach a peace agreement.
This morning, Vice President J.D. Vance touching down in Pakistan for the high-stakes talks between the U.S. and Iran, aimed at reaching an agreement to end the now 6-week war. Vance greeted by Pakistani officials upon arrival, leading the U.S. delegation, which also consists of Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Before he took off for Islamabad, the vice president speaking to reporters.
If the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive.
God, he sucks so much. I can't get over it, man. He's on Ozempic too now, for sure. You can tell. He's Edinger Mentum posted like a unearthed old JD relic from 2019, and he was just as repulsive back then. Okay, but it shows you exactly what kind of demon he is, exactly what kind of loser he is, like what kind of chameleon he is, basically. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because here it is, the LARP. He called it the LARP extinction event, but JD Vance said Bernie Sanders was one of his favorite Dems in 2019. You know,
So I did this event at the Yale Federalist Society recently where they asked me for my 3 favorite.
Are you with us or with Iran? Well, I'll tell you who I'm not with, the Epstein class. Are you with the Epstein class and their interests? Do you care about advancing the interests of the financial elite that are entangled in a complex espionage web? Because I'm not about that. I'm with the people. Are you a part of the team, little bro? You know, were you on Lolita Express? Because if the answer is no, if the answer is yes, you should go to prison. If the answer is no, these guys are not advancing your interests at all, right? It's probably not happening. I wouldn't. Have you ever done a deep dive into Lula on stream? I think it would be a good example in this coming election cycle. Anyway, let's watch what JD said.
Favorite Democrats purely in terms of policy outcomes. And I said, in order, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Tulsi Gabbard.
Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Tulsi Gabbard. Look at his like lame ass socks too. God, he's such a millennial. I can't stand him, dude. I can't stand him. I despise him so much. Like, obviously, I hate his worldview. I hate what he represents. I hate the policies that his administration is advancing. But there's also something so personally repulsive about him. Okay? It's just, he has no redeemable qualities. No redeemable qualities whatsoever. It's unbearable. He's such a soulless husk. A perfect individual to become the loyal fedayeen of Peter Thiel and his crypto fascist libertarian allegiances, his libertarian allies. And he somehow banked a baddie. Yeah, because he was woke back then. That's why. Usher. He got Usher when he was woke. Remember that. Okay?
Talks come 4 days into a fragile ceasefire. President Trump expressing optimism.
We'll be able to finish it off one way or the other. It's going well.
The White House says negotiators are working off a modified 10-point proposal from Iran. A key U.S. demand, Iran turning over its stockpile of enriched uranium.
No nuclear weapon, number one.
The Iranian delegation touching down in Pakistan overnight, insisting the U.S. must release its frozen assets, tens of billions of dollars tied up by international sanctions. President Trump earlier posting on social media, the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than...
It is kind of funny that he said that and then immediately released unfroze $6 billion of assets, which is almost 4 times more than what Obama did. Okay. But that's like, again, that's just how Trump does it, baby. He's like, yep, they don't have any other cards, which is why we're giving them a massive W. Big favor to those guys. $6 billion green cash money in pallets. Money in pallets being shipped. Money in pallets being shipped to Iran. No cards, failed casino owner, by the way. I mean, yeah, what are we expecting from a dude who bankrupted a casino? It's not not surprising at all.
A short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways, adding, the only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said Friday its forces have not carried out airstrikes since the ceasefire began.
And yet bombing has continued. I find that very interesting, specifically on the GCC. Okay? In the last couple of days, there were some successful strikes on refinery infrastructure in Saudi Arabia and some of the other GCC countries. Now, I found that to be very strange because, like, Iran, the IRGC will openly admit if they're doing it, right? It makes total sense for them to say, this is why we're doing it. This is why we're continuously striking. It doesn't make sense for them to keep striking amidst the ceasefire. So that was very interesting. That was very interesting. I don't know who did it. I don't know if there's, maybe another group that has the capacity to lob missiles or bombs or drones in the direction of the Gulf states to make it seem like it's Iran continuously hitting the infrastructure. I don't know. I'm not going to say which country it could be. It's most likely a tiny nation by the name of Israel. Okay? Speculation. Wee woo, speculation alert.
But Iran has failed to meet President Trump's main condition, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. On Friday, just 2 ships moving through the critical waterway. The president accusing Iran of being dishonorable, posting, "That is not the agreement we have." But Iran claiming it's the U.S. now breaking the agreement, with Israel continuing its strikes on Lebanon. The White House says Lebanon was never part of the ceasefire.
President Trump says he thinks these talks will go quickly, but he told the New York Post that the U.S. military is resetting in case no deal is reached with Iran. Rhiannon?
All right, Karen, thank you for that. And by the way, that ceasefire leading to these peace talks is a fragile one, threatened by missile strikes that are continuing all around the Middle East. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Beirut with the latest on that. Good morning, Marcus.
Rhiannon, good morning.
The IRGC claimed credit for various attacks 2 days ago. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There have been some much more minor, but still some attacks on the refineries post ceasefire. I think it was like yesterday. The IRGC said that they were not responsible for it.
Here at one of the strike sites in Beirut, we're told that this was a multi-story apartment building that was hit on Wednesday. And you can see now it is just a pile of rubble. We're told that there were a number of deaths here. And you look at the rubble and you can see furniture in there, also see blankets. There's a mattress on the other side and even books. And in fact, this looks like study materials for someone who's learning French. That everything that you would see.
Yeah. What are they learning? What are they reading in French? Conf. But the French version, obviously.
Inside of someone's home is left exposed here in Beirut right now. And this is just one of more than 100 sites that were hit on Wednesday, not only here in Beirut.
It's unbelievable that they're doing this, not even for, I mean, look, Israel doesn't, blow up entire city blocks for military objectives anyway. But in this circumstance, it was just to destroy the ceasefire process. It was just to see how hard they could go, how many civilians they could kill, and test Iran's boundaries and test America's boundaries as well. They didn't like that the ceasefire was taking place. They didn't like that they had no say in the process. And they just did that. That's how little they care about the lives of 300 plus people that they killed.
Southern Lebanon.
In 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all it took. 10 minutes of bombing. 300 people dead. Disgusting.
And while the Israeli strikes have slowed, those strikes are ongoing, particularly in the south. In fact, we have seen new video of a strike just yesterday in Kfar Joz. Now, Israel says that it has been targeting Hezbollah, but residents and also emergency services here say that they have been targeting residential areas. And I can tell you that there is immense sadness and anger here. Hezbollah has fired a number of rockets into northern Israel in retaliation for these recent strikes. And all of this is now playing a critical role in the effort to secure a peace agreement in the war in Iran. U.S. and Israeli officials are trying to separate the war in Iran and what's happening here as two different issues. But the Iranians have said there can be no agreement in the war unless there's a ceasefire here in Lebanon.
Yeah. As I explained to you yesterday extensively, the Lebanese government is basically doing a Vichy France style deal with Israel. They're absolutely refusing to protect their own citizens, with the hopes that Israel will just like leave them intact, with the hopes that they can potentially stave off civil war. Ironically enough, by my assessment, this collaboration with Israel, as Israel is like killing hundreds of civilians, as Israel is, taking over Lebanese territory, Lebanese villages in South Lebanon, is most likely going to lead to some kind of internal strife and a civil war. But outside of that, from the Iranian perspective, their interest in maintaining a ceasefire across the board for the entire axis of resistance, not just Lebanon, because in their communiques, they say the whole of the axis of resistance, which also includes Gaza, is a part of the deal. Now, they might be saying that just so they can, they can have a better bargaining position that they can lean into if they offer some concessions. But the major point there is to undermine the relationship that Israel and America currently has, where Israel is the power player, even though America technically is the one who has complete control over Israel. They want to force America's hand into making demands that Israel has to abide by. That's the reality. And I think, and this is why I said yesterday, that is perhaps the most consequential element. Why are you being so cynical about Iran not leaving Lebanon out to dry? No, I'm saying that is the most consequential aspect of this ceasefire negotiation. It's not the unfrozen assets, because we've stolen so much money from Iran. We have, unlimited funds to unfreeze, right? And from the Iranian side, for example, the enriched uranium is a gimme for the Americans, right? And that's part of the reason why Trump keeps angling that as their primary concern, in an effort to position himself in the aftermath of the ceasefire as like the real winner, because Iran already conceded to the uranium conversation. Iran conceded twice. Well, 3 times, actually, if you consider the JCPOA as well. So from the Iranian perspective, the enriched uranium conversation, they could just like give it up. Who cares, right? So that's a gimme for them. And for the Americans, giving Iran money is a gimme because it's Iranian money anyway. And we're, we're technically illegally holding on to, tens of billions of dollars of frozen wealth, frozen payments that Iran was supposed to receive for their oil and gas transfers to these other countries like South Korea, Qatar, and the like. We stole that money. We froze it. That's a gimme. That's an easy concession that America can make. That's why I'm saying the most consequential element of this ceasefire, the most consequential element of the ceasefire is Iran's demands for the United States of America to take any action against Israel, to forcibly restrain, to force Israel to scale back against their greater Israel project, to get America to say to Israel, you're done. Enough is enough. That will be the most consequential element in this ceasefire. I've said it already. I'll repeat it. Here's what I said. I said, look, if Iran takes the unfrozen assets without reaffirming their commitment to the acts of resistance ceasefire, they will give up on the most consequential demand, which has everything to do with forcing America's hand into restraining Israel. All the U.S. concessions pale in comparison. Okay? The IRGC doesn't want the ceasefire to continue anyway, and I think it's the work of Ghalibaf and Arakshi and some of the other negotiators that want to continue the ceasefire, that want to move in the direction of a complete cessation of hostilities. The IRGC, on the other hand, I think, judging by the way they've reacted, judging by the way they were operating for the last 42 days, feels as though they have not applied sufficient military deterrence. Enough economic damage has not been dealt to the United States of America, although significant economic damage has been dealt to the rest of the world. And that's precisely the reason why America wanted to put forth this this ceasefire proposal and tapped Pakistan to do so. And like I've said, I'm not. I do believe that China is probably playing a role here as well, urging Iran to take a deal. Because you know how China is, they want stability.
Way this morning to shore up the ceasefire agreement between the United States and Iran exactly 6 weeks after the war in the Middle East began. Vice President J.D. Vance is leading the U.S. delegation to the talks in Islamabad, Pakistan. He's joined by President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. MTS Tayyab is in Islamabad. MTS, good morning.
Good morning. Well, these are the highest level and, frankly, highest stakes talks between the U.S. and Iran in many years. And after 6 weeks of brutal war, which has spread across the region, killing thousands and hitting the global economy hard, the distrust between both.
Are you suggesting that the USA made the ceasefire to save the economy of other countries? I mean, oil and gas disrupts all markets. So saving the global economy is also technically to save the American economy as well. Like a little bit of instability, a little bit of volatility is an opportunity for capital owners to make money. Too much volatility, on the other hand, and all of a sudden you have an inflation crisis. People can't purchase goods anymore. People can't even produce and manufacture goods, especially if we're talking about the Asian markets where a lot of this manufacturing is taking place. If they don't have this necessary resource, oil and gas, they're not capable of manufacturing goods at the same rate. All of a sudden, you have a real problem with inflation in the Western world as well. Because oil and gas is tied to, yes, fuel, food, plastics, medicine. They all, everything is run on oil. Okay? So there is no, I mean, America can try to shelter the worst consequences. America can shelter its population from the worst consequences. But at the end of the day, even if there's a delayed response, it will still absolutely have it will have consequences, negative consequences on the American economy as well, because the entire financial system is designed with this intricate web where everything is interconnected. That's precisely the reason why you might think, well, we have, you know, American companies that are based out of Silicon Valley, for example, and their profit centers are not going to be harmed. Iran can't touch, you know, San Francisco. But guess what? Iran can blow up data centers in the UAE. Iran can blow up a AWS facility in Saudi Arabia, which they have, right? So because of the way that capitalism operates around the globe, a lot of these capital owners are still technically unsafe as long as there is an actor in the region, as long as there's a regional actor that's willing to punish profit centers, which Iran has done. This creates additional pressure for capital owners to make boss calls to Donald Trump and to demand a cessation of hostilities. So not only is oil and gas connected to the global economy, and you know there is obviously inelastic demand for it, you have to get it somehow. It doesn't matter, because if you don't have it, your grid fails. And we've seen one example of that. I saw it with my own two eyes in Cuba, right? That's what happens when you are not allowed to receive any oil from neighboring countries. Your energy grid falls apart. Your food spoils when there's no electricity. There's no transport of drugs, no transport for ambulances, no transport of food. Everything collapses. It becomes like everyday existence becomes unbearable. You can't deal with that.
Sides runs incredibly deep as they try to hold this fragile ceasefire together and end the conflict.
Security across Islamabad is tight. A several-mile ring of armed forces made up of police checkpoints and roadblocks have been set up so no one can get anywhere near the luxury hotel where Vice President Vance and top Iranian leaders are gathering. Few here can remember a time when this nuclear-armed nation has been at the center of such intense diplomacy.
The stakes for Pakistan.
That's crazy. They're just dissing Pakistan. That's crazy. Bro, this CBS Saturday morning anchors must be Turkish. the way they're dissing Pakistan. They're like, Who would have ever thought this country would ever be at the center of such serious diplomatic negotiations? I mean, do they even have the capacity to handle such a serious conversation? Damn, bro, chill. They're at the table now, okay? We got to live with that. As a Turk, I have, a secret. I have the secret pride that every Turk has when Turkey is heavily involved in the diplomatic process. When Turkey plays the role of the table, we say, we are the table. Okay. Sometimes we say we are at the table, and sometimes we say we are the table. But those days are long gone. It's not Pakistan that has become the table.
Pakistan couldn't be higher as it hosts this event, which is on a scale rarely ever seen here before, and it's taking no chances.
Getting the U.S. and Iran to talk after 6 weeks of brutal war has been no easy task. Iranian cities and military infrastructure have been bombed by American and Israeli forces, and Iran has retaliated by targeting Israel and Gulf states, hosting U.S. bases across the region, as well as critical energy infrastructure. Sybil Khan is a regional security analyst.
Why is Pakistan the right place to hold these talks?
Pakistan is a unique country that has really, at this moment, not always, at this moment, very good relations with all three actors. And also, Pakistan is not a complete outsider to this war.
The gulf between the U.S. and Iran remains enormous. Even Tehran's preconditions.
It is kind of funny when like a big part of the media analysis here is like, why the f are we doing this in Pakistan? Okay, that's kind of crazy. that like they had to go and find an analyst to answer the question that's on everyone's minds. Why Islamabad? Why Pakistan?
For the talks, a ceasefire in Lebanon, and the unfreezing of billions of dollars of Iranian assets show just how far apart Washington and Tehran are. The biggest and oldest issue, Iran's nuclear program, remains a core matter. But a new sticking point, the vital Strait of Hormuz, is now one of the key.
It's because of this.
When I will grow up, I will be army and save Pakistan and destroy India. Strong army, whoa!
This is the reason. This is the reason why Pakistan is at the table. Turkey's got no children like that on camera.
Issues, with President Trump warning if Iran doesn't reopen the strait, the fighting will restart.
Do you think this is the beginning of the end of this war, or the potential of it restarting again?
I think it's the beginning of the end of this phase of war. Whether it's going to translate to a long-term peace, I'm still skeptical about it.
And during the last 2 rounds of active negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, Iran found itself on the receiving end of American and Israeli strikes. Now, Tehran wants guarantees that won't happen again, while Washington has major demands of its own. Few believe the core issues will be resolved here, and given how fragile the situation is, most here seem happy to simply see this ceasefire survive. Kelly.
With correspondents standing by for us in Tehran and Islamabad, but let's begin in Pakistan, where those talks are taking place with our correspondent, Osama bin Javed. So, Osama, the Americans and the Iranians are in the same room. They were, I understand, supposed to be in separate rooms, passing messages.
For the record, J.D. Vance's appearance at this ceasefire negotiations also is more proof of the amount of unbelievable leverage Iran holds over the United States of America, because America has so far exclusively sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, right? I don't think that Iran believes that J.D. Vance is actually going to be like an anti-war voice inside of the admin. Maybe they do. I hope they don't, right? But maybe they do. Maybe they actually believe the memes, right? Because they are boomers after all. They're chud boomers. Yeah, they might be very well read, very well educated, and certainly understand negotiations, diplomacy, but they might still have some relic ideals like boomer idealism, where they read like a CNN article and they're like, oh, J.D. Vance is the lone voice I doubt it. The reason why they asked J.D. Vance to be there is to basically flex the amount of control they have over the negotiation process, even without the demands that they're putting forth. Because this is not part of the 10-point process. This was just to even have a conversation. So for the very fact that they were capable of demanding and receiving J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States of America, in these negotiations, implies that America was willing to play ball. It shows the power dynamic at play. It shows how much leverage Iran truly has. Because under normal circumstances, if America was actually dominating Iran and Iran was begging for a ceasefire in the way that Trump has presented it, in the way that Pete Hegseth has presented it, when Iran says, oh, we're not coming to Islamabad unless J.D. Vance is there, they'd be off. We're not sending the vice president. It could also be missile insurance, you know. But I don't think Israel is capable of actually fighting against an enemy with a competent air force and the capacity to defend itself. So I doubt that they would try to lob missiles. At most, maybe some kind of espionage, some kind of infiltration. So I don't think that Israeli Air Force would want to go up against the Pakistani Air Force. I mean, and it's not even just memes, like straight up. They have a competent air defense system. They have a competent Air Force. Israel can only bomb uncontested civilian lands and murder babies and children. It's not even a joke. That's just straight up the only thing they're capable of doing. Ultimately, I think the J.D. Vance demand that America received and agreed to is a big step. It's a big step. It shows that they have Iran has tremendous leverage over this conversation.
Messages between each other. Do we know how exactly the change to face-to-face talks came about?
Wait, Pakistan also doesn't recognize Israeli passports? This passport is valid for all countries of the world except Israel? I thought it was just Malaysia.
Well, it is a historic moment here in Islamabad where the Pakistanis are taking credit for convincing these sides to forget their differences for a moment, sit together, resolve what they agree upon, and then move forward. We've been hearing from a number of sources who've been talking about how Pakistan has been trying to convince them to at least extend the ceasefire for a longer period, for the Iranians to keep the Strait of Hormuz open and then work on everything else that is on the table. The Iranian positions have been quite rigid. They've been talking about how there needs to be a ceasefire in Lebanon, how those assets that have been frozen by the United States need to be given back to the Iranians. And now also we're hearing now that there have been multiple rounds of negotiations, talks in a congenial atmosphere where they've also had dinner, and now there's in the process of exchanging notes. We hear from the Iranian side that their delegate level negotiations are underway, and they're going to continue to try and find avenues. One source has told us that there is a push from Pakistan to try and get at least another day, another round, another extension of these talks so they can come to some sort of a conclusive agreement. So far, that has not happened. And as you've been hearing from the Pakistani Prime Minister, this is make or break for lasting peace in the region. So Pakistani diplomats are saying they're still hopeful. They're trying to convince them to give more and to cede more ground. But it will all depend on both sides and their leaderships to figure out how they go about these talks, what will be the mechanism going forward. And now that they've started meeting face-to-face, can they continue doing that?
So, Osama, you reported that there may be some progress on Lebanon and Iranian assets. And as you just pointed out, the Pakistani Prime Minister had really urged both sides to be flexible here. I wonder, based on what you're hearing, are the Pakistanis actually optimistic for a breakthrough here?
Well, if that is one word in Islamabad right now from the corridors of power, whether to talk to military sources, diplomatic sources, or people in the politicians, they're all hopeful that there is something on the table. Now, they don't want to, there's almost a gag order here in Islamabad where no official will speak to you because they don't want to cast any shadow over what is coming between these two sides. So they're hopeful, they're optimistic, and they're trying to convince both sides to continue talking And that they've said that this is a platform that is available to them, whether they continue tonight, whether they continue next week, or want to come back to Pakistan. According to the hosts, they're ready to host more talks.
All right, let's see what happens. Osama bin Javed for us there in Islamabad. Appreciate the reporting. Let's head over to the White House now, where our correspondent Kimberly Halkett is standing by. Excuse me, let's head over just across the street in Islamabad, where our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is standing by for us. So, Kimberly, look, negotiations are often about striking a conciliatory tone. That is maybe not the tone being sent out by the U.S. President Donald Trump on his social media site, Truth Social. What has he been saying, and do we know if it's having any?
I'm going to say exactly what I've repeated over and over again for the past 42 days. Donald Trump is the worst person to hear from to develop a decent understanding of how things are going. Okay? And oftentimes I'll say, like, listen, Barack Ravid, for example, has utility, right? If you want to understand exactly what will happen next, don't listen to Barack Ravid. But if you want to understand like what the American side or the Israeli side wants you to hear, then yes, Barack Ravid is reliable, right? Reliable in like an inverse Kramer index kind of way. With Donald Trump, there is no utility whatsoever. There is no reverse Kramer index with Donald Trump's statements because it's just inconsistent. It's just inconsistent rambling. There is nothing. You can't even use him as an indicator because in one moment he'll say he's going to nuclear first strike and then a couple hours later it's like, all right, ceasefire time, right? So he is deeply unstable and in a panic state, a chaos agent who doesn't know what his next move is. Like he personally doesn't know what the next step is. He doesn't know what his next statement will look like. So it's precisely the reason why the worst person, yeah, he's like a cornered animal and therefore the absolute worst person to hear from to try and develop an understanding of what will happen next. One thing that I have seen, though, consistently is the more he talks about blowing up Iran, at least like this has been the pattern, the more he talks about blowing up Iran, the more willing he is to concede to Iranian demands. At least that's kind of what has happened so far. So if there's any sort of like, reverse indicator that you can pull from his choice words, I suspect it's, his consistent agitation on the timeline, specifically on Truth Social, talking about, blowing up Iran. That means that they are going to concede to a lot of the demands that Iran is making.
Impact on these talks.
But again, I still caution you. I still urge caution here. Don't assume any sort of consistency whatsoever.
Well, we're going to get to that in just a second because I want to show you what's behind me. If you can see off in the distance there, that building that has lights all along the top is the Serena Hotel, where these talks have been going on. And I should point out, and I have not been able to confirm this because I've been standing out here, but I am relying on Al Jazeera's live updates that the first phase of historic direct talks between the United States and Iran has now concluded. So what we know is that both sides are exchanging written text aimed at confirming they're on the same page on agreements reached in first round of direct in-person talks, obviously since 1979. And we should also point out that there are some sources who are reporting, again, I cannot personally confirm this, but I have been hearing this extensively.
Why is Lebanon not called in for the... Lebanon and Israel are not a part of this process. Iran has placed Lebanese independence and the ceasefire in Lebanon on the table, and America is the country responsible for what Israel should and shouldn't do. But what's the Lebanese government going to do? The Lebanese government has no power in this process at all. They have no control over their own territorial boundaries. It's not a real state. It's not a real functioning state. It's a proxy.
that there is an attempt to unfreeze some of the assets belonging to the Iranians, which we know was of a great desire. So that would be the breaking news that is just coming down, that these talks have concluded for now. The big question becomes, what happens next? Is there going to be a further round of discussions? Are they going to spend the night in the Serena Hotel and get back at it at breakfast? We simply don't know, because I'm finding out in real time, just like everybody else. But what I can tell you is that there is a real desire, given the fact that the U.S. Vice President has made the trip here, a lengthy one that involves not a direct flight, but a stop in Europe for refueling, that this is something that can be moved forward in terms of trying to iron out some of the big issues. For the United States, that looks like limiting Iran's ability to have a nuclear weapon and to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Now, again, we're going to have to dig with our sources to find out what was agreed upon in the hotel behind me there. But what I can tell you is that right now the top line appears to be that the talks have concluded for the moment.
And surely in the next couple of days, there's nothing more important on the vice president's schedule than these talks. But let's see where all this goes. Kimberly, we appreciate the reporting.
So here are some negotiation updates as of 3 p.m. Eastern time from Dropsite News. Iran State TV says a third round of talks is set for tonight in Islamabad. Major disputes centered around the Strait of Hormuz. The Financial Times reports Iran has rejected a U.S. proposal for joint administration of the Strait. Iran insists on maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz and imposing transit fees on ships, Financial Times writes, citing two informed sources. So I guess Donald Trump kind of threw that out there and was like, maybe we'll control it together. Who knows? Which, by the way, would still be a spectacular L for the United States of America. But Iran is, of course, not going to accept that, especially considering that deal would require the toll fee to be collected in dollars. And obviously, the big reason for why Iran wants to collect these tolls is they want the toll collection to be unimpeded by the SWIFT system, by the dollar system, which has routinely played a role in destroying their economy. America has dominated Iran economically because of the petrodollar. I don't think that they will concede on that front. Even that concession, however, like even if Iran was like, sure, we'll do a toll collection system in tandem with the United States, that would be still an unbelievable loss for the United States of America. But given the leverage that they do have, I don't think they have to abide by that standard at all. A source close to Iran's team told Fars the U.S. is making excessive demands, especially on Hormuz and other issues. The source said ideas the U.S. failed to impose during weeks of war are now being pushed in the negotiations. So it kind of feels like they're going back to business as usual. This is exactly what they did with Hamas. If you recall, America would consistently tell Hamas, the Politburo, that they're willing to concede on certain demands being made, and then Israel would spoil the deal last second, or would just add like increasingly ridiculous demands, poison pill provisions to destroy any attempts at a ceasefire. Obviously, this situation is a little bit different because with Hamas, Israel was capable of dominating and conducting a genocide and dominating militarily, whereas in this circumstance, Iran has far more leverage than the United States of America does, right? Tasnim similarly reports excessive U.S. demands are obstructing progress despite the move to text exchanges. Iran says it is determined to protect its gains. The recap is direct negotiations between Iran and the United States took place at the Serena Hotel in Islamabad after both delegations met separately with the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. According to state-linked media, Iran agreed to enter the talks after the U.S. accepted the release of frozen Iranian assets, and Israel agreed to scale back strikes from Beirut to southern Lebanon. This is a unnecessary concession from the Iranian side, by the way, as I said, and this is my worry. My worry is that they can bribe Iran into taking a bad deal, right? Israel is determined to ruin the ceasefire, and the primary, like I said, the primary goal here is to drive a wedge between Israel and America. Okay. According to state-linked media, Iran agreed to enter talks after the U.S. accepted the release of frozen Iranian assets, and Israel agreed to scale back strikes from Beirut to southern Lebanon, which Tehran views as a partial progress on the Lebanon ceasefire commitment. It's not. It's not at all. U.S. has not publicly confirmed the assets being unfrozen. Iran made it clear it still holds the U.S. responsible for compelling Israel to fully comply to its preconditions, state media reported. The talks have today moved through several phases, opening high-level discussions, a break for expert-level committee work, and a resumption with specialized delegations joining the main teams. Negotiations are structured across three committees: political, economic, and legal, with Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi heading the political track, Central Bank Governor Abdul Nasser Hamadi on economics, and the Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Garibabadi on legal matters for Iran. In-person talks have concluded for now, with both sides continuing to exchange written texts, according to Fars. Tasnim reports that while talks advance the text exchange phase, excessive demands by the U.S. have slowed and obstructed progress. The Strait of Hormuz remains a central point of dispute. The same was reported by the Financial Times. Iranian officials are reportedly adamant in that their military gains be preserved and national rights safeguarded. A source close to the Iranian delegation told Fars another round of talks is likely tonight or tomorrow. So that's where we're at. Okay. How did you pronounce Garibabadi? Fast, but not Sharif. So yeah, as you can tell, one of the hardest concessions to get across. One of the why won't you become a politician? Always advising and criticizing others. Coaches don't play a guy. The real easy answer for that. I have a lot more impact where I can highlight and push for 50 candidates rather than spend all my efforts on one candidacy, my own, in one race. With no guarantee that I win. Fake news media with Trump derangement syndrome loves claiming Iran is winning. In fact, everyone knows they are losing and losing big. Praise be to Allah, he writes from his golf club in Virginia. The fake news media has lost total credibility, not that they had any to begin with, because of their massive Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. They love saying that Iran is winning when, in fact, everyone knows that they are losing and losing big. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft apparatus is non-existent. Radar is dead. Their missile and drone factories have been largely obliterated, along with their missiles and drones themselves. And most importantly, their longtime, in air quotes, leaders are no longer with us. Praise be to Allah. What the
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
The only thing they have going is the threat that a ship may bunk into one of their sea mines, which, by the way, all 28 of their mine dropper boats are also lying at the bottom of the sea. We're now starting the process of clearing out the Strait of Hormuz as a favor to all countries all around the world, including China, Japan, South Korea, France, Germany, and many others. Incredibly, they don't have the courage or will to do this work themselves. Very interestingly, however, empty oil-carrying ships from many nations are heading to the United States of America to load up with oil. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I'm saying the ceasefire is going nowhere. I mean, he hasn't threatened to nuclear first strike Iran in this speech, so maybe you're right. Because I feel like the more belligerent he gets, the more aggressive he gets with his speech. That's the only reverse indicator I've seen so far that, concessions are imminent. Trump Sunni arc. Will Trump praise Allah again by April 15th? They're coming up with corrupt schemes you couldn't fathom in your wildest imagination. There's no way that's a real poly market bet, right? Was that a real poly market bet? That's crazy, man. So someone is just like, this could be the guy writing Trump's tweets, right? Just putting 30 grand on there to be like, all right, I'm going to fire this off. Make a cool 30 grand. Polymarket user bet Trump would praise Allah on Easter. Rumor revision. No. That's the old one. But this one might be fake too. Iran disputes U.S. claim of Hormuz transit, says warship turned back under threat. So this is one aspect of the inconsistencies. Okay. There are claims that multiple U.S. naval vessels have crossed through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Iran disputes this, but this is something that we can visually confirm, I suspect. So I'm not entirely certain on what took place. Okay. Not one, but two. There's also another conversation taking place about whether or not Iran, the IRGC Navy, actually put mines in certain parts of the strait. Although tankers have still passed through the Strait of Hormuz, there are claims that certain parts of the strait have been mined. Okay, what is this? Okay, why are you guys yelling at one another? U.S. vessels attempted a very high-risk operation to create the impression that the strait is open, to come through, take a souvenir photo, and say, hey, I crossed, said Nima Akbarkhani, speaker on the state media, disputing U.S. claims that two warships, the USS Frank E. Peterson, DDG 121, and USS Michael Murphy, DDG 112, transited the Strait of Hormuz. He said the ships used electronic warfare, hugged coastlines, and spoofed their identity as smaller local vessels, at times positioning behind other ships to mask movement. As usual, it pulled every trick in the book, he said. The vessels do not appear on Vessel Finder, Kepler, or Marine Traffic. Akbarkhani said Iranian forces tracked the vessel, locked anti-ship cruise missiles onto it, and warned it to turn back within 30 minutes or be struck. He added the IRGC naval forces saw it as the best catch we've had in a while, but were held back due to the ceasefire. His account directly contradicts U.S. Central Command, which said the two destroyers transited into the Persian Gulf and began operations to establish a safe maritime passage and ensure the strait is fully clear of sea mines. CENTCOM said the mission includes clearing mines allegedly laid by Iran's IRGC and preparing a route to encourage the free flow of commerce. Additional U.S. assets, including underwater drones, are expected to join in the coming days. USS Frank E. Peterson is part of the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, while USS Michael Murphy is independently deployed, according to USNI News. Bloomberg, on the other hand, citing a regional intelligence official, reports that two U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke-class destroyers attempted to transit the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday, but turned back after encountering threats from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which also launched a drone towards the vessels. The incident occurred around noon Dubai time, as U.S. and Iranian delegations were in Islamabad for negotiations, the officials said. The account contrasts with the U.S. Central Command, which says the destroyers successfully passed through the strait into the Persian Gulf as a part of a mission to clear alleged sea mines and establish a safe maritime corridor, a claim Iran denies. Okay, so they're using that fuel that we really don't have the ways to pull a gotcha? No, it would be significant. First of all, it wouldn't be a gotcha. It is in America's interest to position some of their naval assets inside of the strait, crossing through the Strait of Hormuz, so they can potentially use them in the deployment. Because right now they have a shit ton of destroyers that they can't just like push through into the Persian Gulf. But if they were to conduct any military operations on the Iranian coastline, if they were to conduct any military operations such as like overtaking Karg Island, obviously naval assets would play a formative role in that. Even with all of that, there's no guarantee of success, but they would certainly need it, right? They would certainly need to move some pieces. All these guys are unvarnished grifters, okay? Every single one of them. Every single one of those like drama farming clip accounts, every single one of them. That's all they do, and they get paid to do that. What is this? Ashley St. Clair confirms all our suspicions that right-wing influencers have all their messaging coordinated to get paid bounties, including millions for promoting Israel.
How the pay-to-play MAGA influence campaigns work. For those who don't know, my name is Ashley St. Clair, and I was involved in MAGA politics and was a MAGA influencer for almost a decade. I know. Now, MAGA, and really MAGA, not so much just GOP messaging, is incredibly coordinated. And I was initiated into this very young.
What is happening? Ashley St. Clair was Elon Musk's baby mama. If you remember, he mailed his to her. Actually, I think he actually did have sex with her, but I like to say that he mailed his to her. Because I think it's very funny. And she is Elon Musk's baby mama, right? She had a child of Elon. And then, like, he was so repulsive. Elon was so repulsive that, like, I think she just dramatically altered everything in her life. Like, everything she believed in reversed. Because she was like, this is, you know, if this is who I am now and this is who I'm around, like, I gotta change things. Yeah, reverse divorce court, if you will. Yeah, she did a 180. Like, she used to be like transphobic, all this stuff. She's against it all now.
19 years old when I was first brought on to Turning Point. That was when I was invited to my first Turning Point.
So bad made her woke. I mean, like I said, it was the cum in a napkin, in a mail.
Event, and was really thrust into this MAGA influencer ecosystem. In 2015-2016, MAGA and their operators realized how important and consequential social media was for politics. This really started during the Obama years when they harnessed the internet and email campaign messaging, and then MAGA took it to the next level with things like Cambridge Analytica and coordinated messaging on sites like Twitter. Their main avenues for this influence are group chats, paid influence campaigns, and parties. Now, for the group chats, they operate with large influencers, particularly on Twitter. That is their primary mode of communication, is Twitter. And they will have these giant group chats that make influencers and individuals feel important because they are in group chats with members of the administration, people on the Trump team, in which they coordinate these messaging tactics. They also have coordinated calls with these campaigns and with these politicians, so you feel that you are important. What I really want to focus on, What I really want to focus on, though, is the paid campaigns, because this is able to fester through many loopholes within our own regulations and laws, because since what they're promoting is messaging or petitions or campaigns and not a service or a product, they do not have to disclose that they are paid for this on social media. So they have these Republican operatives, some of which were former White House, who build out these platforms that these right-wing influencers can log onto and see active campaigns and sign up for and get paid for promoting certain messaging, certain initiatives, certain petitions. And this pay is typically, per click. Sometimes it's a flat rate, but it is everything from, hey, tell your audience to call their members of Congress and vote a particular way on this bill, or, have your followers sign this petition, promote this propaganda, XYZ. And the structure is indistinguishable from ad campaigns that you would do for a traditional company. So if you take, Tarte, for example, or a cosmetic.
Pause Sparrow. Y'all need to find Jesus. We found Allah already. And his prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Brand or what have you. Typically when they get influencers, they will also have a company copy or things that they should say, a script. And so do these right-wing influencers. They are given a script, they are paid, and they post it. And the only difference is that they do not have to disclose that it's an ad, because of our current laws and regulations do not require them to do so, since it is not a good or a product. Now, some of these consulting firms that pay for this stuff, they will show up on FEC records because, the campaign or the PAC or the candidate pays them. But once they pay this consulting firm, it's gone. There is no further disclosures required by the consulting firms or anything like that. So this is a good way for them to hide exactly who they're paying for messaging, because it just goes through these firms that do not require any.
That's so funny. Leisha Miller just dropped a video defending you. Hey, Hassan, Leisha Miller made a video about you and Hassan Derangement Syndrome. It's so funny, chatters, because we just got done watching that, like approximately 30 minutes ago. And I watched it for a very long time, which you can rewind and see my reaction to if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. If you like the stream and you think to yourself, man, how could I possibly support this stream? How could I possibly support this stream? Well, it's easy. All you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub like Rot Horse Kid. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 new Hasanabi heads to no longer see the ads. Except I don't even run ads anymore, so they will never see the ads regardless. Yes, I'm baptized. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Additional reporting to the FEC. And again, they also have these group chats with
We're on
members
Space
of the
Laser. Thank you for the 5.
administration and high-up officials that, especially when a scandal or controversy breaks out, all of this
Science
messaging
is a
is
candle in the dark. Thank you for
Hey,
the 20.
here's how we respond to the files. Here's how we respond to the war. Here is how we respond to everything. So there's this entire ecosystem of large influencers. All of the largest influencers that you have seen in the right wing, 99% of them are paid or compensated or having their back scratched in one way or another. And then this trickles down because the people under them, these smaller influencers, are not aware of this. So when they're looking to these larger accounts in response to...
Michael Carbonara pays $160 per 100K views if you post clips of him. Who the is Michael Carbonara? That sounds like you made that name up. What? That's a person? Michael Carbonara? He does magic? That's a pasta. Yeah, I mean, that's what, yeah, Jeff Rigatoni gives you $170 actually.
Controversies or messaging, what they're seeing is actually very coordinated and very sophisticated influence campaigns from the top. There is no free thinking here whatsoever. They are
It's
waiting
Giuseppe
to get marching
Carbonara's
orders
cousin.
and a direct deposit. This also works on a smaller scale for influence campaigns because there are private, very wealthy donors that will pay independent journalists to do certain projects or videos, and that never has to get reported to the FEC because it's between two private individuals, even though the messaging and the influence is for political purposes. This happened to me at one point when there were a lot of scandals going on with the airlines and immigration, which I unfortunately had a role in boosting that rhetoric. I had a very wealthy billionaire who reached out to me because he had personal beef with Southwest. So he wanted me to do a sting operation on Southwest to see if they were...
Dude, I 100% believe every word that's coming out of her mouth. I genuinely think a lot of these guys are extremely online, like billionaires specifically, and they identify people that they despise. In this circumstance is me. Or there's like wealthy interest groups and shit like that. And they absolutely pay people to just constantly do these like smear operations against corporations. They lean into pre-existing Republican messaging as well. They do it for ideological purposes too. Like, I mean, with Laura Loomer, I don't think Laura Loomer is coming after me because some billionaire is paying her. I think Laura Loomer is coming after me because she's insane and also an omega writer of the nation state of Israel. I think that's her primary purpose there. Definitely. Like when you see all those, here, I'll give you one example. For the longest time, especially post Elon Musk purchase of Twitter, blue checkmark power farmers, like farmers who oftentimes bought their likes as well, have dominated Twitter discourse, right? They've dominated Twitter discourse. And I know for a fact that all of the kick stake sponsored drama clip channels absolutely were coming after me for that reason. And all you need to do is just like establish a base level of resentment for normies and make it seem like there's something very controversial there. And once that faucet opens up, the algorithm feeds into it, okay? Because then it doesn't take much for a coordinated smear campaign to get off the ground. All you need to do is create a level of controversy around someone by smearing them, and then tie it back to some kind of ideological goal as well. And then once you do that, other people will follow suit because a lot of influencers are super responsive to the algorithm. A lot of influencers see something going on in the algorithm, someone actually gaining a lot of momentum, doing something, and they just follow through on it. And that's part of the reason why there's so many people who probably have politics that are not dissimilar to mine, maybe not to the same degree, maybe not the same ideological tendency or whatever, but certainly, liberal, apolitical people, or even like outright progressive people who have seen the impact of like on campaigns, and they'll just lean into it in an effort to farm centrists and apolitical people to show them that they're not bad. Like once you craft a villain, once you identify a villain and you craft a villain on the internet, it doesn't take much for other people to get on board with that. And it's become much easier to do. Like I think on Reddit, it was fairly easy to do because Reddit is like super botted. But since then, I would say Twitter has become an even more valuable tool in the same exact way. New, between October 2023 and December 2024, the Israeli army ran a covert psyop aimed at shaping public opinion in Israel and abroad, originating from the campaigns division of the IDF spokesperson unit. Ha-Makam recently revealed. They're calling it the least successful psyop of all time. Yeah, it did not work. It worked in the exact opposite way. But here's a great example of this. Like, look. Anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. Will Chamberlain, really starting to feel like the anti-Semitism out there is turning me into a Zionist. Anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. Anti-Semites are turning me into a Zionist. Their low IQ energy is too much for anyone intelligent to handle. These guys are not independent thinkers. They're getting paid to say that because they're chuds. Like, this is what Captive Dreamer does. For the longest time, I thought Captive Dreamer and many others were just like straight up anti-Semitic neo-Nazis, right? And they might still be anti-Semitic. And I think they did traffic in a lot more anti-Semitic tendencies and anti-Semitic statements back in the day, pre-October 7. But once the Israel stuff started shifting people's collective conscious, they very quickly became the stopgap for all of the right-wing chuds and all the edgy boys that would try to basically farm or steal as many of Nick Fuentes' audience as possible and feed them the exact same kind of like edgy rhetoric, you know, anti-black, anti-brown rhetoric, and maybe even at times anti-Semitic rhetoric, while simultaneously trying to get them to not blame Israel and not blame America's relationship with Israel. I think it's had some success. I mean, Israel's most successful operation has always been never to talk about Israel necessarily, but to always talk about how like Muslims are a real danger. No, Captive Dreamer and others in that orbit have always been pro-Israel, and his wife Fuentes has hated them. Yeah. They've always been pro-Israel. I'm just saying they used to say anti-Semitic shit at times as well. They kind of stopped doing that post October 7, but they've always been pro-Israel. You can be anti-Semitic and pro-Israel. There's plenty. It's like the majority of Americans. Here's proof that Gunther on Twitter sells reposts. MAGA grifting not so profitable anymore. One of MAGA's major dick sucks, Gunther Eagleman, is feeling the squeeze from the market shifting against Trump and MAGA that he's resorted to selling reposts. Let's see. I've been working in a side business with some patriots and a USA manufacturer. 1A, 2A. The only promotional posts I do are $300 reposts. I do charge. I can send you my Cash App if you still want the repost. Capitalize it being God bless. I would say today isn't the best day for a retweet. Tucker Carlson is about to take all the traffic and attention away from any post here in a bit. 6, 7 a.m. CT is the best time for me, usually for posts during the business week. That's so funny. Oh my God. 6, 7. Yes. 6, 7. 6, 7. These are so stupid. All these guys, bro. All these guys are unvarnished grifters, okay? Every single one of them. Every single one of those like drama farming clip accounts. Every single one of them. There's all they do. All they do is like clip streamers out of context, write like fake, deliberately fake captions, knowing full well that it'll farm the most outrage, and they get paid to do that. What? Please look into it. Hospice fraud in Cali. This is so important right now. I almost died. What? What do you? Okay. I hope you're all right, chatter. Yeah. Flying
migrants around the country. I did not do that.
Isn't hospice literally when you're, close to dying? Hospice care?
Obfuscate things even more, there are also, this happens between private companies as well. So
Isn't hospice care palliative care, like close to the end of your life type care?
some of the biggest private companies within the right, particularly the right-wing media, they will be reached out to by people who want particular messaging. I was aware of this several times in regards to Israel, where Republican companies, right-wing companies, private media companies were offered millions of dollars to promote pro-Israel messaging and just sprinkle in things. So they're also doing this very covertly when they're making these asks. They're saying, let's just sprinkle it in here and there for a larger scale, long-term influence campaign. And issues like this with money in politics really began around the 70s, late 70s. And there's a particular case that I've been fascinated by, which is Buckley v. Vallejo, and other subsequent precedents that basically solidify money as speech. And what you do, this happened like right on the heels of the civil rights era, right? And all of these individuals are now able to participate in democracy, at least on paper, in the same way as everyone else. Well, a lot of people, particularly very wealthy corporate men, were not happy about this. So they got right to work saying, well, we need to differentiate ourselves. And they basically complained to the courts and complained that corporations were basically political minorities and that they should be able to participate in politics and that money is speech. And our court affirmed this. The Supreme Court has affirmed many times that money is free speech. So by definition, there are a lot of people in this country who have more free speech than others. And our current system is incredibly archaic in the sense that it does not account for the internet and that these influencers do not have to disclose when they're paid, in the sense that basically money can be hidden in politics through these consulting firms, and I have seen it time and time again. They throw money around for everything. At one point, I was...
Corporations are people, my friend, and they're not just people. They're very kind people. Corporations are my friend.
Offered a lot of money.
And their interests are my interests. I will defend them vociferously.
When the Trump administration admin picks were happening, and I can guarantee you he was not the only one in this pay-to-play scheme. And at the other end of almost all of these payments are also confidentiality agreements, meaning that even if these individuals involved had a change of heart and realized that they are participating in great evil, that they cannot speak up about it or they will get...
I'm Jewish. Are you going to ban me? What? Handlers. Why would I do that? What the The answer to your question is no. I don't, unless you do something that violates this community's rules. If you're not like being heinous, vile, toxic with your sentiment in the chat, you're probably going to be fine.
Sued into oblivion. So not only have the wealthy created a system in which their political influence means far more than yours, but they've also been the architects of a system in which they have these manufactured reputations and narratives, and they manufacture silence through these incredibly asymmetric contracts in which people could lose their livelihoods and reputations for speaking.
I'm white. What are you going to do? Ban me? Good luck, buddy. You don't know the storm that's coming when you do. Show Zabby dog. She's on I just let her out. I just released her. That was loud. Hospice and palliative care are different. Hospice is comfort care for people with terminal illness and limited survival time, 6 months or less. It can take place in a facility or home. The only people I ban are people from Naperville. Being from Naperville is a bannable offense in this community, and that's it. That's the only thing. Other than that, everything else, you're solid. This is absolutely correct. The This is exactly what I've been trying to get across as well for these past like 2 weeks, where the smear campaign and the manufactured outrage has like exploded. The very fact that so many mainstream outlets are predisposed with this is already an indication that something is busted. I guess it's a perfect opportunity for us to go to the Leisure Miller video that just came out.
Hi, it's Saturday,
America's Hassan Piker Problem by Leisure Miller.
April 11th, 2026. You're tuned into a special Saturday edition of Why America? I'm your lawyer friend, Leisure Miller. This week, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running to represent Michigan in the U.S. Senate, was joined by leftist Twitch streamer Hassan Piker at a campaign rally at Michigan State University. Despite the fact that Trump was literally threatening to genocide an entire country while stripping away crucial social safety nets to fund his pointless war of aggression in the Middle East, despite, all the horrors, the Democratic establishment was more incensed and up in arms about
I've never tried this root beer before. I'm about to. A&W.
Stumping for a progressive candidate than they were about pretty much anything else this week. And hey, guess what? Prior to this week, I had never heard of Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Weird. It's almost like he's successfully campaigning for a seat in the Senate by aligning with people who will help publicize his race. Maybe instead of running around like their hair's on fire and twisting themselves up in knots trying to cancel Hassan Piker, the Democratic establishment could take some notes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Today, we're breaking down what the going on with the Hassan Piker debate and who he is, if you're like, Leisure, I've never heard of this guy, and why this discussion matters deeply for the future of this country. This headline from CNN helped inform my reporting on this issue, and believe me, we are going to break down this
I didn't like A&W
panel discussion because it's a doozy. Hassan Piker tests the limits of the Democratic Party's big tent. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can get helpful background information on this publication in one quick glance.
It's too
To get the big
spicy.
picture, I can click on full coverage, which will show me coverage of the same story from publications across the political spectrum. My partner on today's video, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools to help you critically analyze the news you read.
It's not like spicy, but it's I don't know how to explain it. Like the undertones is it's got like a heavy flavor. You just shunted me into the far right. Please block me now, you chud.
Yourself what is trustworthy and how to interpret the news. I feel empowered by Ground News by getting well-rounded insight into each headline instead of relying on a single outlet that might have underlying biases and motivations that I'm not aware of. Ground News also ensures that I never miss a headline because of my own information bubble with its blind spot feature by highlighting stories that are covered on one side of the political spectrum and not the other. Ground News is transparent about its methodology, how it assesses each story and publication, including how it uses 3 independent monitoring organizations to assess the bias rating for each
Sabrina apologize. Yeah,
I
that's
genuinely
expected.
think the world would be a better place if everyone had this much context about the news they read. Because depending on where you or your family members get the news, you're going to get very different takes on the same story. And listen, I'm not the only one who loves Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center even called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview.
Well, we know what their word is worth, right?
I'm always really impressed with Ground News and genuinely think they're a great resource. If you want to stay informed on U.S. politics and more, subscribe through this QR code or my link below at ground.news/Legia for 40% off this.
The one institution that's maybe marginally better than the FIFA Peace Prize is the Nobel Peace Committee.
Unlimited Access Vantage Plan. It comes up to $5 a month for unlimited access to all the features I've mentioned. Thanks, Ground News. Hassan Piker is a 34-year-old leftist content creator who mainly is known for his live streams on a live streaming website called Twitch. He got his start in the media world through his uncle Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, a left-leaning news organization.
True.
He live streams every day for 8 hours a day from his home in Los Angeles, mostly watching and commenting on the news to his over 3 million followers.
Wait, what? That's from today. Wait, what? Wait, what? Bro, that's what the wait. This video came out an hour ago. What? That was me an hour and 25 minutes in to the broadcast. Oh my gosh, she cooked me. You know how I say Piker Broadcasting News for tomorrow's news today? She did that to me. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow, that's crazy.
Followers on Twitch, and then reposting clips of the live streams across other social media platforms. His views have been described as far left, socialist, Marxist. He tends to espouse anti-imperialist, pro-worker, pro-Palestinian ideology. So, of course, he's been labeled a major threat by the Democratic establishment. As recently laid out in a great opinion piece in The Guardian by Bhaskar Sankara, quote, Representative Brad Schneider branded Piker an unapologetic anti-Semite. Michigan's own Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a former Pentagon official, weighed in with her condemnation, as did Representative Haley Stevens, one of El Sayed's primary rivals. Another opponent, Mallory McMorrow, went so far as to liken Piker to Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist who has enthusiastically praised Adolf Hitler on camera. When Politico came calling, both Cory Booker and Ruben Gallego rushed to declare they would refuse an invitation to appear on Piker's stream.
Not my go Rahm Emanuel, though. He said he'd be on.
Again, at a time when we're begging anyone in the Democratic establishment to do anything to stop the onslaught of horrific atrocities being committed by our government, they are instead like, hey, we need to cancel this progressive Twitch streamer. This speaks volumes to two things. One, the extent to which our entire political and media establishment is bought out by Israel and AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, which I'll get into, and two, the power that modern political commentators on social media have in America today. Maybe I'm biased, but I think I'm right. First, the primary objections that people have to Hasan Piker seem to stem from some controversial things he has said at various points throughout his career. Here's Dana Bash on CNN talking about it as though someone from AIPAC is holding a gun to her head just off screen.
Here's some of what he actually has said about the depravity of the October 7th terror attack, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Quote, it doesn't matter if effing happened on October 7th. Like,
handsome photo alert.
The dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. Now, let that sink in. Hasan Piker is excusing sexual violence by Hamas terrorists. He also claims Hamas is, quote, 1,000 times better than Israel. Hamas is a designated terror organization.
Notice how there's no retaliation to that statement other than just going, well, it's a terrorist organization. It's a terrorist organization. It's a terrorist organization. Okay, what does that say about Israel then? What does that say about Israel? That you can't even defend the most moral nation on the planet Earth, Israel, against such a silly accusation without just going, oh, it's a terrorist organization. What does that say about Israel?
Not just by the U.S., but by the EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, just to name a few. And here's what Piker said about the horrors of September 11th, 2001.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying.
Winning the shower argument right now, me? Shower argument? Buddy, I won the argument without even being a part of the argument. The moment that you don't have a retort to that statement, when you control the conversation, because she could just as easily have me on a panel. You know, I'm an accessible guy, right? I'm live all day, every day.
Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy, we did. We fucking did.
Now, Piker did later call that comment inappropriate and said he didn't mean Americans deserved to die.
Let that sink in. Dana Bash is comfortable with Israel genociding the entirety of Gaza.
They say walked it back, and you literally say we brought it upon ourselves in the same clip. I know. No one ever, they hear the 9/11 part, and then they just like laser in on it.
Retribution for the crimes of a few Hamas terrorists, crimes that Israelis also commit against Palestinians at staggering numbers. There is no question that Hamas engages in terrorist activities, and Hassan's flippant language around sexual violence is absolutely condemnable. But the global hypocrisy is also staggering, and something so much bigger than one person live streaming from his bedroom in Los Angeles. Hamas is condemned globally as a terrorist organization, and the atrocities its militants carried out on October 7th, including alleged rapes, some of which have been debunked as untrue, I'll note, have been pointed to as key evidence justifying this terrorist designation. Yet, at the same time, Israel is a legitimate state that deserves to exist and be protected. This despite a UN report from last year that found, quote, Israel has increasingly employed sexual, reproductive, and other forms of gender-based violence against Palestinians as part of a broader effort to undermine their right to self-determination and carried out genocidal acts through the systematic destruction of sexual and reproductive healthcare facilities. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It is very very important to pay attention to who is being called a terrorist and who isn't, and by whomst. Israel violently colonizes land that is already occupied, creates a genocidal apartheid state. Both sides commit atrocities and violence against each other. One is a designated terrorist organization, and the other is a state that has the right to self-determination. But you are not allowed to point that out in this country because every single politician and mainstream news organization is bought and sold by Israel and AIPAC. And so they lob the anti-Semitic accusation around and fearmonger anyone who might step out of line and speak out against the well-documented atrocities committed by Israel. The Hassan Piker problem is that he's outside this web of control and yet has amassed a lot of political power in this country because no one watches or trusts mainstream media anymore. Case in point, that CNN panel. I think it's also a testament to Hassan Piker's influence, the fact that he forced Dana Bash to contend with, on this CNN panel, the idea of Hamas as a terrorist org to begin with. For the longest time, we weren't even debating that. We weren't even debating Israel's legitimacy, at least not on the scale that we are now. And that has put a target on Hassan Piker's back, which I think is the age-old problem for famous leftist activists in this country. Actual avowed anti-Semites, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, skinheads, the KKK, far-right conspiracy theorists, they're running around successfully advocating for actual violence, and the people in the highest rungs of power are worried about a guy who's pro-worker.
I think it says a lot about the state of affairs and where the majority is at this point that Leisha Miller is speaking convincingly on an issue that pertains to American foreign policy. Like look, Leisha Miller is great. Big fan of her, right? But in most circumstances, I think a lot of Americans, no matter how progressive they are, when it comes to anti-imperialist sentiment or when it comes to like identifying why resistance groups form, why they fight, or sometimes like the actions that they engage in that are obviously outside of the confines of international humanitarian law, most liberals and most Americans in general will turn around and say, nope, these guys are irredeemable, they're monsters, without factoring in how they got to that point, without factoring in why these acts of desperation are taking place. Okay? You have to remember that. Like, I've had these sorts of conversations for years. As a matter of fact, a big part of why so many people are frustrated and so many people have become like lifelong haters of mine is because they come into this community, they see me advocate for, workers' rights, advocate for like domestic issues that they completely agree with, and then they hear my perspective on foreign policy, on American foreign policy being objectively evil, and they lose their minds because that has, in my experience, been the most solid social conditioning for every single American, regardless of how progressive they perceive themselves to be. On the domestic front, you can hear Americans say that they're even socialists, right? But when it comes to American foreign policy, when push comes to shove, a lot of Americans have this assessment that it's far better that America, at the end of the day, is in some way, shape, or form, the de facto world police, because God forbid someone else takes that position, it'll be far more violent, right? Like, that's an attitude. That is usually a very sincere attitude demonstrated by a lot of Americans, okay? Now, that's changing. That is truly changing. Part of that is because of Israel and our seeming, our overt bipartisan support for Israel. Post-October 7, the genocide was conducted and defended by the Democratic Party and then continued by the Republican Party. People saw the horrifying things that Israel was doing to the Palestinian civilian population, and they were shocked, right? They could not comprehend that, like, this good force, this force for good. America does evil things every now and then, but they're doing it for some overall good purpose. That went away. People started to contend with the reality that maybe America, especially as long as they maintain this allegiance with Israel, is maybe not a force for good. That, in my experience, has always been the hardest bridge to cross with many like-minded individuals, okay? That's part of the reason why it's one of the most like resilient counters against me from not only the likes of Steven Crowder and Benjamin, Ben Shapiro and numerous other right-wing, far-right figureheads. They say Hassan says America bad. Why don't you leave this country if you hate it so much? This thought-terminating retort. But it's also been one of the most resilient counters from even liberals. NATO Atlanticists, NatSec liberals, people who call themselves like Lockheed liberals, people like that. Those people see my commentary on American violence, and they also engage in this thought-terminating cliche that, oh, you're just saying that because you hate America. You just hate America. You say America bad, you don't ever explain why, even though I do, right? And they never factor in or consider that I want America to be good. That's my advocacy. I want America to be good to its own people, and I want America to be good to other countries, right? But they don't want to contend with that. They don't want to comprehend that. They have no intellectual curiosity until now. Things have changed, right? Things have changed. People are far more open-minded to the notion that maybe we are a malignant force. Maybe we are not the force for good, the world police that most people learned. Most people are socially conditioned into believing. Trump has also played a big role in this as well. He's a repulsive, monstrous figure, and he talks like this in many respects when he's talking about what he's going to do to other countries. That is perhaps the most honest expression of American imperialism, though. He says the quiet part out loud. And I think because there is no intellectualized liberal patina associated with the American foreign policy decision-making process now, all of a sudden Americans are forced to contend with that reality. They hear what Trump is saying, and either they say, well, sucks to suck, all those other countries, let's get that oil, or they're forced to think, wait a minute, I did think America was the world police, and it was good that we were engaging in all these interventions overseas, but it turns out maybe it wasn't for good at all. Maybe I was lied to. And more Americans are coming to terms with that reality, okay?
An anti-imperialist who said a few problematic things about Israel and 9/11. They compare him to Nick Fuentes as though that's a fair comparison. One man is advocating for socialism and workers' rights and in favor of the marginalized and against billionaires. The other one openly denies that the Holocaust ever happened. Yeah. Because the terrorists on the far right, the ones who actually carry out far more extremist violence than the left ever does, their terrorism is directed towards minorities. A person like Hassan Piker, someone who advocates for working people, for minorities, against the American imperialist experiment, he is genuinely a terrorist in the eyes of the 1%. To them, his ideas bring them terror. And that's the only kind of terror our establishment cares about. The terror of the 1%. Because people like Hassan are advocating for them to be wiped off the face of the earth. To the 1%, taxes and regulations are their own personal genocide. Their existence as billionaires can't withstand the types of ideas that a person like Hassan Piker advocates for. So that is what those in power are going to find most threatening and attempt to shut down, and they always have. And I think Hassan Piker and the debate we're having over him, as annoying as all of this is, I think it's good for America. Now, let me be clear about my own stance on Hassan. Does Hassan Piker present his ideas in a tactful, palatable way? Absolutely not. I find Hassan Piker to be incredibly off-putting most of the time. He reminds me of the guys I majored in poli-sci with in college who would talk over me at parties. I don't like the way he speaks to his audience. I don't agree with the brazen, insensitive way he talks about these issues. And I think live streaming lends itself really well to running your mouth and saying shit you later regret. That being said, Hassan has watched numerous of my videos on his live stream and only had nice things to say, and I appreciate that. And I think, for better or for worse, whether you like his content or not, Hassan Piker is meeting the people of America.
I think this does genuinely stem from, I mean, she's not wrong, right? Like, if you have seen an assortment of like all of my most angry moments, right? Like all my angriest moments, you're gonna come to that conclusion. There's two problems, of course. She's not wrong if you see those compilations, and those compilations exist, and perhaps those compilations are what most people see because no one's going to sit through a whole ass live stream, right? So that's the correct part of this, right? So I don't get mad at people for having that assessment. Okay? The other thing I will say is that the medium that I operate in makes it virtually impossible to conduct yourself in any other way, shape, or form. Because remember, we talked about this yesterday as well. I have spoken about politics for more than 21,000 hours. More than 21,000 hours of wall-to-wall political commentary, and not just political commentary, but political commentary in an interactive medium. A political commentary on issues that are very sensitive, political commentary on issues that are sensitive with an interactive audience from a perspective that most Americans have either never encountered, okay? Especially when I first started, this wasn't, there was no popular, robust socialist movement in this country, right? Let alone anti-imperialism, but also a position that carries a lot of baggage, right? Carries a lot of baggage because people have been primed into hating. People have been primed into hating this idea. They've been taught that like socialism, anti-imperialism, this is anti-America behavior, anti-America activity. This is a devastating wrong. It's perhaps even scarier than Nazism. That's a thing that a lot of liberals will say too, right? Add to that the Nazification of Twitter in the exchange of ownership in the hands of Elon Musk and clip culture acceleration. And it's, it's a given that there will be this level of resentment and this many people who spend a good deal of time and a good deal of effort for free in tarnishing what I'm trying to do and consistently attacking me to great success, right? Just admit that you have a short fuse. Stop excusing yourself. It's okay. No, I already have admitted that I have a short fuse, but see, you're doing it right now. Of course, I have a short fuse as well. What I'm simply saying is it is virtually impossible. If you've spent a long enough time in this chat, you've already understood that, right? It's virtually impossible for any human being not to have angry moments in an interactive medium where I'm talking about politics, highly sensitive subjects that are very deep and personal for a lot of people, from a perspective and a framework that most Americans are either oblivious to or antagonistic to. That's part of the reason why a lot of people that are in the media space will look to what I'm doing and go, how the have you not been killed already? How have you not already? It's unbelievable.
Where they're at in a way nothing else on the left has managed to do. And of course, I don't mean all the people in America. I mean young men in America. The demographic everyone was most wringing their hands over during the
gaming gangsta for life. I subscribe to just say you're full of shit, you're an asshole. Just say some accountability, dude. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Two questions come to mind for, every single person in here, right? And I'm going to stop responding to people who are obviously trying to piss me off right now after this. Two questions come to mind. Think about every moment that you have spent on God's green earth, the last 21,000 hours that you've been alive. Now imagine if there was a camera on it at every point, and a lot of people that were watching that feed specifically to see something that you said and professionally misunderstand it. Right? How many awful moments would you have in that situation? It's normal. We're all human beings. We have weak moments sometimes. We have angry moments sometimes, right? Of course, there would be hundreds of instances, right? Think about disagreements that you've had with loved ones or disagreements that you've had with people you hate. Think about the shit that you've talked about people that you hate in the 21,000 hours, in the last 21,000 hours. Now imagine if the rest of the world saw that, right? It's impossible. This person is currently demonstrating how easily this stuff works. If you had to deal with a guy like this, add to that the interactive component, right? People coming in here, spending money, hard-earned cash. Be like, you're a piece of shit. You're condescending. I don't like your style. I don't like your optics. And you're rude. And you're an asshole. Just take some accountability, dude. Times that by 1,000, you probably lose your mind. Right? I'm a 38-year-old engineer. I've streamed. I'm not a little kid, bro. You're an asshole with an ego. I still with you. Bro, I watch you every day. There's no excuses for being rude just because you're stressed out. Stop with the cope. Please just drop this and accept the critique. This is why I said I'm done with this after. Because many of you have been in here for a long enough time. You've seen this happen already. Someone could have the absolute worst position of all time that anyone has ever come up with. And there will be at least like 50 other chatters that go, actually, this person is delivering scathing critique that is constructive that you should abide by. That person called me a asshole, rude, condescending. How is that? How is that constructive critique, chatter? I don't understand. Anyway, let's continue.
2024 election. The demographic we're all still wringing our hands over. I, like many people, recently watched Louis Theroux's new documentary, Inside the Manosphere. If you haven't seen it, journalist and documentarian Louis Theroux interviews various men who create content and who are part of the Manosphere, a loosely connected cohort of content creators who talk about being red-pilled and the Matrix, how to be real men, and how to be an alpha male, how to get women, how to look max, how to look as hot as possible. And I learned in the documentary
they also fail at that, let's be real.
So how to make money while you sleep by joining their Signal chat and downloading the stock trading apps they get commissions from by convincing their followers to join. The promise is that if you follow these men, they'll teach you how to be rich and handsome and get women. It speaks to this moment where the American dream is dead. It's harder than ever to provide for yourself, let alone a whole family. Men are isolated and lonely. Women no longer need them. And so they're turning to someone for guidance, for inspiration, to tell them how to get what they want, to explain to them why they feel so shitty. And the Manosphere offers them the antidote. Many of these content creators live stream from their mansions in Ibiza or Miami, and a common form of content is them walking down the streets hitting on women or pulling off more and more shocking stunts to get views and likes and virality. And if you watch Hassan Piker's content and then you watch this Inside the Manosphere documentary, there are shades of the Manosphere in Hassan Piker's content. And before you think that I'm trying to cancel Hassan Piker, let me explain myself. Hassan Piker is brazen and often says things that have really high shock value, much like men of the Manosphere content creation universe who rely on doing drastic or shocking to get views and clicks. Both attract attention. One is harassing women on the street or getting into physical altercations, while the other is calling into question America's imperialist warmongering by saying we deserved 9/11. Hassan Piker often takes his live streams on the road, followed by a cameraman and accompanied by his entourage. He's usually wearing a lot of jewelry and expensive-looking clothes. The same happens in the Manosphere. One group is wandering around the streets of Miami hitting on women. The other is exploring communist China or the blockade on Cuba. Both are creating content for the same generation of men. One is perpetuating toxic tropes of masculinity and the patriarchy and reinforcing the glorification of the military-industrial complex and sending more and more men down the capitalist pipeline. If you just work hard enough, you can be like me, and you should value money and power above everything.
Optics lip shit? No, you're missing the point. She's literally saying she's saying that even from an optical standpoint, the style and the aesthetics are obviously successful in reaching a lot of young men, except one, she's not criticizing the style and aesthetics. She's saying that I have a similar style and similar aesthetics, using it as a force for good, versus those guys do all that shit and a lot more, really. And they do that to predate on young men in this gross way where they shove them down the right-wing pipeline.
Else. The other, Hassan Piker, is uplifting marginalized voices, breaking down ethno-religious supremacist ideologies, speaking out forcefully against the billionaire class, and questioning the imperialist nature of the United States as a whole in a way that speaks to young men and meets them where they're at. You might not be comfortable with the way in which men under 40 consume content, the content that they like, the tactics used to communicate with them, with the world as it is right now. That's okay. This content isn't for you. But the reality is that this is the world. This is the world the internet has created, for better or for worse. And I would sure as prefer young men to be questioning the geopolitical world order with Hassan Piker than learning how to hit on women on the Miami waterfront. You know what I mean? And this speaks to a larger issue with the Democratic Party, one that Naomi Klein lays out really well in her book Doppelganger, and that is that Democrats have a tendency to bury their heads in the sand and ignore the way things are, the real genuine issues people have with the system, instead of figuring out how to fit them within their larger tent. And Republicans and far-right conspiracy theorists are able to step in and fill that void. For example, anti-vaxxing and objections to COVID-era mandates, at least in part, come from a place of truth. It is not irrational or unfounded to question the pharmaceutical industry in this country, an industry that has profited off our death and off keeping us sick. Instead of acknowledging that, and that there are regulatory issues, and that there's good reasons why.
I think it's also good to hear from this perspective as well, because this is one that I'm also very aware of, right? Like the way I look, the way I carry myself, the way I talk can be can be off-putting for a lot of people. Like what she said about how I carry myself reminds her of all like the annoying men in her life. that she has had to experience is absolutely something that I've heard from even many of you, right? Like it took a lot. Like I've heard this is one of the most common critiques I hear from, especially a lot of leftists, right? Leftists, they're empathetic. They're very sensitive in many instances, right? And they've had a lot of lived experience with and negative experiences with people who look like me, who sound like me. Okay. So there is this automatic, like what is seen for many as this interesting juxtaposition for a lot of young men specifically. It is seen as an interesting juxtaposition, a guy who works out, a guy who, wears nice clothes, but isn't a right-wing reactionary shithead. That brashness, vulgarity, the way I look, that can be a major setback for a lot of people. And a lot of people openly and readily admit that, where they'll be like, I didn't watch you for the longest time because from afar, I thought you were just like a condescending douchebag frat bro, right? You're giving yourself too much credit, bro. What do you mean? Centrist in her comments are seething about her defending you, Lamau. Yeah.
People might distrust big.
Yeah, I'm the king of walk like a chug, think like a woke.
The establishment left wrote anti-vaxxers off as nut jobs and continued to cozy up to pharmaceutical lobbyists, giving the far right an opportunity to swoop in and win over anti-vaxxers by acknowledging the truth that sent them down that pipeline to begin with. You're right. There is something fishy about how pharmaceutical companies operate in this country. That wins over trust that then becomes easy to exploit with lies and conspiracies. The same is true of young men and the manosphere. The manosphere is capitalizing on something that is true. Young men in this country are not okay. The economy is rigged against all of us. The patriarchy hurts everyone and makes them feel horrible about themselves because they can't be providers anymore. And the manosphere acknowledges that truth and then sends them down the toxic pipeline. You're right. Life is really hard. You are being exploited. That wins over trust that then becomes easy to exploit with lies and conspiracies. The manosphere tells them the way to win back your agency is through stocks and emotionally abusing women. Hassan Piker tells them that actually the billionaire class is the reason why your life sucks. Young men are seeking this shit out online, whether we like it or not. And they're not seeking it out from mainstream media. They're not seeking it out from even someone like me, a leftist, yes, but someone who's a lot more measured and doesn't do or say things that go particularly viral and is also a woman in her 30s. So sorry, but I
got bullied a lot of my school career from the bro types I've been watching for years now. My hackles still flare up when you go bro mode. But that's the only real issue I have with you, and that's not your problem. Well, thank you for being able to, overlook that. I mean, that's just who I am, too. That's just the other side of the story, right? Like I'm always going to be honest and authentic with who I am. It's also impossible for me not to be because I'm live every day for 8 hours a day. I can't put on a front, okay? I can't put on a front, and I can't fake it. This is just who I am. I would have to dramatically alter my character, my personality, things I believe in even, to be able to do that.
Not particularly intriguing to 20-year-old men, and I'm really okay with that. That's just the reality of the situation. And I don't know about you, but I'd far prefer a world where they jump onto the leftist Hassan Piker train than the manosphere death spiral. I think that's a net positive for America. And yet, the establishment Democrats, the legacy media, would rather shoot themselves in the foot than acknowledge that they need Hassan Piker in their tent. They would rather throw their weight behind attempting to cancel him than attempting to understand what it is about him that speaks to a base of people that they have been clamoring to win over.
These content creators do not understand your audience isn't watching their content because 75% of their content is critiquing the left or punching left. Why would we watch condescending liberals? What do you mean? Are you talking about all the hater content out there? I mean, I think there's a lot of people who do actually love that drama.
Young men, they all of a sudden demand purity, to never associate with anyone who's ever said anything objectionable, while openly and vociferously supporting Israel, an apartheid state actively committing genocide while the world watches. Instead of attempting to figure out how to actually fit the entire left wing of this country in their tent, which is their burden in our two-party system, which would require acknowledging differences, having hard conversations. What?
People are asking you to be humble, not cure cancer and create world peace. It is just asking you to do that weird breathing thing Trump did in the 2020 election. Thank you so much for being open to the other side of this perspective. This is far more humble than most are. I think people expect you to not vice signal and be unapologetic? I'm confused.
Strategizing, open-mindedness, coalition building. They are once again alienating the entire left of their base, because this isn't just off-putting to Hassan Piker fans. It's off-putting to anyone outside left of center who wants to see the Democrats attempt to mend this party, take back power, and make the types of progressive changes that need to happen to ensure a Donald Trump figure never happens again in this country. And that requires addressing the truths that Donald Trump and the right have been willing to exploit. That billionaires are amassing wealth and leaving us to fight over the scraps. That life in America is about surviving and not thriving for the vast majority of Americans. Trump promised solutions to that and, of course, delivered nothing. But Democrats could actually step in and increase taxes on the wealthy, provide affordable health care and childcare if they were willing to embrace progressive ideals and the people that come along with it. But they're not. Just like in Germany in the lead up to World War II, in America, we are seeing the quote-unquote opposition party choose money over morals, cling to their elite friends, align themselves closer with the fascists than with the people, while just playing lip service to the concerns of the masses and doing nothing about anything, and then throwing us all under the bus in order to keep their power. So the discussion over Hassan Piker is about so much more than what we do with this leftist guy who live streams all day. It is a microcosm of how broken this country is.
This is what, I mean, this is absolutely correct. This is exactly what I've been trying to get across as well for these past like 2 weeks, where the smear campaign and the manufactured outrage has like exploded. The very fact that so many mainstream outlets from CNN to Fox News are predisposed with this silly is already an indication that something is busted. Okay, something is completely broken in our media ecosystem. But then on top of that, I think the real reason why it's happening is because these guys can no longer control. They don't have the same like stranglehold that they had on the dissemination of all information, and they've lost the narrative battle on Israel and on even maybe American imperialism. There's deep skepticism against mainstream outlets. So instead of constantly yelling and shitting on the public and coming across as even more annoying and even losing the remainder of the people that tune in, they are trying to identify a vulgar representation of that broad base and try to humiliate me and bully me into submission. But the reason why they're doing that, the reason why they're trying to aggressively attack me is because they can't really attack everyone else. Another thing is communicating the way you do makes the learning process far more entertaining. Watch politics for 8 hours for not for everyone. You make it funny and interesting and educational. Yeah, that too. What is this? Tweet deleted. These guys actually do have the correct amount of paranoia. Becoming a political pariah is a slippery slope that ends in a pit of bad consequences. They just can't wrap their heads around these consequences coming from Israel's own choices. Some people do understand that, by the way, because this is not, I mean, it kind of sounds silly to say this because I keep repeating that I'm a streamer. It's ridiculous, but they are choosing to make me into this like representative figure of all of the left demands and left forces of politics in this country. That's part of the reason why I said you also have to sometimes do something that I've never asked you to do, which is to, defend what people are saying. As a matter of fact, for the longest time, I've always said, I'm just a Twitch streamer. Just argue on the issues, right? If you want to convince people to argue on the issues, you don't have to defend me. But now, mainstream sources are turning me into the expression, the purest expression and the manifestation of like left-wing politics. Now, obviously, for a lot of liberals, like that's fantastic because then they can just consistently demand to cut me out of the equation. And there are plenty of people who are doing that right now. There's a lot of liberals who are anti-communist, anti-socialist, a lot of reactionaries, a lot of people who are pro-Israel, pro-genocide that are actively trying to go, see, this guy's a real threat. You should just not talk to him. You should listen to me instead. There's like people who are self-interested. It's not going to work. Most people understand that if it wasn't me, it'd be whoever else is in my place. But it's not just about me. It's about people like Zoran. It's about people like AOC. It's about Bernie Sanders. It's about Abdul El Sayed. Your irrelevance as a Twitch streamer also removes a lot of the downside of going at you so hard. If they lobbed a lot of the criticism they say about you directly at people like Abdul El Sayed, normies would see it as distasteful, but because they don't really know you, normies are less repulsed by criticism of you. Yeah, I'm just a stand-in. It's not about you. You're just a caricature stand-in for progressives and leftists in the USA. This smear against you isn't meant for you. It's meant for normal people who are sick of the duopoly in the system that both Dems and Republicans protect. They think gutting and blocking you out will shut critics of them up. Yeah, and it won't work.
That we cannot even fathom how to include actual leftist progressive ideas that would actually help the masses into our national political conversation. That we equate leftist progressivism as just as extreme and therefore bad as far-right extremism, as though they're equally at the same distance.
How do you know it won't work? Because the structure is different. The structure is different. Because let's say they sufficiently cut my ties with like every candidate that I am associating myself with. What changes? Does your anger change? Do your demands change? Are you going to, let's say I no longer appear with a single other political figure ever again from this day on. Is that going to somehow destroy my political career, destroy my stream? No. It's not even something that people look forward to. Like a lot of the candidate interviews and things like that are not exactly things that people look forward to anyway. Most people tune out when I do stuff like that. It's considered boring. It's too like, it's too mainstream, right? Most people just want me to sit here and yell at the camera. So it doesn't even have a negative impact. If I were to stop doing that, it would probably have even a positive impact from an analytics point of view. But then also, the other side of the story is, even if I didn't associate with candidates openly, I'd still promote them. I'd still support them. So there's that, as long as they're doing the right things. And let's say they take it one step further. Let's say they actually deplatform me, right? It's over. I lose the Twitch stream and I'm banned from every platform, every social media platform. That sucks for me, right? Will your attitude change? Will you magically turn around and say, you know what? American imperialism was good, actually. America should be the world police. What Israel is doing is actually righteous. Now that Hassan Hassanavi Piker is no longer allowed to stream, I'm really reconsidering how critical I was of the most moral nation on earth. Of course not. That's why I'm saying, like, this is unproductive and idiotic. These guys are wrong for identifying me as a threat and trying to attack me this way, because I don't hold all of that power. I am, at the end of the day, a megaphone. I'm a megaphone for you. I'm a platform for your frustrations. And in certain instances, I can play the role of an educator. I can help you realize who is responsible for all the pain that you experience, right? Most of the time, I'm just a platform for the frustration that I know the overwhelming majority of Americans feel, experience, and can be convinced of. The last part is also important because a lot of people are angry, but they don't know who is responsible for their pain. The right recognizes that. They see the anger and frustration, and then they take that anger and frustration and then redirect it to vulnerable populations. They say it's trans people. They say it's undocumented migrants. They say it's black and brown people. They say our enemies overseas hate us. They must be put down. And that is objectively successful for them. I choose to do the exact opposite. I choose to take that anger and frustration, recognize it, and then redirect it to the actual entities that are responsible for it. That's why I say it's impossible to successfully destroy me, because your frustrations will still exist. That's real. Your demands will still exist. That's real. It's just. It's good that you have those demands. It's righteous.
Ends of the political spectrum, despite the fact that in many countries in Europe, there are people who espouse very similar values to Hassan Piker, who hold seats in parliament, whose democratic socialist parties are seen as center-left. Much like who and what we deem to be terrorists is dictated by bias and power dynamics, what we deem to be extremist political ideology in this country is also seriously biased and skewed. To characterize someone like Hassan Piker as extremist in the same way that someone like Nick Fuentes is extremist is an irresponsible purposeful, willful mischaracterization that is motivated by the same pro-capitalist, pro-billionaire that has gotten us into this situation to begin with. And the Democratic establishment is doing nothing but further alienating people when it attempts to cancel Hassan Piker and any progressive candidate who dares go near him. And of course, there's also fretting about what about the centrists? What about the independents? It's true, there is a huge swath of this country that isn't particularly interested in quote unquote progressive policies that do find Hassan Piker to be too extreme and may themselves be alienated by his ideas and past statements. What do we do about them? As with a lot of issues with the Democratic Party, this comes down to a messaging and strategy problem, something the Democrats notoriously suck at. Of course, you don't bring Hassan Piker into every single room. He is a particular person who speaks to a particular demographic. You gotta know your audience, and you have to mold your message accordingly. And this is something that I think Bernie Sanders has mastered. You don't label shit progressive or far left or politically extreme. You just actually listen to people and what they want, and you provide them with solutions that make them excited about you.
To be fair, I can do that too. I can talk to, and often do talk to normal liberals and identify what their frustrations look like in a way that that they can, in a way that there is some sort of like productive outlet for them to. Obviously not my most heated moments over the course of 21,000 hours, but
candidate. And the solution tends to be get money out of politics and raise taxes on the 1% to help fund the government. Those are negatively labeled as progressive ideas, but they shouldn't be. Leveling the playing field for people so that billionaires can't rig the entire game isn't a progressive idea. It's pro-democracy. It just seems that there's zero creativity in these washed up, dusty Democratic strategists out there, that they just cannot come up with a single way to get people excited about voting for Democrats. The only reason we're excited to show up and vote for Democrats in the midterms in November is because we're desperate for something less awful than this. The only reason I was excited to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 was because she wasn't Trump and seemed less likely to completely fuck entire country and world order during her presidency. Can you imagine a Democratic candidate actually presenting you with ideas that you could get excited about because the ideas themselves are good? I mean, that's what happened in New York City. I said this last episode. Zohran Mamdani didn't harp on about how bad his opponents were. He presented a really exciting vision for what New York City could be. And yes, he even appeared on Hassan Piker's live stream. And what do you know? It didn't alienate everyone who doesn't love Hassan Piker. It was one tactic of many that he used to actually talk to New Yorkers and understand who they listen to and what they care about and meet them where they were at. He didn't just talk to Hassan Piker. He talked to a lot of people. What's wild and crazy about being a politician is you actually have to communicate with and find compromise with people you don't agree with 100% of the time. That's actually a necessary piece of politicking. Zohran Mamdani did it while also seeming likable, approachable, and reasonable. And the Democratic Party demonized him for that too. Because again, they would rather cancel the candidate with the progressive ideas in order to align themselves with elite interests every single time, which is why most Democrat Party candidates are creeps who seem so completely disconnected from actual real life. They're not put in place for us. They're put in place by the elite interests who want to control the narrative and keep their power. So when someone like Hassan Piker comes along who cannot be controlled and in fact seems to revel in shaking things up and pissing people off, and then a candidate like Dr. Abdul El-Sayed actually dares to bring Hassan into the fold.
I'm just going to say on Zohran, the majority of my fellow frequent canvassers for him were Hassan Abihez's law. Hell yeah. That's right.
And treat him like the influential political actor he is, the Democratic establishment has to swoop in and nip that in the bud before it gets so out of control that people start actually learning about, understanding, and wanting these extremist progressive ideals. Until we vote these elitist creeps out of office and find better alternatives, this is what we're stuck with in this country. And the way things are going, it is people like Hassan Piker who are going to have to do the actual political work of convincing people that progressive ideas actually aren't that extreme after all. If you'd like to support my work, consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon.
Luigi Miller, Marxist-Leninist arc when? Immediately.
And if you like my Reagan Learned Everything t-shirt.
Tomorrow. 2016 woke is back. Yeah, bro, she's a white lady. She'll learn. This is some peak woke 1.0 discourse, and I love it. I love it. You know how sometimes people talk about America B? Like, they'll be like, oh, this is what's happening in America B. And it's like, a guy at Chick-fil-A talking about how one must celebrate God. Like Chick-fil-A workers are just like coming up in the middle of people consuming Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches, and the Chick-fil-A workers like, oh, have you celebrated God today? Like, that's what's going on in America B. There's also, I feel like, a America C, okay? There's the America that we live in. There's the America B, where all the, you know, the chuds, the hogs, the real Americans live. And then there's an America C where, like, you know, Coachella is happening, okay? Like, I feel like that is a totally separate universe. America C is Coachella, right? That's what it is. And it's not just Coachella. It's just like a litany of different activities. It's like not just Coachella, but it's also like the Kanye West sold out arena shows, right? It's just like a totally separate universe where people have no care about what's going on. Sabrina Carpenter is getting shit on in America C. Why? What'd she do? Not my Sabrina. I'll protect her unless she did something heinous. So I don't know. She was mocking Arab culture. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. People saying she was racist. I mean, she did have that very weird take about BBC, talking about, you know, not the British broadcaster. You know, she did like that double entendre about the other BBC. That was a little touch and go. But I think she's like, the way I see it, I feel like the way I see it, if you're hot enough, most people will defend you, you know? I think that's kind of how it goes. Like that's just what it is, right? Where she might have been hot enough. What is this? This isn't even like a she's hot thing. It genuinely isn't an issue. Sydney Sweeney actually tested that, honestly, in the marketplace. Sydney Sweeney, see, look. I defended her for being horny, and I'm not ashamed. In parentheses, I'm black. That's what I'm talking about. Like that's what I mean. Anyway, let's we'll dive right into the Sabrina Carpenter saga. It seems Sydney Sweeney proved that there's a limit. Yes, absolutely. But for normies, it doesn't even matter. BDBD wants to do a new segment for you. Oh, BDBD, where I read the Chinese netizen segment. He's reading the comments several times, so let's start a segment called Words from the Heart to Hassan. Hassan truly looks to unite Chinese and American audiences, young and old. He surfs so fast. I just saw a video praising him this morning. He's really handsome and has a great figure. Oh my, I was seeing. Gotta admit, really handsome. Our simplified Chinese internet is easily peaked at. Lol, why is everyone coming to BDBD now? I praised him several times. Why did he only notice the one time I didn't? So annoying. Oh my God. Chinese netizens sound exactly like you guys in this chat at this point. Okay, let's do Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter is being criticized after mocking a fan who performed a zagruda, a mouth sound used to symbolize joy in Arab and African cultures, during a show at Coachella. The fan explained it was something from her culture, but even so, she was called weird by the artist. Let's see.
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it. That's your culture, is yodeling?
She hit that so well, too. Yeah, I mean, she's white. She's white. She doesn't know any better. Sabrina, no. She's white. She doesn't know any better. It's you know.
Is this Burning Man? What's going on? This is weird.
To be honest, it sounds like someone making fun of Native Americans. Wait, what? No, it's not. She has to do a dabka on stage to make up for it? Yes. Damn, I thought she was leading the vanguard. She knows what that is. She's just racist. Oh, man, we're so back. We're so back, baby. We're so back. That is the most, like, 2016 ass. No, she doesn't understand anything, okay? You have no idea what she can and can't hear up there on that stage anyway. Why are you defending that? I'm not. It's just like a nothing burger, okay? That's it. Yeah, she was not being sensitive to MENA culture, which is true. She wasn't. She was being insensitive. I agree. But I don't think it was like a deliberate, no, this has to turn into discourse. Yeah, no, that's what we got. 2016 woke is back. Yeah, bro, she's a white lady. She'll learn. It's just a pop star. You don't even listen to music. I'm sure there are more important issues in the world than this shit. No, this is some peak woke 1.0 discourse, and I love it. I love it. Let's pontificate endlessly like the world is not on the verge of ending tomorrow or the day after. I love that shit. I feel like there are, you know, blue sky liberals, for example, that will have discourse like this. They will have discourse like this as like nukes are flying around. They'll be like, I know nuclear arms are flying around right now, but I just haven't given up on the fact that Graham Plattner had that one tattoo. You know, it's just can't believe that like the main senator is a prominent white nationalist neo-Nazi. You could have the Trump administration straight up sending people I mean, they're already sending people to the concentration camps. Like that already is happening, which is kind of the whole point of what I'm saying about like the unproductive discourse or whatever. But it's a situation like that where, you know, they're knocking. The Gestapo is at your doorstep and you're like, I got to fire off one more tweet about how problematic certain people are. You know, this is some pre-October 7th, pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine woke 1.0 discourse. Yeah. Chad, if you want to hear about Sabrina, go listen to Caroline later with Quan Dynasty. Yeah. This is outside of my forte. She needs to pledge her allegiance to the axis of resistance in order to make up for this severe gripe, this severe slight against the entire MENA population, this microaggression. Because it is what it is. That is what it is, right? Like to be like, oh, what that? Like your goat is even more washed. LeBron James doubles down on Israel defense.
Rebound taken by Iguodala. Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, up for the layup. Oh, blocked by James.
That's crazy. Why are you disparaging his dad? Let's not talk about Hebron James. Okay, let's not talk about Likud James. Okay, it's fine. He said what he said. He said what he said. I have blocked it out of my mind. Okay, I blocked it out of my mind. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know. You got baddies turning into you? What is this?
Now let's hear it for the back of the dress.
Every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you. Yeah, that's week 10 on HRT. That's how it works, man. It's crazy. Testosterone is a hell of a hormone, you know? You get the thickest beard. Wemby is the goat? Yes, Wemby is my goat. It's true. Hey, man, I just got here. Can you start the stream over? Sure, buddy. I got you. What's up, everybody? I'm laughing a lot. Hassan, please get a stylist. Your drip makes me want to cry. Okay, you can't even see what I'm wearing. Like, you're offended about my drip, but you can't even fucking tell. You can only see, like, literally just a tiny sliver of the drip. Stand up? No, I'm not going to stand up. You guys were making fun of me, so I'm not going to do that. Is that chatter wrong? They're not totally wrong. All right. I mean, he's done. It's over. He deserves far worse than what he is going to receive, which will be his career is forever tarnished. He's done with politics and good riddance. He deserves prison time. Let's get to Eric Swalwell. This is a huge story. Eric Swalwell is currently the Democratic frontrunner in the California gubernatorial race, the governor's race in the state of California. Okay. However, Eric Swalwell, it seems, had a litany of allegations against him that were kept private, but it was, I guess, like a known secret. And SF Chronicle busted the case wide open. Does anyone have a remove paywall SF Chronicle link? Oh, I guess there isn't. Okay, never mind. There's no paywall on this. Thank God. San Francisco Chronicle reports ex-staffer says Eric Swalwell, candidate for California governor, assaulted her. A woman who worked for nearly 2 years for Representative Eric Swalwell, a leading candidate for California governor, said she has sexual encounters with him while he was her boss and alleged he twice assaulted her when she was too intoxicated to consent. Swalwell did not respond to any of the former staffer's specific allegations made in a series of interviews with the Chronicle and provided a statement Friday. These allegations are false and come on the eve of an election against the frontrunner for governor, he wrote. For nearly 20 years, I have served the public as a prosecutor and a congressman and have always protected women. I will defend myself with the facts and, where necessary, bring legal action. My focus in the coming days is to be with my wife and children and defend our decades of service against these lies. Late Thursday, an attorney for Swalwell sent a cease and desist letter to the woman saying she had made false statements accusing Mr. Swalwell of sexual assault and non-consensual sexual encounter and threatening to sue her if she did not retract her allegations. The woman says Swalwell began pursuing her within weeks after she was hired at the age of 21 to work at the Democrats' district office in Castro Valley in 2019. Swalwell messaged her on Snapchat, she said, sending images of his genitals and seeking nude pictures of her in return. She said Swalwell, who was married and 17 years her senior, tried to kiss her in her car when she drove him home from a donor meeting one night. Driving him to another event weeks later, she says Swalwell pulled out his in the car and asked her to perform oral on him. She said she did so in a parking lot. In September 2019, the woman said Swalwell invited her out to drinks, and she became so severely intoxicated that she does not remember the rest of the night. Gross. She said she woke up naked in Swalwell's hotel bed and could feel the effect of vaginal intercourse. She says Swalwell distanced himself from her afterward, and the relationship faded. 5 years later, the woman said she attended an April 2024 charity gala where Swalwell was honored. The woman, which no longer worked for Swalwell, said they met for drinks afterwards, during which she became so inebriated that she only remembers snippets of the night, including pushing Swalwell away and telling him no while he allegedly forced himself on her. The woman texted a friend 3 days later that she was assaulted by Swalwell. She wrote in a series of messages reviewed by the Chronicle that she had blacked out but woke up once during it and even told him to stop at one point. This happened one other time when I was working with him, but I convinced myself I was an equal party in it, even though the same pattern. I blacked out and he had sex with me, she wrote, referring to the 2019 incident. This has the key markers of a reliable and 100% true allegation of sexual assault, by the way. Going to even a private third party immediately or right around the incident, even recalling a previous incident as well, talking about feeling the pressure to not, say something about it. This has all the telltale signs of a not an allegation that is inconsistent, but an allegation that's consistent with like previous allegations made by people who have outed sexual assaulters. Now, there's also another side of the story. One of the things to look at, one of the things to look at in this situation is other victims. Not always, but usually there are these kinds of guys are repeat offenders. And from what I understand, Swalwell is a repeat offender. Okay? Eric Swalwell cease and desist the woman who came forward to share their stories of sexual assault in the middle of the night. The Chronicle spoke with the friend and the woman's then boyfriend, whom she said she told about the alleged 2024 assault when she got home the next day. Both described her as still disoriented that morning, and her then boyfriend said he encouraged her to report Swalwell to the police. The woman said she did not go to the authorities because she was afraid they would not believe her. Medical records show she obtained pregnancy and STD tests a week after the incident. Okay? The Chronicle shared a detailed summary of the woman's account with Swalwell's campaign on Thursday. Swalwell's attorney, Elias Debey, wrote in the cease and desist letter that the woman had exhibited the conduct of a loyal and supportive colleague and not a victim, and that the credibility of your accusations is fatally undermined by your voluntary and cooperative relationship with Mr. Swalwell over the course of many years following the period in question. The letter mentioned the woman's use of Swalwell as a professional reference in her recent outreach to the Swalwell campaign about social media posts alleging his misconduct. An attorney representing the woman, Gerald Singleton, responded to Debey on Friday, writing that her statements are 100% factually accurate and she will not be withdrawing them. In recent weeks, political influencers and other social media accounts have alleged sexual misconduct by Swalwell. The online posts have not included any specific evidence, but gained enough attention that Swalwell issued a public denial, saying he had never behaved inappropriately toward nor slept with female staffers during his 7 terms in Congress. No, it's false, Swalwell told reporters after a town hall in Sacramento on Tuesday evening, characterizing the post on social media as political attacks less than a month before people begin voting in the primary election, in which the top 2 candidates will advance to November's general election. California's primary structure is the top 2 candidates go. And this was a real concern because the Democratic field is very crowded. Therefore, there wasn't really a clear-cut person that was like leading the pack. And there were real fears that the top 2 in the primary would be Republicans, which Donald Trump came out. Donald Trump came out and actually boosted one of the Republicans, which would aid in that not happening, for the record. Okay, and one of the top contenders is Tom Steyer, who I've interviewed, who I think is probably the most interesting candidate, right? And the other top 2 from the Democratic side was Swalwell and Katie Porter. On Thursday, Swalwell canceled the previously scheduled event in Palm Desert. Local news outlet KESQ reported that the event was canceled due to illness. The Chronicle is not identifying the woman in the story in compliance with this policy against naming alleged victims of sexual assault. Reporters looking into the broader allegations against Swalwell reached her while contacting dozens of his former staffers. The woman said she largely kept quiet about Swalwell's behavior for years out of fear she would suffer personal and professional consequences, which, again, is a very consistent victim testimony, not just in this story, but also in all of the other stories that I've covered over many, many years. This is part of the reason why, and also the cease and desist letters, and also even in this community, hella chatters chiming in and being like, well, why does she go back and be around him or whatever the right? This is a big part of the reason why. This is a big part of the reason why women don't come out. Okay. Yeah. He was asked about questions of inappropriate relationships with staffers as well, and he responded to it last week. I'll cover it in a second. He was the foundation of my career. I had nothing to fall back on or anyone to vouch for my skills outside of my colleagues in that office and Eric himself, she told the Chronicle. I knew if I came forward, it would define me and undermine my credibility. The woman began speaking with the Chronicle reporter last month as she considered whether to make her allegation public. When rumors about Swalwell's conduct began circulating online, the woman said she was confused because she had only told a small circle of family and close friends about what had happened to her. She said she was petrified that Swalwell had told people about their encounters or that her name had appeared in an opposition research file compiled by a rival campaign. She said she called the Swalwell campaign in late March to find out whether her name had surfaced among rumored victims. The staffer on the campaign she asked her to vouch for Swalwell. She said the staffer asked her whether Swalwell had ever been inappropriate with her, and then, when she hesitated to answer, said, actually, I don't want to know. When the campaign staffer told her Swalwell was not afraid of the rumors because he had not done anything inappropriate, the woman said she felt determined to speak out. He was so confident that I would stay silent and that he wasn't scared, she said, of Swalwell. I have no skin in the game for who becomes governor in California, but I feel people have a right to know whether the person who leads a state that is a safe haven for so many women actually treats women with dignity and will protect their rights, she said. No one protected me from him, and so I have to protect the other young women like me who aspire to work in this field and he could prey upon. Recent polling shows Swalwell neck and neck with former Representative Katie Porter and billionaire Tom Steyer, other top Democrats in the race, and the two Republicans, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco and former Fox News host Steve Hilton. Swalwell has won endorsements from 24 other members of Congress, including Senators Adam Schiff, Ruben Gallego. 14 members of the state legislature publicly support him. A host of powerful labor unions, including SEIU, California, and the California Teachers Association, have also backed his candidacy. Swalwell's popularity comes in part from his prominent role in the impeachment investigations against President Donald J. Trump. He is a frequent harsh critic of Trump on broadcast news programs and has framed much of his gubernatorial campaign around the idea that he will stand up to Trump and protect California's policies against federal interference. Anyway, the rest of the stuff is just about Swalwell. But, the former staffer began working for Swalwell during a short-lived presidential campaign in 2019 following her college graduation. She then was hired into his district office in Castro Valley that July after he dropped out of the race. She says Swalwell, who was 38 at the time, began messaging her Snapchat, a popular app among teens. The messages were initially welcome, the woman said. Alone in a new community across the country from where she grew up, she said she felt encouraged by his friendly outreach and flattered that he was paying attention to her. When Swalwell flirted with her and started asking for pictures, first of her face, then her naked body and genitalia, the woman said she went along with it, both intrigued by him and worried about upsetting her new boss. His advances progressed rapidly from there, the woman said. Within a few weeks, as she drove Swalwell back to his hotel one night from a donor meeting at the Battery, a private club in San Francisco, he tried to kiss her. When she resisted, noting he was married, the woman said he suggested their Snapchat messages had been leading towards this. When they messaged on Snapchat, Swalwell sometimes sent photos of himself shirtless or of his, the woman said. She said he once sent her a video of himself sitting on an airplane, rubbing his through his pants. A few weeks later, the woman was driving Swalwell to an event in his district when she said he took out his asked her, would you help me out? She said she began to perform oral in a parking lot but stopped because it was in the middle of the day and she was afraid someone would see them. On September 27, 2019, the woman says Swalwell invited her and a group of friends to join him and an advisor at HAPS, a steakhouse in downtown Pleasanton. The woman had been drinking before the gathering, she said, and Swalwell bought more alcohol for her when she arrived. She says she became so inebriated that she does not remember how she left the restaurant, only that she woke up the next morning and saw his hotel bed naked. She also has a brief recollection of him sucking her toes, which she said disgusted her. The woman said she could feel the effect of sexual intercourse, but they did not discuss it, and Swalwell sent her off to work, which included staffing an event that morning in which he went hiking with constituents. Swalwell was distanced afterward, the woman said, and treated her more professionally, which made her feel dirty. Swalwell posted photos from the hike on his official Facebook page later that day. Great weather, beautiful scenery, and great discussion, he wrote. There appear to be two Swalwells, the woman said, the one on Snapchat and the one in real life. She said she started to feel the same about herself as she tried to compartmentalize what had happened between them. That made me question who I was, because the person that I was wouldn't harbor something so awful, she said. She says Swalwell continued to pull away after her alleged assault, even as she reached out seeking his attention. She had believed he had romantic feelings for her, but she said his Snapchat messages became less frequent. The woman continued to work for Swalwell, moving to a new job in his office in Washington, D.C. She said she felt conflicted, wanting to stay close to Swalwell professionally while also scared of being exposed and of people believing she had only advanced in her career by having an inappropriate relationship with him. She left Swalwell's office in 2021 but continued to work in politics. She says Swalwell occasionally stayed in touch with her, including reaching out as she considered other job opportunities. On April 25th, 2024, the former staffer attended an award ceremony. Anyway, this is like summarized in the beginning. No, it's the same victim. It's just going into great detail. For the record, Swalwell voted no on tabling a resolution from Nancy Mace to release all congressional sexual harassment settlements publicly. The vote was 357-65 to kill it, so kind of a free vote. Since this has come out, former staffer says Eric Swalwell, candidate for California, sexually assaulted her. From San Francisco Chronicle. There have been numerous staffers. Why are 356 other members protecting Swalwell? No, that's not that. No, AOC also voted no against it. The reason was because Nancy Mace's release was apparently not protecting the victims. But many people are withdrawing their endorsements right now, piece by piece. Ruben Gallego, I've read the San Francisco Chronicle's reporting and I take it seriously. What is described as indefensible. Women who come forward with accounts like this deserve to be heard with respect, not questioned or dismissed. I regret having to come to his defense on social media prior to knowing all the information. I'm equally as shocked and upset about what has transpired. I'm withdrawing my endorsement of Congressman Swalwell effective immediately. Ian Calderon, the allegations against Eric Swalwell are deeply disturbing and troubling. Former Majority Leader of the California State Assembly. He is also not only withdrawn his support, but also is demanding that Eric Swalwell immediately suspend his campaign and resign from Congress. California deserves leaders who uphold the highest standards of integrity, moral responsibility, and ethical conduct. I don't understand how so many people automatically do this. Like, it's unbelievable. Bro, there's already an unimaginable power dynamic at play. Like, even with a consensual relationship with a 20-year-old staffer versus, like, you know, a 34-year-old, 35-year-old congressional representative, like, that's already unbelievably up. Okay, and then you're literally saying that a victim that has come forward about being assaulted while inebriated and unable to consent is actually lying. What is it with people? Like, why can't this ever be? Is there ever an instance where you will believe a woman? Like, is there ever an instance? No, probably not, right? People rarely ever place themselves in the shoes of these victims in this circumstance, especially men. Men are very fearful of, like, false allegations or given the dynamic in interpersonal relationships with members of the opposite sex. Men are fearful of having their advances not be met with a positive reception, or potentially in that gray area. There are a lot of men who are fearful that what if in the aftermath of what if I didn't read it correctly, right? Like, what if I didn't read the situation correctly, or what if I did something that could be potentially considered inappropriate later down the line? They can never place themselves in the shoes of the victim. They always have a consistent attitude where they think they are going to be victims. Okay? They think they're going to be victims of a false accusation. Statistically speaking, obviously, real assault that doesn't get properly investigated is far more likely than someone being victim to false allegations. This doesn't mean false allegations don't exist, but they're very, very rare statistically. And not only are they very rare statistically, okay, there are some markers that you can point to There are certain things that you can look at when interpreting whether or not a sexual assault allegation is credible or not. Okay, because once again, Believe Women were within the Me Too movement did not mean that like women have an inability to lie. It didn't mean that you just reflexively, automatically consider every allegation to be correct 100% of the time. It's just that at the time, the automatic consideration always favored the man, and people reflexively disbelieved women. That's what Believe Women means. Believe Women means don't reflexively disbelieve women. Okay? Having said that, there are certainly some telltale markers here that are consistent with credible sexual assault allegations regardless. Like the victim going to friends in the immediate aftermath. That doesn't even happen all the time, and that doesn't mean that if it doesn't happen in a case that is easier to disparage the victim's testimony for the record, because there's deep shame that is associated in situations like this. But it absolutely lends even further credibility if a victim has gone to a third party, okay, to talk to a third party about the conflicting feelings that they have, okay? There are numerous reasons as to why a victim might keep to themselves and might hide this as a secret. Shame is obviously one of the major components here. Religious shame, religious fears, societal pressures due to deeply embedded patriarchal constructs, the notion that women that are victimized in this circumstance will never be seen the same ever again. It will ruin their further ambitions in this field. They'll be treated as a spoiler by all these other men in powerful positions as well. They'll never be hired again. There's always a fear of legal retaliation as well. There are a million different components at play for why most victims never come out, okay? But people who look at a story like this and look at allegations like this and automatically side with the guy without factoring in the credibility, without making a proper assessment on whether the allegations are credible or not, are delusional, is unbelievable. And not only that, but one of the primary things that you can always look to is like repeat offenders, okay? And there were already allegations swirling around about Eric Swalwell before the story came out. There were already plenty of allegations. People were treating it like as a known secret in this industry. Yeah, and on top, only 2% are ever convicted. Yes, and many of them also receive lighter sentences as well. There's also obviously a racial component to this story as well. But Senate leadership, senior leadership doesn't quit on a single allegation. It feels like Swalwell's predation was well known in California political circles, and leaders quit before the public finds out. Yeah. Politico was reporting that multiple people have abruptly resigned from Eric Swalwell's gubernatorial campaign. Members of senior leadership have departed the campaign, including Courtney Pugh, a strategic advisor who served as Swalwell's top liaison to organize labor groups. Pugh confirmed her resignation, but declined to comment further. Two other people who were granted anonymity to discuss internal campaign dynamics confirmed there have been at least 4 departures. So there's a campaign implosion that's taking place as well, which means that people with maybe a little bit more insight into the allegations or a little bit more knowledge about potentially other victims as well are, going to start dropping left and right to preserve their own careers, including top staffers. That's pretty significant. Today, I learned shocking information about Eric Swalwell containing the ugliest and most serious accusations imaginable. Gomez said in a statement, "My involvement in the campaign begins and ends with trust. I cannot in good conscience remain in any role with this campaign, and I'm stepping down from it effective immediately." This was Rep. Jimmy Gomez. The fallout extended to prominent interest groups that have backed Swalwell. The California Medical Association, which has dropped more than $1 million into a pro-Swalwell committee, said it was convening an emergency board meeting. The California Teachers Association suspended its endorsement. Swalwell got a giant you from his friend and alibi. After denying the woman's claims, the Swalwell campaign connected a reporter to Rohit Karn Batra, a friend of Swalwell's, who was with Swalwell on the evening of the gala. Batra confirmed to the Chronicle that he attended the gala, but said he did not speak much with Swalwell during the event, as the representative was busy speaking with others and presenting the award. Batra said he recalls running into Swalwell in the hallway when the gala concluded sometime around sunset, which would have been shortly before 8 p.m. that night, and that the congressman invited him to get drinks afterwards. Batra said he agreed and that they drove to a bar. He said he spent little time at the gathering talking to Swalwell, who was occupied talking with others. Batra said he left after about an hour and a half because he was tired and needed to get back to New Jersey, where he was staying. That would have been before 11:30 p.m. when the woman said she met up with Swalwell. So even one of his friends that could have potentially given him an alibi here has said, yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know. And yes, Eric Swalwell sent a cease and desist to the woman who came forward to share their stories of the assault in the middle of the night, for the record. And California Teachers Association with 300,000 members pulls the Swalwell endorsement. Be on the lookout for SEIU also pulling their endorsement. Speaking of which, SEIU also pulled their endorsement from Weiner in the San Francisco congressional race after they found out that the that Weiner was against some of the bills that the SEIU was pushing for. The SEIU in San Francisco had done a dual endorsement for Connie Chen and Weiner as well, and they pulled the Scott Weiner endorsement. But yeah, it's over. It's done. Eric Swalwell's campaign is done. Most likely his political career is done as well. And good riddance is what I say. He deserves far more than just losing his political career. Earlier this week, senior political reporter for California Post asked Swalwell directly if he had ever had sexual relations with any staff or intern, as allegations have been rumored for months.
You've never had a sexual relationship with staff or intern?
No.
That's what we're saying?
Yes, that's false. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any response to share?
Yeah. The reporting includes contemporaneous texts and treatment notes, among other corroborating details. It's very clear. It's like totally cooked. What is this? Josh Krauscher, incapable of stopping himself from saying something stupid, it seems. How in the world, in the biggest state, in the largest Democratic population in the country, are Dems' main choices Eric Swalwell, Katie Porter, and Tom Steyer? Speaks a lot of the state of our politics in the Dem Party circa 2026. I hate to admit that he's not wrong, by the way. He is right about that. I mean, he's a piece of shit, but his analysis here is correct. Eric Swalwell, even before these heinous allegations of his heinous misconduct, was a garbage candidate. Ironically enough, a very pro-Israel candidate. So it's surprising that Josh Krauscher is shitting on him. That's number one. Number two, Katie Porter also has a litany of other personality-related issues. Okay. And she was also a very weak candidate as well. And Tom Steyer is an unknown entity and a billionaire. And right now, we're kind of stuck with him. Okay. At least he's been more responsive to pressure, including but not limited to me asking him about whether he would commit to calling what Israel did in Gaza a genocide or not. What about Ramsey? Guys, Ramsey Robinson and Butch Ware are polling at 1%. Okay? They are polling at 1%. There is no world where these two candidates go from 1% to any significance at all. So was Zoran. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind. Everybody always says so was Zoran. Guys, I think some of you think I have a magic wand, okay? California doesn't have ranked choice voting, and Zoran Mamdani was at least someone who had worked in the New York Assembly and also had the backing of DSA. And DSA's ground game is very different, and DSA is a much more powerful entity in a New York mayoral race than what would exist for Butch Ware or Ramsey Robinson as far as their ground game. And not only that, but also at this stage, this close to the actual primaries, without ranked choice, okay, this close to the primaries, Zoran wasn't at 1%. As in, who wants to run for office anymore in a state that produced Ronald Reagan, Pat Brown, Jerry Brown, and even the governor? This is the best California can do. Forget about ideology for a moment. Just look at candidate quality. Swalwell is accused of assault. Porter accused of abusing staff. Steyer, quixotic press candidate, lefty cause funder. Wow. Bro, this is literally like saying you know, this guy's a rapist, that guy's a murderer, and this guy's fat. Like, he did that meme, okay? But he did that meme. One of these things is not like the others. Now, why is Josh Krauscher saying that about Steyer, by the way? Do you want to know why? Because Tom Steyer, out of all the top contenders, is the most Israel skeptic candidate that has any viability. Literally, the Republicans and the Democrats both. Tom Steyer is the only one that is remotely critical of Israel, has complained about AIPAC, all this stuff. And that's precisely the reason why Josh Krauscher chose to add him onto the pile as a bad guy for governor. Anyway, yeah, Biggie was fat meme. Exactly. Jewish Insider reports what progressives are saying is not radical. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu and Lindsey Graham are arguing the same thing. Israel is capable of paying for its own military equipment, including supplies for its missile defense systems. A J Street spokesperson told Jewish Insider. J Street, the progressive Israel advocacy organization, which describes itself as a pro-Israel, pro-peace group, offered backing for the growing calls among far-left lawmakers and end U.S. support for Israel's missile defense systems such as Iron Dome. Who would you say is the best of the three? Oh, Tom Steyer, the billionaire. Yes. Hassan Piker, the socialist candidate. The socialist content creator is saying that Tom Steyer, the fucking billionaire, is the best we got in this situation as far as candidates with viability. Accusers on CNN right now. Wait, no shot. Actually, it's probably the journalist, chatter. Probably not the wait, someone linked me the CNN live stream. Wait, hold on, I found it. Oh my God, it is.
I felt more secure that I could have a strictly professional relationship with this person. After that bar closed, we went to another. I went to the bathroom and I don't remember anything after that.
You don't remember anything?
I remember the next day. I can see flashes of that evening of him on top of me pushing him off, him grabbing me.
Trigger warning.
It was a lot more aggressive. It was aggressive.
Did you say no?
Yes, I said no. In my flash that I can recall, I was pushing him off of me saying no.
And what did he do?
He didn't stop.
He didn't stop. And you woke up the next morning?
I woke up the next morning naked, alone in his hotel room. I, for a moment, didn't even know I was in his hotel room. That's how intoxicated I was. And I called my mom, the only person I could think that could help me.
And we were able to corroborate that by speaking with friends and family she confided in, reviewing photos and screenshots of contemporaneous text messages. And we also reviewed a message from her medical provider the week after she received the pregnancy and STD tests, calling her a, quote, survivor. Now, the Swalwell campaign released a statement from Congressman Swalwell saying, quote, these allegations are false and come on the eve of an election against the frontrunner for governor. For nearly 20 years, I have served the public as a prosecutor and a congressman and have always protected women. I will defend myself with the facts and, where necessary, bring legal action. My focus in the coming days is to be with my wife and children and defend our decades of service against these lies.
It's remarkable reporting. As you note there, the congressman fiercely denies this and notes that it's coming in close proximity to the California primary. Why are these women willing to speak now?
It's a fair question, John. All the women we spoke with believed that they were alone in their interactions with the congressman. And then after seeing chatter from social media influencers, they realized that they were not alone and they felt more compelled to speak out. In fact, 2 of the women have since received cease and desist letters from Swalwell's lawyer, but those women stand by their statements to us, John.
And obviously, this does come at a big moment in the campaign. What are you hearing about the campaign?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that we have been in touch with them over the last few days. We reached out this afternoon with some very specific details of these allegations and some specific questions. And sources have told us that members of Swalwell's team have left. One staffer told CNN they left after receiving information about these allegations.
We're Coats Live tonight at 11 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
The CNN reporting says 4 women, by the way. So there's 4 total for now. More will probably come forward in the process. Exclusive from CNN, 4 women described sexual misconduct by Representative Eric Swalwell, including a former staffer who says he raped her. Like I told you, it's usually these guys are repeat offenders. Working campaign politics, Eric Swalwell has literally slid into the DMs of girls I personally know. His wife used to not let him have a DC apartment. He's disgusting. It's good to see them being revealed. Do you have any predictions in this aftermath? Yeah, I think this will boost. I mean, it feels kind of dirty and gross to talk about like his, talk about the gubernatorial race so close to like this coverage. But I mean, he's done. It's over. He deserves far worse than what he is going to receive, which will be his career is forever tarnished. He's done with politics, I suspect, and good riddance. Also, outside of that, his gubernatorial run is absolutely over. He deserves prison time. Let's be real. That's what he actually deserves. However, that's probably not going to happen. And this will give somewhat of a boost to Katie Porter, I assume. And Tom Steyer most likely will become the next governor of California, which isn't, again, out of all the top contenders, Tom Steyer is the only like independent and the most interesting one, which is precisely the reason why I interviewed him. Katie Porter has her own stories that I also personally know of, and stories that have been unearthed already about abuse against staffers. Not sexual abuse, for the record.
I am so tired of the Democratic Party villainizing the left, villainizing progressives.
Speak on it, King! Speak on it! God damn. Hassan Abihed sticking up for each other. Yeah, I respect that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Rewind to 3540 if you want the Slock and Hassan question. For some reason, this live stream isn't ending, so I can't send a timestamp. Because they're having fun.
You can bet on whether, the Reds are going to win or lose today. You're a career civilian, as I was, or a political person.
In dividing us, the cascading results of that are a lack of trust in government, not just at the federal level, but even here at the local level. And so
did I get it?
The principled stand, particularly in the face of that, is so critically important. Let's go around the horn here. Yeah, go ahead, Xavier. Mike is on the way. Oh, he's got his question written. A good Xavier student is prepared.
So, sorry. Basically, going back to what was said over here, you have not taken money from AIPAC, but pro-Israel lobbies and their donors have spent $4.5 million on your campaigns. But I do have a question unrelated to that. I just wanted to add that. So I'm curious why left-leaning media, well, I guess mainstream media and establishment Democrats are spending energy attacking influencers like Hassan Piker, as has been in the news lately, and why the Democratic establishment is just like immune to criticizing Democratic leadership like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who are some of the main drivers in the reason that the Democratic Party is at its lowest approval rating in history.
Well, a couple of things. First, just to correct the record, I'm not sure.
That's not a secret Hassan Abihed. That's a active Hassan Abihed. Come on now. Come on now. Hey, rise up. Great framing, great mention that's not so subtle about the AIPAC donation. Oh, Adam Wren posted it.
Student is prepared.
Taken money from AIPAC, but pro-Israel lobbies and their donors have spent $4.5 million on your campaigns. But I do have a question. Left-leaning media, well, I guess mainstream media, and
bro, everyone but Megaphonics will stick up for you. Oh my God. True. Oh my God. Literally, he switched up. Okay. Megaphonics got Chatter of the Year and switched up on us, on me, on you, straight up, bro. He was like, I'm Chatter of the Year, dude. What do you mean? That's crazy. Chatter of the year, by the way, can't even defend me at Seder. Okay? Can't even defend me at Seder, bro. That's wild. That's wild. Meanwhile, we got Hassan Abi heads out there that are defending me against senators. Yeah, he has a wife. He's too powerful. After go to 8:15, a second Hassan Abi head pops up and defends the other Hassan Abi head. He got it on name recognition only. Damn, there's people claiming that there was some trickery about. Respectfully, I'm not defending you in public. I think it's time for that to happen. I've never said that before, but I think we're officially there, considering that it's like coming from mainstream resources, and they are presenting me as a fixture of this movement. Megaphonics is not even here right now. That's how disloyal he is. Her answer is so condescending, so the other guy calls her out on her BS answer. Okay, we'll look at that in a second.
Establishment Democrats are spending energy attacking influencers like Hassan Piker, as has been in the news lately, and why the Democratic establishment is just like immune to criticizing Democratic leadership like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who are some of the main drivers in the reason that the Democratic Party is at its lowest approval rating in history.
Well, a couple of things. First, just to correct the record, I'm not sure what you're referring to on not AIPAC, but the Israel lobby. If you're equating Israel lobby to Jews, I got a problem with that.
Yeah, no, he said it very clearly, which is that AIPAC didn't organize the donations and directly donate, but AIPAC donors have donated to you. That was that's a pretty understandable concern, many of which first of all, we don't even know if they're Jewish or not. We just know they're AIPAC donors. A lot of these MAGA billionaires that donate to AIPAC are not Jewish. Many of them are also Christian Zionists. So that conflation is not being made by the chatter, but by you in any case.
And that just like you wouldn't say, the Iranian, Iranians, whatever happens, the Iranian government does is what Iranian Americans believe.
Wait, what? What the Why is she dressed like Adam Friedland? God damn. This is what the other chatter got mad at? Nice. I'm glad that another chatter was there to clock it too. Because that's actually pretty insincere, in my opinion. Like, her response is really bad. I had a coworker talk about you when I put on your stream and said, isn't he the dog car guy? And I said, so what? Are you a vegan or something? And he never questioned it again and still watches. Nice. Own them in the marketplace of ideas.
I think it's really important, especially now, to make a distinction between the Israeli government and the choices that they're making and the average Jew, okay? And Jewish people who donate to campaigns. So I feel very strongly about that. But in terms of
wait, where's the rest
what
of
you're referring to is wouldn't say the Iranian that believe. Israeli government and the choice.
By the way, even the mere mention of AIPAC got her going like she's already stubbing her toe on this. Like, it's clear that God, she is not ready for the big leagues. It's crazy because like she's literally a CIA agent. How are you this up?
Is that they're making and the average Jew, okay, and Jewish people who donate to campaigns. So I feel very strongly about that. But in terms of criticizing or not criticizing, again, I can't represent. There's not like some Oz behind the curtain of establishment Democrats. I can only represent myself. And when it comes to talking about anybody who comes into our world, and Hassan Piker was just in Michigan, Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Senate that the caucus that I sit in. The only way that I know.
Wait, is she saying Chuck Schumer is my op? Is she saying Chuck Schumer knows about me and is putting out boss calls? Hold on now. That's an interesting mention of Chuck Schumer. Why did she mention Chuck Schumer? The fuck does Chuck Schumer have to do with this? I thought the boss call came from a donor.
How to get through, certainly as a Democrat representing a state that just voted for Trump, is you got to call balls and strikes. You got to be able to call out the people that you don't like on the other side, but you also got to be able to call out.
Question mentioned Schumer. Yeah, but she's now no longer talking about her loyalty to Chuck Schumer. She's now talking about, I mean, I guess she's answering that, but the way that she put that in there made it seem like it was in reference to, it somehow associated Chuck Schumer with the reason why she called me out.
Things when you see it on your side. So let's take leadership, right? Chuck Schumer. It's a hard job to be a leader, but I've said for years, including when Joe Biden was president, that we desperately need a new generation of leadership in the White House, the House, and the Senate. And I say that here. I've said it a million times.
That's it? Ugh, that's not very good. Calling balls and strikes like CB Buckner. Say this Hassan, the baseball heads will understand. Okay. For folks contending Hassan the Hunt isn't coming up on the campaign trail.
A question unrelated to that.
I mean, I shouldn't be coming up on the campaign trail, but the reason why I'm coming up on the campaign trail against Elisa Slotkin is because she randomly brought me up after getting, 08? Like right here, 810.
We'll do 3 rapid fire questions. So why don't you all ask your questions, and then we'll try to answer all 3 at the same time. Go ahead.
So what are your thoughts on the filibuster and the 60-vote majority in the Senate?
Foreign Affairs guy, what do we do to repair our relations around the world? They're in the trash right now.
Oh, boy.
So first off, I wanted to say I found your response to the gentleman in front of me offensively bad faith to conflate support for Israel while they are committing genocide and while they just had a terror attack on Lebanon yesterday, killing almost 300 people, to conflate that with the Jewish identity. That is what anti-Semitism looks like. But my question is, I am so tired of the Democratic Party villainizing the left, villainizing progressives, and we've seen it here where they've tried to push away progressive voices. How can we empower those progressive voices?
Speak on it, King! Speak on it! God damn! She's gonna get John Kiriakou to when we do a meetup. She's gonna activate John Kiriakou on my ass, dude. God damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hassan Abihed sticking up for each other. Yeah, I respect that. Okay, 47 cruise missiles on your ass.
You said you want to be a big tent, but right now that's not. You're not growing the tent. You're moving the tent away from its base.
Okay, let's start. I'll go round, or maybe I'll start with you and come back. So what I take issue with is someone saying that I took $4.5 million from the pro-Israel lobby that's not AIPAC. I don't know what that is, but if that's counting Jewish donors and saying Jewish donors are somehow the same as pro-Israel lobby, I got a problem with that. And not just as an...
But that's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying at all. They're saying AIPAC donors and pro-Israel donors that donate to pro-Israel causes have donated to you to the tune of $4.5 billion. And they're doing it not directly through AIPAC, but through AIPAC mailers, for example. Okay? That's one of the ways that you're getting, that's one of the ways that fundraisers are happening for you. That's what it is. Yeah, nothing in this questioner's comment suggests he's asking Slotkin about money from Jewish people in general, yet she immediately suggests he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, great. Did I say billion? I meant million. I'm sorry, 4.8 million. Great technique for 2028, okay? If you have ambitions for becoming president, whenever people ask about, whenever people question like what your level of interest is in fundraising from big pro-Israeli donors that are fundraising off of AIPAC mailers, for example, you just immediately say they're anti-Jewish, they're Jew haters. This will definitely increase the excitement around your candidacy. It will certainly work. It's a great message. Unrelated, but I think our ambitions are cabinet level, not president. I mean, I could see that. Like she's running for president, so she gets a cabinet seat, right? Like that's what you're trying to say. Asked about AIPAC by someone's grandma too. Hassan Abiheads are of all different ages.
And we'll get you on mic so we can hear you.
Anyway, let's finish the rest of
Elected
this.
official as a Jew. So I have no problem standing by that statement. In terms of the progressive wing of the party, look, I don't think there's anyone shoving anyone. Look at the election like in New York City. I don't think we're in a moment where like moderates are pushing progressives out. I would argue that the debate is no longer just progressive versus moderate, right? On that same election night when Mr. Mamdani won in New York City, Abigail Spanberger won in Virginia.
Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Schumer has still not endorsed Mamdani. Why is she wearing her grandfather's clothes? She's trying to be like me, little bro. That's why. She's trying to. She saw my fit at the Michigan rally and was like, "That's a good fit. I gotta pull off that one. Maybe I'll be able to bring in a large crowd of youths."
Mamdani's not going to win in Virginia, and Abigail's not going to win in New York City, and that's okay.
That's not true. You don't know that. Why would Mamdani not win in Virginia? What the
all right. And what wins in Michigan isn't going to work in California or vice versa. My issue is the vitriol of people saying it has to be my way or the highway. So I have no problem with Mr. Mamdani winning in New York City. I wouldn't know how to win there. But I think the thing that the thing I feel about the whole debate, progressive versus moderate, it feels stale to me. The way I see it as a new senator, 1 year in, when I sit in that room with other senior elected senators, it doesn't split down lines of moderate versus progressive. It splits down lines of fight versus flight.
Oh, God. Oh, it's so bad. This is 100% Mitch voter coded. Ay, ay, ay. What did these centrists say when Plattner wins in Purple, Maine, or when Syed wins in literally her state? Yeah, it's, well, if Syed wins, or when Syed wins, inshallah, they will say, oh, Michigan is blue. Of course that's happened. That's what happened. Plattner, on the other hand, is unironically taking out a Republican seat, right? That is unique. That directly, as I said at the time, when Plattner first said that he was running for office, if you remember, I said there's a lot of excitement around this guy. I like him a lot. People yelled at me. They said I love baby murderers, blah, 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 all the shit. But what did I tell you? Plattner's victory in Maine against the Republican seat single-handedly disproves the Matt Iglesias and the centrist condition for victory. The reason why we must constantly moderate to the center is because, well, God forbid, we got purple districts, we got red states where Democrats need to win, and these progressive forces are the bag for those guys, okay? It destroys that argument. So I've been waiting for that moment so I can literally rub it in every single centrist face. I've been waiting for that moment, okay? Because that destroys the concept entirely. It would literally disprove Slotkin's argument that Mamdani can't win in VA. Yes. Also, it undermines the polling that was conducted on this that showed that Mamdani's policies are popular broadly, universally, every district, in every American district. Zoran's policies are popular across the United States. Okay, that's it. That was a not so subtle way for her to imply that Zoran is unelectable elsewhere. That's bullshit. Now, there's different versions that you have to make it specific to whatever the needs of your locality is. What is this? Your fit here is brazy? Stop. I know. Did you read the article for the lady from No Labels wrote about you on the Hill? No, I didn't. But No Labels has been aggressively doing ad spend on Twitter against me, and then also doing ads against Bernie and also AOC, using me as a cudgel, as a way to like attack them as well. But again, they're no motion. No Labels should be called No Motion. Okay? What do you mean no labels? Yeah, nobody will read it, but future articles will quote them. Exactly. That's how it works with even the third way guys, right? Bro, we're talking about Texas Democrats having a plus 33 approval rating for the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, and a minus 33 disapproval rating for AIPAC. Okay? This is the age of the internet. The notion that these kinds of policies are not popular everywhere is idiotic, because the same material conditions exist everywhere. What, you think people don't want social housing in other places? They're like, oh, not for me, please. I would not like to fix the housing market. Actually, things are great here. Yeah, oh, no, I love medical debt. I love being saddled with medical debt. Please, more medical debt for me. I hate the notion of destroying the private healthcare provider system that we have. stupid. I'm a swing voter, and I personally want to make sure that United Healthcare CEOs continue to turn profit, continue to justify their ginormous salaries by gatekeeping or paywalling healthcare from me. I love that. I want my mother to spend her last days on the phone begging the insurance to cover her chemotherapy bills. Even though she's going to die soon, she doesn't want to leave behind tremendous amounts of debt for her family. That's what I like. Also, that the GDP can go up. That's what I want. Is that what you think is going on in the mind of a median voter? In the mind of a swing voter? What are you, stupid? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Matthew Petty says, policy is not really about fixed percentages of the population belonging to this camp or the other. People will sort in different directions depending on what choices actually are. We all joke about the incoherent median voter, but that's just goes to show you how it works. That's true. And the plurality sorts themselves into nothing. Partially because there isn't anything appealing about either direction. Plattner is running it up on Collins. I know he's got like plus 10 on Collins, according to, yeah, look at this. Collins versus Plattner matchup. Democratic Plattner plus 76, Republican Collins plus 61. Independents go by 20 points to Plattner. This is straight up. You must be devastated. Yes, as a longtime, famously, a longtime advocate of Pills Mafia, I've said that I will stay with her till the bitter end, famously. But all jokes aside, this is obviously in large parts due to the anti-Trump resentment, for sure. But it's also absolutely because of left populism. Okay? That's it. It's left populism. 1,000,000%. That's also why I keep consistently saying that it's much harder for left populists, or it used to be much harder for left populists to get out of their primaries, the Democratic primaries, than it is for them to destroy the Republicans. Okay? You put a matchup with like a moderate Republican in a purplish state that is historically a red seat with a left populist candidate that comes out of nowhere with no background in politics whatsoever as a total outsider, and you see these results. You better not back down us on the Janistas. The Janet series. Respectfully, Plattner, you don't overlook his bullshit unless his platform is popular. No, the things that we consider to be red flags or bad, the average Mainer doesn't give a about, okay? As a matter of fact, it probably works for his appeal. Like, Nazi tattoo for the average Mainer is, they didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo. They believe him. His background as a machine gunner in the Marine Corps, and a 4-tour machine gunner at that, including his brief stint at Blackwater, is either completely irrelevant or a benefit, okay? Mainers do not have the same considerations that anti-imperialist, Maoist third worlders have. What the f- are we talking about? I made that very clear from the start to all of you. It's so funny that there's this like weird, unholy this unholy allegiance that now exists with Maoist third worldists and the most annoying blue dog centrist pro-Israel Democrats out there. Like they've united in their arms to wage this battle against Plattner, and he's just cooking. I don't trust Plattner, not only because of all that shit, I still think he will flip once in Fetterman style. I don't know. I mean, Plattner's passage just screams he could be another Fetterman to me. I hope you're right. I'm no Plattner hater, but him not coming on the stream is sus. I think that the people that are consulting him changed a little bit. Look, I'll give you a little inside baseball, okay? I'll give you a little bit of inside baseball. He's a Hassan Abi hit. Yeah, there it is. A lot of these guys still heavily lean in whichever direction their consultants tell them to lean in, okay? And I think initially, I mean, he was super stoked, right? He was super, super stoked. And then I was very critical of a bunch of things that he had done, okay? I was critical of his background and stuff like that. And I think they were shy about putting him in front of someone who was going to out-left him, right? Like putting him in front of someone who was going to call into question his background very critically. Because he went to a lot of like left adjacent podcasts. I mean, Pod Save America, obviously. And then also on top of that, He went to, he's a big Majority Report fan, and there is no reason for him to come here. Let's be real. He was already cooking, and there's no reason for him to come here and like get yelled at by a bunch of people that are going to call him a killer. It doesn't make any sense. So from his team's perspective, I think like it was just like irrelevant. Some of these chatters are going to be full self-destruction when Plattner doesn't have a stroke and actual brain damage induced switch up. They clearly have no idea what happened with Fetterman. Dude would actually be in the hospital since the stroke melted his brain if he wasn't a senator. I know. But I also think, come on, man, you have to acknowledge Twitch left fumbled Plattner straight up. Don't make this about his team. You're not keeping it real right now. Wait, what? Twitch left fumbled Plattner? What do you mean? Michael from Pennsylvania was eating Plattner's dick from day one and very aggressively defending him unconditionally. I was more critical than Michael from Pennsylvania was, and was trying to reason with my chatters. Not that it mattered. Ultras were still losing their minds, and they still are to this day. Anytime I bring up Plattner, there's like unbelievable brain disease about who he or what he represents. Okay, but what did I say? Even back then? I said, regardless of my criticisms, I think Plattner's victory will show something very positive. I tweeted it at the time as well. This is partially untrue. Mike critiqued him heavily early on. Yeah, well, Mike's a who had no issue with Plattner and plenty of issues with CAVS, so let's be real here. Okay, calm down. You guys are being unnecessarily aggressive here. In any case, I think I had a pretty reasonable take on Plattner. I did not think that he was going to turn into John Fetterman. I said that there are some significant red flags in his background, Blackwater being the most consequential one. And then the Nazi tattoo, I was like, holy shit. Paired up with Blackwater, it's a little ridiculous. However, what did I tell you at the time? That the most likely scenario here is that he actually did rip on and Majority Report, his Majority Report fandom, specifically Michael Brooks fandom, according to his own Reddit journey, most likely bricked his consciousness entirely and flipped his mentality on this stuff almost completely. All 7 Maine voters, 6 progressives and 1 moderate, say they're backing Plattner in June 9 primary. Plattner is Maine. He's rough around the edges. He's polished like all the politicians that we've seen for most of our lives, said Julie S., noting that Plattner was also endorsed by Senator Bernie Sanders. Also, my major thing was Medicare for all and anti-Israel, like anti-genocide. You come out of the gay swing and against Israel, especially when he started, because a lot of people forget. When Graham Plattner was anti-Israel, it was nowhere near as favorable, okay? A lot of people have recency bias, and we always analyze and interpret things with today's lens, okay? When Zoran Mamdani came out and said, I'm not going to Israel, I'm the mayor of New York, I'm going to stay in New York, that was a brave moment for him, especially considering that most politicians were not saying that and absolutely would have shied away from saying that. Maybe Plattner doesn't want to be called anti-Semitic by going on the Hassan Ivy broadcast. Yeah, that's what it is. This is the dominoes, dude. This is the dominoes falling. Like the events that have unfolded so far have led to this real fissure. The president posting a stake-sponsored photo is wild. Casino takeover of culture is reaching endgame where the only question is, oh my God, all my ops are aligned with one another. It is crazy. All my ops, dude. That's unbelievable. Let's see what Donald Trump is saying here. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Oh my God, it's so long. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. Yeah, except you're doing a presidential crash out on a bunch of podcasters, and obviously if they were irrelevant, you wouldn't be doing that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and perhaps even more significant than that, is that you won by a landslide in an election where people were feeling the impact of the inflation and also were frustrated by, you know, the war, the genocide that was going on. Okay. And not only that, but you position yourself as a no new wars candidate, and now you're going against that. So yes, on the one hand, you obviously have your cult who will stand by you no matter what, but it's ridiculous to claim that like this is what you won the election for. It's the exact opposite. You are not following through on the spirit of MAGA, unless, if we're being really honest about it, and Trump certainly is, the spirit of MAGA is what Donald Trump wants it to be, and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps you should see a good psychiatrist, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accused the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not. Ooh, you shouldn't bring that up. That's like one of Candace's most popular positions, I think. And you just kind of look like you're defending France, which you never want to be doing, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Oh my God, you're hoping that a French person that is associated with Macron defeats an American conservative commentator in a lawsuit about false accusations of being trans. Oh my God, this is worse than Trump being like, I love Israel, I put Israel before Americans. From the perspective of like his own fan base, he could just get away with saying like, I love Israel. Israel's the greatest country on earth, whatever, right? They also are evangelical Zionists anyway. But this unironically hits, dude. This hits Trump's base directly on the head. He's coming across like he's in support of not just any Frenchman, but Macron. He's coming across as disparaging trans panic adjacent rumor, which again his base eats up. It's very crazy. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Crazy. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things. Okay, again, he's bankrupt because he fought for conservatism from the perspective of like Republicans, right? Who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. You might as well yell at Alex Jones for being an anti-vaxxer next. What the? Buddy, you went on a show after he did that. Oh my God, what a fake friend he is. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like this might actually cause a real fissure in the base. It's clear that he's been watching the movement taking place on the independent media side, and he knows that like independent media is fully pulled out, right? The podcasters don't with him no more. Even Joe Rogan is like anti-Israel now, or anti-Israel curious at least. He's clearly been bottling up all of this anger and resentment about his most loyal servants in independent media, and he's basically lost them. Who does he have on the Republican side? On the independent media side, who does he have remaining? Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro's done. He's dead. He's got nothing. It doesn't make any sense. He's got Cat Turd and Erica Kirk and Ben Shapiro. Patrick Bet-David, I guess. This is the bridge day he was talking about. He's burning all of them. Yeah, it turns out he's not burning bridges in Tehran. He's burning bridges in the United States of America. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. Oh my God. He sounds like such a... I'm too busy doing presidential work. I'm too busy being president. I'm dealing with the country and the world. I don't have any time except for writing this long effort post about them. They go nasty just like Marjorie Trader Brown, but I no longer care about that stuff. Yeah, even though I'm talking about it clearly, and it definitely do care about it quite a bit. I only care about doing the right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world, President Donald J. Trump. This is the dominoes, dude. This is the dominoes falling, right? Like the events that have unfolded so far have led to this real fissure First, it was the Epstein stuff, right? Donald Trump comes out and fucking talks shit about Jeffrey Epstein and like farms the conspiracy right, and then totally pivots away from it. Yeah, this was the reason why he's coming after Tucker. We'll watch that first. Tucker cooked his ass in a way that I think is actually pretty thoughtful, weirdly enough. I still don't trust him, obviously. I still think what Tucker I know what the game is right now, by the way. I think what Tucker Carlson is doing is establishing as much legitimacy and credibility as possible in the anti-Israel flank so that he can either personally run and take over the MAGA base, which he will be able to, regardless of what Trump is saying right now, or potentially he will lend that credibility to like a J.D. Vance. Okay? He's already positioned himself as like claiming that there are voices inside of the White House that are actively fighting against Donald Trump waging war in Iran at the behest of Israel. And you can tell he's talking about J.D. Vance without openly saying it. So I think Tucker Carlson is either going to lend his credibility to J.D. Vance that he has developed in this space. He will be either a kingmaker or he will run himself. Okay?
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And
Dude, he is so... God. I can feel as soon as this is published, as soon as this video is published, I can literally sense every Bangladeshi unk spreading this far and wide in every WhatsApp group you have ever thought of, and many you will never even see. Okay? This is a nuclear bomb for the ummah. Okay? The entire Islamic world saw a white man who looks white as shit, by the way, like not just any white man, but one of the whitest, sitting in his log cabin, wearing a poplin shirt, on the president for disrespecting Islam. I'm telling you right now, every unk will forever be every Muslim unk will forever be a fedayeen for Tucker Carlson. Okay? Like they already love Jackson Hinkle, right? They love Jackson Hinkle. And they now forever will demonstrate absolute loyalty to Tucker Carlson.
Should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith.
Yeah, there's two things that will give you forever praise from Muslim unks and aunties all around the world. If you're a white guy or a Christian and you revert to Islam, it's over, okay? It doesn't matter how fake or phony it is. Andrew Tate is a great example of this. He never actually converted to Islam at all. He just simply said it, and then everybody loved it. They literally went crazy mode for him. Muslims love a white Christian or just any Christian converting to Islam. They will literally put you on the highest pedestal possible. That's number one. Number two, if you defend against Islamophobia, if you defend Muslims against Islamophobia, if you defend the faith, oh my God, as a white guy, as a Christian, oh my God, is the highest praise of all time.
At the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be. because theocracies corrupt the
Inshallah.
religion. No, this is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. We can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil.
Yeah, no, this is perfectly crafted, right? Perfectly tailored message. He establishes position of authority as like a true Christian who loves God and loves Christianity and shits on the excesses of Trump. Okay. But here are the other reasons, right? Like, number one, Candace Owens, the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He's a genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and military need to intervene. We are beyond madness. Okay. Candace Owens said that, 114 likes. I can't even like it because I'm blocked by Candace Owens. Candace Owens, unblock me. I'm a clandestine operator. I've given you money. Please. Then Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly also had some choice words about the predicament in Iran, right? Let's hear what she had to say.
I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Shut up about that. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post. You know, like I am the first to try to understand Trump and his strategy and to not freak out over his weird social media posts and language that is loose and incendiary. Truly, I've lived with it for 10 plus years. I learned it the hard way when I was on the receiving end of it for 9 months. And truly, I think that was a gift to me in many ways because it helped me really come to understand what he does with his social media. But this is completely irresponsible and disgusting. This is wrong. It's wrong. He should not be doing it. I don't care that it's his negotiation tactic is to kill an entire country full of civilians, men, women, and children. An American president so that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. It's just wrong. It's not hard to say it. It's not hard to recognize it. I wish he would stop doing this.
For the record, some of you will remember Megyn Kelly defending the concept of pedophilia in an effort to justify Trump's allegiance with Jeffrey Epstein. She did that famously, right? So you might be asking yourself why this is a bridge too far. And to all of you, I say, sorry, that's not what I say. To all of you, I say, it's because Israel is so unpopular that it's becoming unpopular in the only resilient base of support for Israel in this country, not Jews, mind you. Many of you might think Jews are the most supportive of Israel. It's not correct. This is not the correct assessment for two reasons. Number one, not that many Jews, okay? Number two, even Jews are split on the issue of Israel and defending Israel. There's one group, however, that is massive and has outsized influence in the base of support of the Republican Party. And they, at least until recently, were not split on the issue of Israel. And I say recently because there's a fissure there as well. And that is evangelicals, white evangelicals. Okay? Now white evangelicals are also separating themselves from Israel. And it feels like Donald Trump is the last to notice, but these guys are noticing it. So they know the ship is sinking, okay? And they're pulling out.
Like, he can't negotiate without doing this? What does that say about him? What does that say about the position that our country is in right now in these negotiations? He's got to say this. He can't be a dignified, strong leader without threatening a bunch of war crimes.
Yeah, no, that's it. She knows the Iran war is unpopular. It will be reflected on in an unpopular way. And so she's pulling out.
Learn it.
I can't believe I find myself agreeing with every word of this from Megyn Kelly. Thank you, Megyn Kelly, for saying what everyone is thinking. She went on Piers Morgan and also continued this rant against Donald Trump. But what's really frustrating to someone like myself is, what are the top Democrats doing in this moment? Right? What are the top Democrats doing in this moment? Republicans are, because either because of their loyalty to Donald Trump or because of their theological justifications for, attaching themselves to whatever Israel's ambitions are still very supportive of Israel, right? But the Democrats don't have such considerations. As a matter of fact, Democrats have completely dropped Israel off a map. They're saying cut ties with Israel, right? And unfortunately, the National Democratic Party is not presenting those needs, is not representing themselves as responsive to those needs. And that's very frustrating. Part of the reason why it's obviously frustrating to me personally is because one of the manifestations of their inability to address this issue has led to them attacking me aggressively. Okay? This creates a massive information vacuum. It creates a massive messaging vacuum where the top line, the top line figureheads are always going to be the people that have the most credibility on this issue are always going to be the Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. It's up because for years they've gotten unlimited support from the base. Not only have they been legitimized, they've gotten mainstream approval from the base. So they already have an established legitimacy with the rank and file of the party. So now they can pick up all of the other people on top of that from the center and from the left. And they are doing that right now. They're doing that at this moment. Okay? Someone like myself, on the other hand, has been consistently outcast from the base, cast aside, pushed aside, yelled at, been presented as a pariah figure, or never really looked at all until the 2024 election happened and the failures were very obvious. And the Democratic Party and the liberal media apparatus was desperately trying to find a Joe Rogan equivalent, only to then turn around and be like, oh, we didn't like the Joe Rogan thing at all, actually. Shut the f*** on. You are a danger to the party, okay? The Democratic establishment needs a hard pivot starting yesterday on Israel. Unfortunately, still not there yet. Meanwhile, the worst people, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Megyn Kelly, are expressing the majority opinion, self-destructive, and political incompetence for what? See, here's the issue, okay? Here's the other problem here. Here's the other issue. When people like Bassem Youssef and other prominent figures that are on the anti-Zionist, anti-Israel side actually lean into these figures, like Candace Owens, like Tucker Carlson, when Norm Finkelstein leans into these figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, you have to understand something. From their calculation, Israel is far more dangerous right now. And it's true because from their perspective, they see some of these people look at, really horrible ideals, dangerous ideals, like anti-Semitism and bigotry of other sorts, as somewhat irrelevant as opposed to the real danger that is currently slaughtering people. Okay? That argument, there is legitimacy to that argument, right? It's like the equation between Randy Fine and Nick Fuentes, right? Randy Fine and Nick Fuentes have all of the same opinions. All of the same opinions, except Randy Fine is pro-Israel and Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel. And if you look at a figure like Randy Fine and you look at a figure like Nick Fuentes, okay, the reality of the matter is, given that they are literally identical in every opinion, Nick Fuentes' anti-Israel opinion, especially at a time when Israel is slaughtering people by the tens of thousands and taking over other countries, and on top of that, like goading America into going and waging war in Iran and destroying global markets, that gives a competitive edge to Nick Fuentes over Randy Fine. And Randy Fine is a sitting congressman. It's unbelievable. This is not a defense of Nick Fuentes, but this is to try to explain to you the calculation that people are making, right? I thought Nick Fuentes isn't anti-Israel, he's anti-Jewish. I mean, he is. He's both. He's both. Emphasis on sitting, yes. A very big seat, but he's sitting nonetheless. This is a real issue, okay? This is a real issue. And it's the exact same issue that took place in the 2024 election, where Kamala Harris said, Iran is our number one enemy, and I will make sure that we protect Israel against Iran. She said those words, right? While the administration that she was a part of was continuing the genocide of Palestinians that she refused to acknowledge with the words necessary. She said she was going to have the most lethal military. When she presented herself as this person, Trump had an opportunity to lie about being the peace candidate. And I stressed that over and over again. I said, Donald Trump is lying, but Democrats are giving him the option to lie. Then Liz Cheney comes into play. Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney are parading around. They get a Dick Cheney endorsement last second, leaning into the idea that the Democrats are going to be the pro-war party. And while Donald Trump himself was never anti-war, he was able to convince people that he would be the peace candidate, that he would be the anti-war candidate. Okay? They would not have been able to do that if the Democrats had established credibility as the anti-war party. It's that simple, because the Democratic base was demanding a change. They were demanding to bring Israel to heel even back then. Poll after poll showed this reality, and they refused to engage with this sincerely, and they're doing it again. They're going to create an opening for people like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson to give their credibility that they've developed here, not just amongst Republicans, mind you, credibility with the left, credibility with the center, credibility with the independents and Democratic Party voters. And they're going to lend that credibility to whichever candidate runs next. J.D. Vance is very clearly positioning himself to be that guy, the guy who was constantly, the critical voice against war, quietly trying to stop Donald Trump's excesses from taking place. If you can't see that right now, you're delusional. And the Democrats, regardless of what their base is demanding, refuse to lean into the moral position. They refuse to lean into the majority position. They are trying to throw their electoral chances out the door, and they will present the marginal victories that they might get in the midterm election, because there's a lot of Trump voters out there right now, as a reason for why they don't have to change a damn thing. As we see more and more of the liberal base demand the Democrats fight back, I remind you of this whisper rant from the last night of the DNC, where I issued warnings to the Kamala campaign about pivoting to the right and the inevitability of defeat. They're doing it again. It's unbelievable, dude. They're doing it in real time. New Vance poll. Here's a new poll showing 30% of voters is undecided. Vance versus Newsom, 2028 presidential poll. Vance clears Newsom. Vance versus AOC. New YouGov poll showing Vance defeating both AOC and Newsom in the 2028 presidential poll. Now, these polls are obviously stupid. It's super far out. Apparently, Mehdi and Bassem discuss if Tucker can be trusted. Is this a full video or just a 5-minute clip? Okay. War for the Epstein class. Bassem Youssef and Mehdi on Iran, Greater Israel, and Candace Owens. AOC's surprising, but you were so vindicated on Vance versus Newsom. AOC's biggest problem right now is that she's quiet. She's not always out, and she's not always. Why do you gloss over AOC losing to Vance? Because while AOC has been one of the best Democrats, one of the best politicians in general on the issue of Palestine, AOC calling Israel an apartheid state in 2021, and consistently being a voice, an Israel critic in Congress, because of the way that she carries herself, because she's sometimes afraid to be at the front of the line, because she doesn't want to get yelled at, and because of her responsiveness to these groups, right? She oftentimes is not putting herself out there as a leader. Okay? It's unfortunate. You have to be clear, you have to be convincing, and you have to be bold, and you have to be brave. But that is precisely the reason why the polls reflect her losing to someone as bad as J.D. Vance currently. Now, that might change. That will change if she chooses to seize the opportunity, if she leans into that lane, right? But even in this community, there's a reason why anytime we bring up AOC, and this is something that Michael from Taiwan has to deal with it as well. Whenever people like myself or Michael from Taiwan bring up AOC, a lot of people go, she's AOCIA, she's so bad on this issue and stuff. And then the alternatives that a lot of people present as like being much better on these issues is Ro Khanna. And I like Ro Khanna, right? I like Ro Khanna a lot. Ro Khanna has been infinitely more responsive than the overwhelming majority of congresspersons, okay? Ro Khanna rides for me. I ride for Ro Khanna. When you look at the actual votes, like Ro Khanna has a much longer track record of defending Israel than AOC in his votes. And even as recently as like, a couple months ago, AOC's never voted to fund weapons to Israel, right? But you wouldn't know that because Ro Khanna is a lot more bold and a lot more aggressive openly with the way that he communicates. He's responsive. He goes out there, he goes on shows, he appears, he's constantly in the media. He's had very high profile legislative victories, one of the most consequential being the Epstein file reveal. That was huge, okay? Going out and linking up with Thomas Massie and demanding and then successfully pressuring Trump to vote instead of vetoing this popular legislation that everyone wanted, which led to people losing their jobs like Pam Bondi. That's huge for Ro Khanna. He deserves the praise. He deserves the praise for that. Right now, in AOC's shoes, like I can't, I can't read her mind, right? But in her shoes, I would be out and about, movement building, putting myself out there as a leader, okay? Doing, the Ro Khanna method, being on as many shows as possible, being approachable, being endlessly transparent, okay? And getting after it, while also simultaneously propping up a lot of candidates that will back her in the long run. Whether it be Plattner, whether it be Abdullah Syed, whether it be all of the left flank candidates that Bernie is propping up as well, sometimes even going against her party, her own party that is actually over and over again. I mean, the Oversight Committee battle was a clear-cut indication that leaning into the party and behaving as a loyal soldier of the party is not going to give you the benefits that you deserve, right? It's not happening.
Has shocked you most or surprised you most about the Epstein saga?
The blatant gaslighting. I think they're either blackmailed.
I
think they're even blackmailed.
First of all, you can't blackmail Donald Trump. He has no shame. The man's in the Epstein files. What would you blackmail him with?
When we talk about stuff that's happening in the world and then you get called anti-Semitic, I have a problem with that, because basically you're calling out the truth. The truth now is anti-Semitic.
Bassem, why can't you be careful then in your language? What, are you doing it for clicks?
I'm not saying that my reaction is wrong.
Oh, this is just the Tucker stuff? Okay.
This one's on Tucker Carlson.
Because they've said some horrific things over the years.
So what?
I mean, why don't you like Ben Shapiro?
I mean, Piers Morgan has said the horrible things over the years.
He's not said anything close to what Tucker Carlson has said about Muslims, about Arabs, about immigrants.
And why can't we be strategic and use their platforms?
They can.
Yeah, but like
some people do.
You don't like that. You don't like.
No, it's not that I don't like it. It's that my worry is that for the sake of one important issue, Gaza is a huge issue. We're giving a pass to these people to launder some of their other objectionable. Like I said just now, they're not disowning Trump. Actually, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm going to have to go home and take a shower after this. I give her credit out of all of them because she actually picked a fight with Trump. She gave up her political career. So she actually put her money where her mouth is, to use a phrase. The rest of Tucker doesn't say a single anti-Trump word. He acts like the war in Iran came down from the skies. But look, we wouldn't be in this war in Iran had Tucker not promoted Trump for president, had Candace not promoted Trump for president, had Megyn Kelly not promoted Trump for president. We're in this war. Joe Rogan, Theo Von, all these guys. Did you watch Joe and Theo the other day saying they're terrorist Israel? I can't believe we're in this war. You guys gave us Trump. You said Kamala Harris is going to do war. Trump is anti-war. How did that work out?
I think it's all an act.
Well, whatever it is, they got their act fucking wrong.
Well, they're actually not. They're doing very well, and they're reaching a lot of people, and they're affecting a lot of people.
But they're affected badly. I could argue that Joe Rogan helped Donald Trump win, so Joe Rogan is the reason we're in the war, Iran. If I wanted to, I'm just saying. If I took that argument to its logical conclusion,
do you think Joe Rogan would help? Like the Democrats, they would never stand up for his opponent. What was her name?
Kamala Harris.
He
was a Bernie guy once, but then he got red pilled.
She is that useless.
She's
that useless.
But you're missing my point. My point is these people helped give us Trump, And that's why I have a problem, and because I only respect the people who own it. If you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, I was wrong about Trump, I was wrong about, fine. Right? But if you're like acting, hey, how did this all happen? This war in Iran's bad. I can't believe they're doing it. Hey, it happened because you told people falsely that Trump would be anti-war.
So what's your point?
My point is, you asked me why I don't like them. I'm telling you why.
The problem is, like, Mehdi looks like a lib in this situation, because for a lot of people, if they're, if they're just like, bro, Israel is slaughtering people, who gives a what people have said in the past, like, we're desperate for allies here. Yeah, they don't look at that situation and think, like, I'm just going to cast aside people like this. Especially because a lot of people are read as earnest on this issue, right? Ta-Nehisi quotes on Tucker Carlson and other right-wing figures vocally criticizing Israel. These people will turn on you in a second. I agree with Ta-Nehisi on this, right? Ta-Nehisi on this. The key, I've been thinking a lot about the time period in light of this rise of Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene as right-wing figures who are being very vocal about Palestine. They're talking about Israel. That's a very important correction. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to be too... See, here's the problem. Being anti-Israel is being pro-Palestine. It's true. Okay? A lot of these guys won't stand with the Palestinian resistance, but they're anti-Israel. They'll say anti-Israel things. It's two sides of the same coin at the end of the day. I'm sorry, I don't want to be too... No, it's fair. I'm just curious how you're thinking about this in the present tense. What's the through line between what happened then and what's happening now? First of all, it's really bad. I emphasize the Israel part because my support for Palestine, my support for Palestinian life, it's not about support for Palestine and Palestinian life per se, just like, and it took me a while to get to this, my support for black life and for black people is not for black people or black life per se. I just believe human beings are entitled to certain dignities and certain things in their lives. It's a pretty baseline thing for me. Unfortunately, some of the people with the loudest, most cutting critiques of Zionism and of Israel right now don't share that baseline belief. I think it's really important to say this. These people will turn on you in a second. But to answer your question, there's an obvious moral problem here. Again, I saw it at the DNC. You watch these people get up 60 years after Fannie Lou Hamer's delegation was not allowed to be seated, and they won't let Palestinians talk. They think they can kill this critique, but the critique is true. The only control you have is whether the critique comes out of a place of humanism, of shared values and the significance of importance of human life, or whether it's allied with one of the oldest evils in the history of the West. You're not going to suppress this stuff. The days of doing that are over. There are people in the Democratic Party, which I think is a separate thing from the movement, and certainly from my own politics, who, to this day, and it sounds insane, think they can get away with telling you that the earth is flat and supporting a system that is designed around that logic. It's not going to work. People aren't dumb. He's not wrong. The reason why I'm very critical of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and even Marjorie Taylor Greene is because I have universal principles that I apply consistently to all issues. Okay? They might be earnest when they are talking about Palestine. They might be reading the room and are cynical grifters. Doesn't matter. They do not have universal humanitarian principles. Okay? But it doesn't matter to most people anyway, because they can make it seem like they have universal humanitarian principles by addressing this one issue that no one in a position of power and prominence will. It's that simple. These are the very same people that want to purge every migrant from the American boundaries. Okay? That's it. They want to do that. These are people who are not speaking about the issue of Israel and Palestine from a perspective of caring about the humanity and dignity and sovereignty of the Palestinians. And you can hear that in their message. And in some respects, they're less of a threat than someone like myself. That's precisely the reason why they don't get the same bipartisan attacks that I do. You want to know why? Because Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, or any number of these different people will never sit there and explain to you that oppressed people have a God-given, internationally recognized legal right to militarily oppose systems such as apartheid. They won't say that. They will never say that. Their position on Israel is that Israel is a spoiler that's ruining the power of empire. How dare those Jews get to dominate our America, the most impressive superpower that has ever existed in the history of mankind. Okay? That's their perspective. That's the way that they approach the issue. And you can kind of tell if you are a real one, if you've been around, if you've been an anti-Zionist for many, many years prior to October 7. But even then, why is someone like Norm Finkelstein making that calculation and going on Candace Owens' show? Well, from his perspective, it doesn't matter. It's a massive audience, and it would be good for that massive audience to hear from the likes of Norm Finkelstein. Aren't you for infinite rehabilitation of people? Absolutely, I am. Absolutely. What do I always say, though? I carve out a special place for propagandists. I carve out a special place for people who are professionally saying this kind of stuff. And the reason why I carve out a special place is they can still change. They can still reform as well. You have to be extra careful to hear what their message truly is. We are not representatives of single issues. No human being is. No human being can be, unless they're obviously directly under the crosshairs, directly under fire. If you're Palestinian, and in that instance, obviously, emancipation is your primary focus, but that's not what we're talking about right now. No group is a monolith, and no human being is a representative of one singular issue. You have to look at all of the other issues that they advance, okay? From the perspective of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens especially, or Nick Fuentes especially, it's very obvious that they might have, or they might say the right things on Israel, but ask them about immigrants, and you will hear basically Zionist arguments, you know? The arguments that you would hear from the average ultra-Zionist living in Israel, and the way that they talk about Palestinians, these guys talk about Mexicans and Guatemalans. It's that simple. That's what Ta-Nehisi Coates is talking about here. But it is my universal principles that I apply consistently that cause me to not only be an avowed anti-Zionist for many, many years, while all of these people were pro-Israel unconditionally, okay, while also continuously combating anti-Semitism as well, even if, obviously, the growth of anti-Semitism in the United States of America should never be used as an equivocation for why we can't speak out against Israel, okay? And it is ultimately the way that this form of discrimination works in contemporary American society is still obviously nowhere near as consequential as anti-blackness, anti-brown, anti-immigrant sentiment, Islamophobia, right? It's not the same. Not the same at all. It could become the same, but currently it's not. Currently it manifests itself in personal discrimination, okay? It manifests itself in the likelihood that there could be anti-Semitic attacks, like a higher percentage of anti-Semitic attacks, and the likelihood that they could happen. That's real. That's real anti-Semitism, okay? However, there's still a lot of institutional stigma when someone is being anti-Semitic. No such institutional stigma exists for other minority groups. It doesn't. There is a structural reason for that, and a big part of that is because anti-Semitism has always been used as a cudgel, as a weapon against criticisms of Israel for the last, multiple decades, and quite successfully, if I might add. And that's precisely the reason why it has institutional stigma, unlike anything else, because it corresponded for years and years to the State Department goals of Israel being the unsinkable aircraft carrier in a region that is resource rich. Okay? That's the real reason. If there was a similar situation where we could place the same level of confidence in Saudi Arabia as we have done so to Israel, Islamophobia could be, and it's ironic to say this right now, and it's impossible to think about this hypothetical because that's just not the case, and that will never be the case, especially in the aftermath of the global war on terror. It's virtually impossible to envision this hypothetical. But if Saudi Arabia was as trustworthy an ally from the perspective of WASPs in the United States of America and in the Western world, then you would see Islamophobia being the same danger. If Saudi Arabia was, doing the genocide in Yemen, and then people were, or doing genocides to non-Muslim populations even, and then people were turning around and saying like, oh, dude, what is Saudi Arabia doing? You would see a lot of, Council of Islam style groups prop up talking about the dangers of Islamophobia, right? Criticizing Saudi Arabia is criticizing Islam itself. After all, Mecca is right there. It's the holiest site. The Kaaba, the holiest site for billions of Muslims, is right there in Saudi Arabia. You dare disparage the good name of Saudi Arabia? How Islamophobic. I feel like I would have had better tools discussing conversations with Jewish people if I had someone like you to follow way back in the 2000s. Wow, Enfant Door giving me praise. What going on? Hell has frozen over Enfant Door with praise. Oh my God. Thank you, Enfant Door. I do really appreciate it, especially on an issue that pertains to defending marginalized communities. Wow. I do appreciate it. I appreciate your honesty, and I appreciate your charitability, and I appreciate that you have admitted in the past sometimes when you're, unnecessarily antagonistic. Here's another piece of commentary from Tucker Carlson, reported by Asen, senior digital editor for Midas Touch. 31,000 likes. A lot of liberals leaning into what Tucker Carlson is saying.
Time not to end it, not to set up an adversarial relationship, but to set up a healthy conventional relationship where Israel can pay its own bills and fund its own military and act within the constraints imposed on it by its own economy and population. That's what normal countries do. Most countries live with neighbors that don't like them, with whom they have testy relationships, but they make accommodations because they have no choice. There's no country in the world that acts with total impunity because it knows a much larger country will backstop it no matter what it does. That just doesn't exist in the natural world because it's not natural. It's grotesque. And it's terrible for the United States. And now it's obvious.
Yeah. I mean, banger. No notes. He's right. He's absolutely right about that. Now, of course, part of the problem is Tucker Carlson can also use Israel as the primary reason for why America's done all this stuff that's like bad and dangerous and violent and expensive. And he has a far better message than someone like I do on this issue, because you can always turn around and say, Hassan, you say America bad, you hate America. You can't do that with Tucker Carlson, no matter how hard you try. One, he's established a lot more credibility on the pro-America side by being one of the most prominent Republican spokespeople for decades. Republicans own patriotism. They can Trump himself is a great example of this. Trump himself has run around straight up saying, like, I like my war heroes not captured, about John McCain. He said some of the things in his 2016 run that, I get clipped for. But it doesn't matter because Republicans own the lane of patriotism in the minds of many Americans, and therefore they have a lot more freedoms to say whatever they want that's critical of America without people saying, oh, you hate America. Tucker Carlson has that same advantage as well. And on top of that, Tucker Carlson is not making the full correct assessment here. Can't he use that same argument against supporting Gaza, that we shouldn't support it because they need to exist on their own? Yes, he can. And Tucker Carlson's framework here is to basically couch all of American excesses as the responsibility of perfidious Israel. Let's not say Jews, because he won't say that, right? Because he's too smart to say that quiet part out loud, right? But like he's basically saying it's either Israeli blackmail, Nick Fuentes would say Jewish blackmail, whatever, right? That's pressuring the American administrators into taking these sorts of actions. And that is a much better message, a much more convincing message for the average American who doesn't want to see that America is ultimately responsible for a lot of this stuff, because our politicians are backed by corporations. Our politicians are backed by the same vested interests corporations have and foreign lobbies have. Do you understand? Tucker Carlson can just say, oh, we went to Iraq. Here, Iraq is the best example of this. Tucker Carlson can sit there and say, we went to Iraq because of Israel. That's bullshit. But it's actually a narrative that a lot of Americans are it's a narrative that a lot of Americans can get on board with because it takes away the responsibility from us, right? Because Americans don't want to think that our government might be making the wrong decisions. Our government is not interested in defending us. Our government is a representation of us. So our government can't fail. It can only be made to fail. It can't make objectively violent decisions. It can only be convinced into making objectively violent and unnecessary and unproductive and wasteful decisions. This is something I've warned against, right? This is something I warned against quite a bit. Not because I have some, Jewish exceptionalism in my heart or whatever, and want to spare the feelings of Jewish chatters or Jews that are watching who might be convinced. I truly believe that Judaism and Zionism are separate, even if Zionist forces have actively convinced many American Jews and Jews in the West that it has to be the civic nationalist religion of Reform Jews in particular, even if that message has been very convincing, okay? But the very fact that that propaganda needs to exist implies that Jews are not monolithic. And the very fact that there are still disagreements around what Israel means to American Jews implies that even in spite of that propaganda, it's still failing to achieve monolithic status. While yes, all the Jewish institutions, from synagogues to Hillel to Chabad to all of the different Jewish advocacy organizations are almost singularly invested in defending the nation state of Israel. Obviously, Jews are not as singularly focused on it at all. But it's this is why I say, Jews also have a very important responsibility here to make that separation, to demand that separation internally from their own communities. That's important to do. But as long as Jewish Zionists openly defend the state of Israel and say that all of its critics are anti-Semitic, as long as Jewish advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups but are actually just Israel advocacy groups continue to operate with that singular focus on defending the interests and the integrity of the nation state of Israel, Americans are going to learn the wrong lesson. You've taught Americans that there is a real conflation between Zionism and Judaism. You've spent millions of dollars making said conflation, okay? You've taught Americans for decades that Israel is the Jewish state. And everything Israel does, it does for Jews. And Jews love Israel in return, no matter where they are. And that message was fine as long as people were not paying attention to what Israel was doing, as long as people were not aware, of this relationship and how much Israeli lobbyists actually get to not only dictate American foreign policy, which is now we're in the worst version of that, where Israel is in the driver's seat of our foreign policy, right? And there is a very real divergence in their interests versus ours. But also, now that people are aware of Israel and they don't like it, they don't like this loyalty pledge that people have to take, they don't like this unlimited support that people are making, their politicians are making to the state of Israel. Now, that conflation between Zionism and Judaism that has allowed all these Jewish advocacy groups to masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups while simultaneously defending Israel, that conflation could have been used as a weapon to wield against critics of Israel for the longest time. Now that conflation is a dangerous one. It was a false conflation from the start. But now, not only is it a false conflation, but it's also a dangerous one that has taught many Americans who are not Jewish and have never been around Jews that this is all Jews give a shit about. This is why it's exceptionally important. If you care about anti-Semitism, if you're Jewish and you care about your children, if you care about your family members, you have an additional responsibility, unlike ever before, to make that separation be known, to demand it from your communities, to get together with other like-minded Jews and to absolutely rid your organizations of this conflation. Because at the end of the day, I'm only an outsider. Let's be real. And an outsider from the worst possible group. I'm a Muslim outsider. And Zionism is a very racist, ideology. And its primary focus, its primary, outgroup are Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians. So no matter what happens, the reality of the matter is it's like a black person trying to convince a white supremacist not to be white supremacist. It's just not going to work. It's going to be very difficult. I have very little opportunity to do this, especially for someone who is much older. Yeah, Daryl Davis is the guy. Thank you, chatters. But that's an outlier. Daryl Davis is an outlier. It has to come from within. On the left is ADL declaring it is anti-Semitic to say Israel pulled the U.S. into this war. On the right is New York Times reporting that Netanyahu directly persuaded Trump to attack Iran. Anti-Semitism is real. Thanks to ADL's crying wolf, nobody will care when it really matters.
Trump watched us learn it. And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that situation room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal?
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling, hook, line, and sinker?
I wonder.
When every other president was able to see through that liar. What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the vice president, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him. We might be able to wipe out the Ayatollah, not regime change, Ayatollah. And we might be able to decimate some portion of their missiles and their military. Okay, that's true. But the goals as stated by Trump when we actually did pull the trigger were all over the board. And to this moment, he's pushing the BS claim that we affected regime change. No, we didn't. It's the same regime, just different players. There isn't somebody more moderate in there at all. We have no reason to believe that. In fact, it looks like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is in control now, which is far more radical. And the fatwa that had allegedly been issued by the Ayatollah on developing nukes is gone. Iran is more powerful economically. It controls the strait and now is demanding the lifting of all sanctions against it. And what Trump did with that 10-point plan was go from Monday saying, no, not good, to Tuesday saying, very workable, we can do it, as a means of saving face to bail off of his insane threats about annihilating an entire civilization. So I don't know how we got here, Piers. I'd like to know just as much as anybody else, but all I can think in my head, based on what I've read in the paper, is we got here thanks to Bibi Netanyahu, Lindsey Graham, and Mark Levin. And ultimately President Trump. That's not to take agency away from the president, who was bamboozled. I don't know why. He was too weak to say no. He was too gullible to see through the lies.
Or he's unbelievably pro-Israel and has been since he got $100 million from Sheldon Adelson when he was alive in the 2016 race, where he ended up moving the American embassy to Jerusalem against many decades of American foreign policy not doing that. And then also on top of that, recognize the permanent annexation of Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory, directly at odds with the rest of the world, which no one said a goddamn thing about, and set up Abraham Accords that completely sidestepped Palestinian sovereignty from the conversation and erased Palestinians from the conversation, directly causing, or not causing, but like normalizing openly and publicly relations between Israel and all the fucking Gulf states. Perhaps that's the reason why. And this is all Trump won. This was all in Trump won. Of course, he was going to be pro-Israel, even in more consequential terms, on Trump too. I said this for years, mind you, which is very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see people who are like, oh, what's happening? I can't believe Trump would do this right now. You're an adult, okay? You're a adult. Act like it. What do you mean? Even at this moment where you're like, I don't know why Trump did this. We know why Trump did this. Trump has always done this. U.S. President Trump warned Iran against imposing a toll for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz after Tehran agreed to reopen the crucial route as a part of a 2-week ceasefire. Again, Donald Trump is talking like he holds the cards here. He does not, unless his intelligence has told him that China is aggressively forcing Iran by way of Pakistan to concede on this deal. There's no way Iran is going to do that. And even if China wants Iran to stop, doing this shit, there's no guarantee that they'll stop doing this shit. Iran is a sovereign nation. It's the kind of the whole point of the Iranian Revolution, right? It's just funny to fantasize about, like, make something up about me and then get mad at the thing you made up. It's like 90% of Republican gripes at this point. Let's get started on that first and foremost. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys already know, socialism is a lot of things. But more importantly, socialism, you might have thought that it's about seizing the means of production, moving society in a more egalitarian manner, allowing people's productive output to be utilized in a way that unlocks their potential, many different things. All of them wrong. Socialism is about not having things. It's about abiding by a poverty pledge. For example, socialism, you might have thought, was about not wearing clothes, and to a certain degree it's true. Socialism is about wearing a barrel, an ugly barrel around your chest. Hopefully you ethically source that barrel. Okay, if you wear clothes, socialism is not, obviously, is not happening. You're anti-socialist. You're fake. You're phony. You're a hypocrite. Turns out socialism also is about walking to places. How did I find this out? Well, last night, Laura Loomer, my stalker, agent of Israel, Laura Loomer, Israel First, Laura Loomer, posted this while I was watching Neighbors alongside Austin. Austin went, "Oh my God, are these photos fake?" I jumped up from my seat. I looked over and I realized, no, that's real. Those are real photos. Laura Loomer, exclusive pics. A source sent me these photos of Hassan Piker and his assistant. By the way, shouts out March, not my assistant, my cam op, my producer, but it's all good. Wearing pro-socialist clothing while sleeping in first-class seats on a Delta flight today from Detroit, Michigan to LAX Airport in California. This is what we call champagne socialism. Piker was flying back from Michigan today, where he just campaigned with jihadist Michigan Democrat U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed. Anti-billionaire socialist club, they say, from their first-class seats. Now, of course, this is incredibly creepy. I'm going to tell you right now, very strange thing to experience when you're traveling and you're sleeping and someone is taking a photo of you while you're, passing out in a 6 a.m. flight. Very odd that she also watermarked the off of this thing. That was also very weird. Don't know exactly why she did that. Okay. Very strange. Like, who's going to steal it? And then, worse, probably not the best photo of March. I'm going to be honest. I feel bad for March. So, yeah, he said, "Your creepy chud ass did me so dirty here. What the fuck? Just wake me up if you want to pick next time." Shaking my head. So, it's weird. I will admit it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing to find out in the aftermath, where, like, you're in a vulnerable state. You assume a level of safety, even though you're in public. Okay. And it's still such a strange thing to find out that, like, while you were sleeping, someone was taking creep shots of you, and then, taking creep shots of you to post online to attack you. But I think one of the funniest aspects of this, otherwise like behavior, is the fact that, as I said, as you can see from these insanely creepy photos, we are truly living the high life. Like I've flown business class. I fly business class all the time. I'm very open about it. I'm rich, right? Shouts out to the PBS for allowing me to be able to fly in lie flat seats wherever I travel. Now, this isn't exactly the lap of luxury. Like, if you're trying to make an argument about a 6'4" man that's built like a refrigerator, that is flying in a luxurious manner. This is perhaps the worst creep shot you can take, you know, because like it's not even lie flat. No one's gonna look at this and be like, wow, look at this. Clearly it's a first class experience. Yeah, it's a 5-hour flight where it's not, you know, I got a little bit of extra leg room. It's like Comfort Plus, man. Get off my strong move to refocus on Epstein in order to distract from the Strait of Hormuz disaster. Oh yeah, that's we're gonna get to that later. It looks like you're slumped forward. It's just so goddamn uncomfortable. I'm bigger than the seat. You can literally see it. And it's just like one of the funniest ways to be like, well, these guys are obviously, they're fake socialists. It's just like, what? This is the worst photo to post. This is probably one of the worst ways to make this argument. And yet, obviously, dumbasses were still like, oh, hell yeah, they're living the high life. Like, is this what you think super wealthy people are doing? Is this what you think super wealthy people are doing? Flying like this? What are you, insane? No, they're flying private, dumbass. You should know. You've flown private with the president. Who knows what you've done on that flight? In any case, the other side of this story is the fact that, I mean, a lot of people are too stupid to recognize this, but like, this is what happens when you run a cooperative corporation. And also, you know, when you're flying, when I fly, my team flies in the same way, in the same exact manner. You know, my family flies in the same exact manner. My team flies in the same exact manner. That's how it is, ironically enough. So even then, it's yet another instance where it's like it's a reflection of you know, me quietly living out my values, I guess, right? And even Right Wing Code, which normally is not a fan of mine, said, do they realize they just help Hassan when the hits on him are the grave crime of spending $400 on extra legroom on a Delta domestic flight or buying an ugly overpriced jacket? And I responded, I said, also my producer makes more money than they do, co-op, and he flies how I fly. Laura Loomer has a lot of opinions on other people's transportation, despite the fact that she somehow got herself banned from Uber. Oof, that's true. Yeah, I fly my twinks out first class, okay? Unlike some people that we know.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah, exactly. So, but of course, because Right Wing Cope has like this incredibly annoying style audience, immediately all these like liberals are chiming in to be like, actually, this is an ethical inconsistency, sir. It's not. It's funny to laugh at how hyper-consumerist the life he leads, but yeah, treating it like Opera Research to fracture his platform is a terrible misread of his audience's loyalty. They fully bought into it's just shelter, it's just clothing, it's just transportation. Even Right Wing Cove was like, as much as I think Hassan's outfits are jewelry kind of dookie stylistically, I just don't really see the appeal of it as an attack when the average right-wing scandal is some wild shit like Elijah Schaffer or Tim Pool literally taking money from Russia. Yeah, that stuff makes him look goofy, out of touch, and kind of hypocritical, but him being a lazy, narcissistic nepo baby who's never worked a day in his life and has had everything handed to him, paid for by his family's landlord empire, is not what makes him politically toxic brand. This would maybe be compelling in 2014, but probably not compelling when the average right-wing scandal is Elijah Schaffer banging Sarah Stock, his wife leaves him, takes the kids, and then he's a Joker Hitler arc on Twitter. Redditors need to just let it go. It's very weird that they do that. Regarding your plane picture,
See a man with his hat down low. Don't be worried. It may be a blinder for his thoughts to concentrate on what's in front of him. If you see a man hiding his eyes with his hat, he may be working through something you are not aware of. But when that man raises his head and shows you his true self, love him with all your being.
True. That's me. That's why I hid my eyes. Yeah, like these people are chirping. Meanwhile, Kirsty Noem was getting her back blown out in the back of a private jet that she chartered with taxpayer funds, while her husband had the biggest awoogas you've ever seen in your goddamn life, getting cucked on the taxpayer dime. Not one, but two private jets where she can Corey Lewandowski and get cucked, or her big awooga having husband. And you're over here talking shit about my domestic air travel. What's wrong with you? Also, the mother president was best friends with a goddamn international sex criminal that trafficked little children, okay? And he might have partaken in it. We don't know because they're hiding the truth. And you're over here talking about, oh, socialism. Socialism means you can't pay $200, $300 extra dollars for some leg room on a 4-hour flight where you're clearly not having a good time. Shut up. I can't. Look. I expect the dumbass right-wingers to run like this, okay? I expect the dumbass right-wingers to operate with this mentality. But when I see stupid-ass anti-communist, anti-socialist, lib Redditors also engaging in this, and then also turning around and being like, see, this is why we can't align with Hassan, because he makes us look bad. It's like, no, you idiot. You are the problem, okay? You are engaging in the same exact manufactured outrage that reactionaries engage in. And it's not even working. Give it up. Fight the good fight. Start turning your attention and your crosshairs to right-wingers, please. Jesus Christ. Liberals have way more smoke to their left flank than they do to their right. It is unbearable. Get over it, Trump won. Bunch of sap people in the stream. Go live life, guys. You sound stupid. Yeah. Get over it, Trump won. Yeah, we all won so good, dude. How well have you won? He doesn't know, but I shaved my whole body just in case. Yeah, I liked this yesterday, but got to hit that with a repost. I love when people just go, hey, we're owning the liberals. That's what it was all worth it. That's what it was for. And it's like, dude, every tax dollar, every dollar that's taken from you is going to waging war at the behest of Israel or directly going to Israel. And none of it is coming back to your roads. None of it's coming back to your schools. None of it's coming back to your health care. And you're over here being like, hell yeah, Mr. President, harder. That's it. That's your life. You excited, bro? They banned like 11 trans athletes from participating in NCAA competitions. Does that make your life better? Is rent cheaper? No. Do you have a better job? No. Do you prefer bush or clean shaven? I'm a clean shaven guy, but it's all good, you know. I don't discriminate. Your cousin got shipped out and is waiting in a goddamn forward operating base that might get peppered with Shahed drones any moment at the behest of Israel, and you're over here being like, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I love this president. I can't wait to die for Israel. Anyway, I have no respect for you. You're a goddamn cuck. Have some self-respect. Have some decency. If you consider that every hit piece Fox News produces about you, the higher the chance Trump sees it, and then you get the tweet of a lifetime, I will frame it when it happens. I'm not even saying if, I'm saying when at this point. You know, State News, they asked the students. Yeah, damn, this photo goes hard. State News, Hassan Piker, a major draw for the El Sayed rally, students say. State News asked the students on the line who they were there to see or what they were doing. Obviously, that is complimentary to the Debbie Dingle article that came out on the Associated Press. What one campaign rally in Michigan reveals about young voters ahead of the midterm elections. We'll read both, right? Damn, this photo goes hard, Lamont. I mean, yeah, I need it. I need it. I need good ones. Because, like, let's be real. There's a lot of them out there that are not so great. And people are cooking me. All right. So, yeah, Hassan Piker could open a sweatshop. And when people brought it up, his followers would be like, when people bring it up, you mean? This guy doesn't even speak English. What? Isn't English his first language? Hassan Piker could open a sweatshop, and when people bring it up, his followers would be like, oh, so being a socialist means you can't invest in money. Yeah, but he didn't open a sweatshop. All his products are union made in the U.S. Winky face. It's just funny to fantasize about, like, make something up about me and then get mad at the thing you made up. It's like 90% of Republican gripes at this point. Always trying to dress like a writer on the blacklist in the 50s. I mean, that's swag. Yes, that's swag. That pic makes you look like a younger Jerry Adams. That I like that. Let's learn some reading comprehension. Clearly, OP is talking about how Hassan has done some of the most nasty shit. You guys still suck. Like MAGA sucks Trump. Oh, absolutely would. Like, I want him. Are you even serious right now? Are you stupid? Like 1000% I would suck while he's on stream and let him sit his sodas on my and wear a shot collar. Don't be ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Gucci is definitely not union made in the U.S. Lamafau. His merch, sweetheart. Let us use our heads here. Gucci is made in Italy. Okay, down bad, but also respect. Okay. She did not hold back on that. Yeah, I know. Photo Laura Loomer posted is edited, by the way. Bro, I get stalkers taking creep shots of me while I'm sleeping on a goddamn flight and you still find a way to cook my ass. Who needs haters when I got fans, bro? Who needs enemies when I got friends like these? I swear to God, y'all suck.
Give it a shot in Michigan. You know what? I respect it. Own it.
What? What is going on? Oh my God. He's now offering respect. You're on Fox 5 right now. Oh wait, I'm on Fox 5. Oh, that's different actually. Hold up. I will watch that. It's my favorite news program on Fox News. Never mind. That's actually pretty tight. I didn't understand when you said Fox 5. I thought you meant like a local Fox affiliate or something.
Wow. Progressive Democrat Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed inviting Hassan Piker to a rally yesterday, refusing to condemn any of Piker's pathetic beliefs.
Are there any views that Hassan holds that you disavow?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
So, Dana, I think what gets my goat, since we're talking about Hassan Piker.
Wait,
here's
what?
the party
What does that mean?
decries toxic masculinity.
Is he trying to say I'm a like goat because my name is
denies
Hassan?
the on
Nice.
October 7th, which is basically just a horrible thing to say. Anybody who knows about October 7th knows what happened there, and he's a scumbag. How can the Democrat Party coddle that?
I think it's almost worse than that because he doesn't just deny it; he says it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? It doesn't matter. That's just the cost of war. Too bad, ladies. The things he said about women are pretty incredible. But we've gone over this before. Like, we make fun of sexism because it's like a way to like deal with it. It's like, it's funny. I can laugh about how women are bad drivers, haha. But like, I actually am not great. And yet you have all the stories we've talked about in terms of the victims of illegal immigrant crime. 98% of them are women. You don't hear anything from anybody about that. Remember the lady who said, well, she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sorry, ladies. I mean,
I like that the game of telephone is like swapped at this point to be like Hassan participated in October 7 and committed. Like it's basically we're like 1 week away from them saying October 7.
Trying to win a primary. They think that's where they have to be. There are a lot of people that listen to those shows and they listen to shows on the far right. But remember the kind of hell that President Trump had to pay for having dinner with Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
And that's caused a huge fracturing on the right. And now all of them are fighting amongst each other and I can't even figure it out.
I don't follow the far right crazies because I am one. No, but I don't know what, but I'm pretty sure they don't say rape doesn't matter, especially Jewish women on October 7th. I don't know.
Wait, what? Are they? They're saying.
How can I mean, CNN had this guy on. Crazy.
Well, yeah, it's not. You have to watch the full tape of it. He's saying what Dana was saying, which he thinks that Israel's response is not proportionate to what was done to Israelis.
He has no right to say that.
Right. Then you should just not like him. And a lot of people don't like him.
But you do?
But no, it's not really a like or don't like thing. I think
he's handsome. Is that it?
He's objectively handsome. Look at the New York Times profile of him. I mean, he is.
Of course,
my queen.
I'm gonna take a hard pass on it.
No. But the reason that there's a profile of him, which includes a lot of the incendiary things that he said, is that he does have this big audience. And I think that the fight within my party about whether to go on Hassan Piker's stream or have him campaign for you is about dealing with the issues from the 2024 election. How we talk about Israel and the Democratic Party's relationship to it. How we talk about corruption and anti-establishment sentiment. How we talk about universal health care, housing, education. These are issues that he talks about a lot in these streams. And he has millions of people, a lot of young men who are voicing real concerns about how they can get ahead in society, not what they think about some woman who fled communist something.
Yeah, just something that happened to some chick in a communist country, Jesse. How is this not toxic masculinity? You know, the people that often call you a toxic masculine source are embracing this guy.
They are. Well, who cares? The thing about this is I kind of liked his answer to it. He goes, I don't think we want to get into platform policing and cancel culture. I agree with that. So if this guy wants to run and win, he thinks this guy could help him win, give it a shot. Give it a shot in Michigan. You know what? I respect it. Own it.
What?
This could cost you huge, but
What is
if that's
going
how
on?
you really feel, do it. I really don't care. We had Ward Churchill. Remember him? Ward Churchill. America deserved 9/11. Now, I didn't think any politician would be inviting Ward Churchill to a rally and be like, I stand with the guy. But things have changed. People say all kinds of stuff now. And
oh, my God.
We just have to say, this is some crazy guy, but I like him. He might be too crazy for you. He might be obnoxious and disgusting, but you know what? I'm going to run with this guy. And if I win, I win. If I lose, it might be a little bit his fault. And it's your fault for the bad judgment. It's all about judgment.
Spoken like.
Wait, I think Jesse literally believes that I'm a misogynist, so he's now offering
Obviously,
respect.
I'm going to go to you about 9/11 because you were there. And when you hear this, I mean, you do get a free punch out of it, don't you?
Do you think Jesse Waters is like, he's like, yeah, I like the guy because he's like, I believe he's misogynistic now.
Let's recognize the currents that are blowing through this, okay? This is where a lot of the young people are, and let's recognize what it is, okay? He is doing the stuff that we talked about in the 8 block. He's using blame Israel as the panacea for every ill in the world. It is Israel's fault, period, end of story. That's
horrible.
What is embedded in this.
That's a
period.
terrible
And,
way to,
you know, by the way, he's not
respond to
Palestinian,
this.
He's Turkish. But that becomes the be-all and end-all excuse for anything he wants to say. And so as a result of 7 October, he can say America owned 9/11, deserved it, et cetera. And all I can say is thank you, Teachers Union, because he's got millions of young men who are following this thing, who know nothing about world history, who know nothing about American history, who have no idea how lucky they are to be here. And the current blowing through this is a marriage right now of Islamism, not Islam, Islamism, and the far left. They actually, there's a term for it. It's actually called the watermelon revolution.
I think
right?
Waters
The
has the
red
real
being
take of someone who
communists
thinks you're a bad
and the
person and wants the
green being
Democrats to lose. Yeah.
Islamism. And by the way, that's the same union that gave us the mullahs in Iran. If you look into it, those two were aligned in 1979. This is not unprecedented. And the commonality is America sucks. Let's recognize that.
It's a problem on the right and the left with the Israel issue. And there's new polling out from Pew. 60% of adults have an unfavorable view. You're ignoring what is going on in the fracturing of
That's
our
true.
relationship with Israel in general.
That's true.
You are.
No, hold on. But I didn't say anything about the right. And I don't like what's in Fuentes either. You know what I mean? But this idea that it all comes back to, you know what? I got to be elected wherever I run. And 9/11 was deserved because I don't like the Israelis.
All right, we got to go.
Wait, what? That has nothing to do with the Israelis. What's this guy talking about? Oh, great. They moved on to more important stuff. That's okay. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he was on, but it's very funny. It's very funny that these guys over and over again keep unironically boosting my profile, calling me hot in the process, and some of them are tactically retreating. Like Jesse Waters, I think, is probably saying this because like it's good to associate campaigns with a dangerous guy like this because people will be repulsed by his worldview. But the irony, of course, is that when he says, when the main takeaway and the main response is like, oh, this guy actually channels a lot of the voices of young people, it ends up failing, right? There's not really an argument they can make in this circumstance because they're Republicans. Like Republicans can't make that argument at all. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you're Fox News and you say my worldview is repulsive and Democrats should shy away from it, right? You look like a hypocrite because you're trying to engage in petty cancel culture. And a lot of people that deploy it, right? A lot of people that deploy that kind of cancel culture against their ideological enemies, ironically enough, create this environment where like the normies in the middle, they get annoyed by it. They don't want to hear it, especially not right now, right? If you're a normie and you're tuning into Fox News, if you're like an independent and you're tuning into Fox News, don't know what you're doing, but and you're trying to figure out like what the Republican agenda is in this moment where, you know, Donald Trump is like engaging in spectacular fuck ups that are leading to your gas prices going up at the pump. And you hear people constantly harping on like, oh, this guy who's like anti-Israel is an anti-Semite. And you've heard it before for the past 2.5 years. your takeaway from that is not going to be, wow, this guy is really bad and Democrats should really stay away from him. Your takeaway is going to be, why the listening to this again? Like, who cares? Who cares who this guy is? Why are you whining? Like, you're Republicans. We know where your allegiances are. We know what values you represent. It just doesn't make any sense. What's frustrating about this is Fox News has done, I think, 10 hits on me in the past 48 hours, if not more. They obviously, I think, overestimate my motion. I don't think I have this level of motion. CNN has also done this as well. They think that I have make it or break it status for campaigns. It's very clear that a lot of powerful interests in the country that have some control over both parties, that want to reinforce their level of influence over both parties, are looking at someone like myself and giving me unnecessary flattery. I am not a kingmaker. Okay? I'm not a kingmaker at all. What I am doing, however, is representing the resentment and the anger of the masses. The anger that you all feel that business as usual politics has not worked for you, that politicians do not represent your interests, but instead, politicians and the media class, for the most part, represent the interests of corporations. Everybody understands that. This is a bipartisan issue, okay? You have Republicans and Democrats and independents alike that look at mainstream media as oppositional to their needs. You have a lot of people in this country that look to politicians and say, these guys suck. They don't represent me at all. When those unpopular figures are launching haymaker after haymaker, especially on an issue that is 90-10 in the Democratic Party's base, it's clear that these guys are willing to throw it all out there to the best of their ability to try to forcibly separate myself, my community, from campaigns by creating this panic, by basically creating this manufactured outrage, okay? It's not going to work because at the end of the day, the frustrations are not going to go away, right? The frustrations are not going to go away. People are done. People are sick and tired of it. They want a Trump-style figure to also emerge from the Democratic Party, okay? And by that, I mean someone who can be a voice for the people. And Trump certainly was a voice for their resentment and manipulated a bunch of people and took their resentment, recognized it, said, you're right to be angry, and then redirected that anger to vulnerable populations, to marginalized groups, to undocumented immigrants, right? And if there was actually a force on the opposition party side that took the anger and the frustration that people feel and then redirected it to actual vectors of power towards people and corporations that control the levers of power in this country, the forces of capital, they would be unbelievably successful, okay? I'm just one person. I'm one person that happens to be very popular only because I share that same exact resentment. I share that same exact anger. And my goal is to channel that frustration back to the real people that are responsible for why you have a hard time paying rent, for why your price at the pump is going up, for why no one is seemingly dealing with the inflation crisis, for why you can't actually own a home. You can't get a good job that's reliable with decent benefits. And why you can't do that in the wealthiest nation on earth. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. With or without me, if candidates also channeled that frustration, they would win. These people in media that are beholden to the same corporate interests that politicians are beholden to are trying to sever that tie because they see me as a singular force that is changing people's minds. To a certain degree, I'm capable of doing that. That much is clear. But I'm one person. I don't have that much of a profound reach, and I have no capabilities of hypnotizing people. People have come to their own conclusions on Israel from all of the violence that they've seen, from all the arrogance demonstrated by envoys of Israel, the demands to silence people who are opposing Israel in the United States of America. People have said, why should we be beholden to the interests of a foreign country that is only able to behave in this belligerent manner because of our tax dollars going to them? Okay? That's it. People have arrived at these conclusions on their own. Cat's out of the bag. Toothpaste is out of the tube. You cannot put it back in. So all of these attacks, they amount to nothing. People who hate me will feel emboldened in their hatred. They will use this as an opportunity to say, see, even Fox News hates them. See, look at these moderate Democrats that have spoken out against them. And people who like me are going to feel emboldened because now we're under attack. There's some people in the middle who will maybe slot themselves into, well, this guy's a bad guy. I believe the things that I'm seeing about him, and I hate him without actually looking for the necessary context or thinking critically about it. And a lot more people, I think, will come here, as they have done so, and search for their own answers. However, make no mistake, and I will keep reiterating this, this is not an attack against me. Okay? This is an attack against all of you. They cannot yell at every single person. They can't say, everyone shut up about Israel right now. But what they can do is take advantage of the existing treasure trove of clips out of context and bias framings that already exist out there in the ether to undermine, malign, and smear someone who is representative of your interests. Because they can't, if they were to come out and basically say, like, everyone that feels this way about Israel is an anti-Semite that needs to be denaturalized and deported, well, that's a whole lot of Americans, right? So all they can do is just like figure out what kind of like effective targets, cut the head of the snake, if you will. Because at the end of the day, they can't attack the message. So they try to undermine the messenger. That's all this is. And I'm glad that there are smart enough politicians out there who actually are not playing ball with this, who unironically are showing this, showing their stances by saying, look, we're not playing these games any longer. Okay? Here's Fox News interviewing some people at the line from Michigan State University.
Lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages from both Piker and El Sayed. Here's a bit of what some of those students told us.
I don't think it's too far left. I think the Democratic Party has gone so far right.
Democratic Party was also against Zoran campaigning with the sign, and we see how that went.
I think that they're really just trying to shut down Abdul's race early because I don't think they want another Zoran, and I think that they see Hassan as a way to do that because of his, statements that are framed as controversial.
Boom. Hassan Abihids, you made me proud. You made me proud. Those are great quotes. Those are bars, baby. Let's go. I'm surprised the Fox banner didn't just say Dr. Jihad speaks on the destruction of the West. I think we have to be a little bit more bold, right? We have to be a little bit more bold. We have to demand that our politicians are more bold as well. They need to demonstrate conviction. They need to demonstrate courage. They need to demonstrate their morality, their moral compass. For far too long, politicians, especially on the Democratic Party side, have been so scared of doing so. And that, unfortunately for them, translates to inconsistent messaging. That, for them, translates to exactly what people feel about politicians in general. Right? People have this idea that politicians are cowards. They're constantly telling people what they want to hear, what they perceive as what people want to hear. Everything is focus tested. Every message is perfectly framed to maximize output, to maximize the number of people that are not offended by it, right? And yet when you look at the politicians that are some of the most successful, some of the most popular politicians, you see that moral conviction. You see that stubbornness. You see someone being uncompromising in their values, right? Bernie Sanders, even Zoran Mamdani to a certain degree, right? And they are rewarded with love. They're showered with praise, okay? These are some of the more resilient forces in American politics. And it might take a while for people to start recognizing that these politicians were right, like Bernie was right. It might take a while for people who have voted against Bernie Sanders, who thought Bernie Sanders was a malignant force in Democratic Party politics because they ruined the chances of their favorite candidates, the establishment liberals, the centrists, the center-right figures. But eventually, defeat after defeat causes them to really reconsider. And that's what we're seeing in the base of the party right now. And that's precisely why people are attacking me. Because in their minds, they think I'm a singular force. I'm not, okay? I'm not. I'm not alone. I can stand on my values. I can stand on my convictions and continue doing what I'm doing because I'm not alone. They might look like they're attacking me, but they're actually trying to attack you. I'm just in the way. Anyway, there's more to it. We'll look at some of the other ridiculous smears now. Here, we'll get into it. Let's take a look at some of the Fox News coverage. This is just from this morning.
Progressive Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed appearing with controversial streamer Hassan Piker at a Michigan State rally where he refused to reject his past comments.
Abdul, are there any views that Hassan holds that you disavow while you're with him right now?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. That's the conversation that folks are here to listen to. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
Let's bring in New York Post columnist and Fox News contributor Miranda Devine. Okay, so he said that afternoon. But earlier, that same day, yesterday, this is what he said when I pushed him on it. Watch.
Of course, I oppose rape. Of course, I don't think 9/11 was justified. But because you appear with somebody doesn't mean you agree with them on everything. My question to you is, when did we start bending to cancel culture? When did we...
Wait, that's consistent. Like, okay, so he repeated the exact same things that he said later in the day that he said to you as well. Do words matter? This is very strange. He's saying the same things to you in that moment. It's exactly the same, as a matter of fact. I fear that the dumber we get, the more reliable this kind of smear campaigns happen to be. Because we see this on Twitter, right? In so many circumstances where someone will just be like, Hassan hates Vietnamese people or whatever. And then you look at the video and it's like me criticizing a MAGA right-winger who's utilizing their position, who's using their background, identity politics as a shield to demonstrate fascist politics, is demand violent policies that I oppose, right? And people don't even watch the fucking clip. They just literally read the description if they're fortunate enough to be literate, and they just go along with it. Like, no one actually looks at the context that's in the smear any longer.
Start saying that cancel culture was okay, because clearly on your show you have a number of people who you don't agree with, including me. And I think it's important for all of us who want to win votes, who want to build America, to go and talk to anyone, anywhere.
So he didn't have any problem saying earlier in the day that he didn't agree with the comments. But when he's face to face with the man, he didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it really is hilarious.
That is the New York Post columnist writing hit jobs on you. She's writing one story per day on you, and now they are interviewing her. They assigned her to cover you and everything you do. They assigned another reporter to cover you. You're anti-Asian now. That is crazy. Aren't Turkish people considered Asian? That was such a big stretch. Yeah, none of that stuff matters.
And I think that El Sayed is just an opportunistic politician. He knows that Democrats have a big problem attracting the sort of Gen Z and particularly male vote. And that's Hassan Piker's apparent audience. He spews his bile every day to an audience on this gaming platform. A whole bunch of young boys, I guess, in their parents' basement, playing games and listening to his expletives and abuse. It's really cartoonish abuse. He breaks every taboo. He says America deserves.
Yeah, the problem is you like that. You like that when it's your guy doing it, right? That's the issue. I mean, we know that to be the case. They love Trump. This is Fox News. That's exactly what Trump does. But when they see a Trumpian style figure demonstrating left populism, all of a sudden they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is not appropriate, mate. How dare you? How dare you violate the norms and social taboos?
9/11, he condones the October 7 attacks on Israel.
And then they just make up a whole bunch of shit, but it's like it's impossible to deal with the faucet, the barrage of misinfo.
You know, you pointed all of that out very well. But it's not just El Sayed, it's also Rashida Tlaib, it's also Ro Khanna. Some pretty mainstream Democrats are quite happy to stand alongside him and sort of launder his rank abuse as being normal commentary. And
if your worldview is toxic, if you have repulsive ideals that you are committed to advancing, if you're a reactionary, if you're a neo-Nazi, if you want to develop a white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda and push for it, I'm going to shit on you. I'm not going to be nice. It doesn't matter what your background is. What matters is what your values are, okay? And I'm pretty open about that, but it's really funny that they try to unironically flip the script and try to do this woke shit, okay? Because that's what this is, right? This is what they have complained about with respect to the Democrats, with respect to the liberals, over and over and over again. It's so funny. And while they're doing it, they're also leaning into the Islamophobia too. While they're doing it, they're like, well, he's doing it Muslim style. Have you guys noticed that he's doing it Muslim style? These are dangerous Islamic forces at play. You're being a snowflake.
by doing that, they just lower the tone for everybody. And, you know, Amazon's obviously quite happy to have him on their platform. Twitch is an Amazon subsidiary. So no one's wanting to cancel him, but it just...
Why did you bring the platform that I'm on then? Why did you bring up the platform that I'm on then if you're not trying to cancel him? Now he's trying to cancel him. Oh, no. We're just using choice quotes that are clipped out of context to fucking make him seem like a bad guy who doesn't deserve a platform at all. He's calling it Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, right? Or no? He's collecting dollar it is. He's collecting them in the form of subscriptions like Twitch Primes that are free or for $6 dues. He's saying support the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS. He's saying for tomorrow's news today, he's saying thank you, Blonde Bob, for the 50 gifted subs, or no. 50 gifted subs. It is funny that they're just like, they complain about all this shit, and it's just like, it doesn't, you know.
It calls into question
it's irrelevant.
What kind of people these Democrats are, these progressives are. But it worked for Mamdani. Bernie Sanders and AOC like appearing with Hassan Piker. But, you know, I think they ought to really look at his followers because on X recently, it's been exposed that he might have, you know, 1 million plus followers, but a huge percentage of them are unverified. I think only 1.5% are actually verified followers. And that's the pattern you see when there are bots.
That's exactly the opposite, by the way. No, it's not bots that are unverified followers, but I like that that's what they think. No, motherfucker. Have you seen the state of blue checkmark replies? No one in my community is ever going to pay, or most people in my community are not going to be caught dead paying for Elon Musk's Nazi-ass platform. I tried to explain this to people. I was like, you know, I'm like on auto block lists, right? I've been blocked automatically by so many people because I have a blue check mark because I got grandfathered into it because I'm a power user. I'm a power user of Twitter.
Come in, they're paid, they boost someone's figures, and therefore their algorithm, which doesn't discern, rewards them. And so he is a fully, constructed, imaginary person. Sort of.
So why are you spending every waking moment covering me then? That also doesn't make sense. I agree. I'm some irrelevant person. You should leave me alone. You should stop talking about me. I agree with that entirely. So why the are you on your 11th article on me? Why are you on Fox News talking about me, right?
Avatar of whoever it is that wants to, whether it's himself or anybody who wants to disrupt and sow chaos and discord in America would elevate this man and his rancid, toxic views to mainstream.
Yeah, and it just makes you wonder the people within the community that are also elevating this as well. I think there's this growing.
All right. One more.
Welcome back. Some Democrats are pumping up on a controversial live streamer, Hassan Piker's channel. If you don't know him, that's okay. Here's a little taste of who he is.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it. It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Respect the Fox News. Respect the Fox News for showing the full context. Once again, makes it a lot more difficult for them to argue against, right? Because, all of a sudden, not a bad take, but a good take. Doesn't matter if happened on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
America deserved 9/11. With statements like that on the record, you think Democrats might want to keep their distance. But no, they don't. Instead, many are cozying up to Hassan Piker, treating him and going on his platform like a campaign stop.
I'm 33 years old.
Yeah, we're the same age, which is crazy because I'm a loser and you're running for mayor of New York. That's wild.
I went to Japan recently and I got both of you guys gifts. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
This is your third time on the stream.
For the first time in your studio.
Yeah, the first time
ever.
ever.
Which is all in like Christmas holiday spirit. I didn't know that. I didn't know you had the Christmas spirit.
So AOC, Bernie Sanders, Mamdani, and then at the end there you saw Ro Khanna, congressman, who today, after you heard, was on that stream for 3 different occasions, was asked about his association with Piker.
Why would you not dissociate yourself from Hassan Piker? Why?
Well, first of all, I have gone on every media podcast. I go on Theo Von. I've gone on Sean Ryan.
You're going to go on Alex Jones?
I would not go on Alex Jones, but Hassan
just
Piker.
as bad.
No, but Hassan Piker, I have criticized some of his statements. I have said that, of course, America didn't deserve 9/11 and that we were justified in attacking Al Qaeda.
Like, this is the other side of it, though. Like, they have to. This is why I say, like, you just be honest, man. Be honest. Like, I'm not just as bad as Alex Jones. That's the whole point, right? Like, that's because. That's the other side of it where you come across like you're being a little shifty with it. And you look unprincipled because it's like, it's ridiculous. This comparison is ridiculous. Like, there is a reason why people who wouldn't go on Alex Jones don't have an issue with going on my stream. And that's because I do the exact opposite of what Alex Jones does. You got to admit, some of the things you said are pretty controversial. Okay, let's take one of the quotes that they're using, right? Assault happening or not happening doesn't change the justification for the genocide that Israel is conducting, right? You think that's a controversial statement? No, it's not a controversial statement at all. But you can present it as a controversial statement if you rob it of its context. Even with America deserved 9/11. If we're talking about blowback, I'm fairly certain that the overwhelming majority of Americans can comprehend the logic behind that, right? The point is, I'm talking for 10 hours a day. You can get me to appear as though I'm subscribing to some of the most dangerous ideas that I oppose on a daily basis, right? And they do that. They are doing that, right? Over and over and over again. I mean, it's part of the political game. Smear campaigns by politicians live their whole life trying to cover their past. Okay, but notice how you actually backtracked and then compared me to a politician. I'm not a politician. And I don't even think politicians have to do that any longer. We're living in a post-Trump universe. Okay, as long as you have your values, as long as you have your convictions, A lot of this stuff is just noise. We give it power. We give it power by paying attention to it, and we give it power by responding to it with fear. That's it. You're still in politics game, though. They're going to throw this in your face your entire life. Yeah, I know. I don't care. You can tell reliably what a person represents or who a person is by those who choose to actively smear them, their ideological opponents, who are very clearly trying to manufacture outrage. Or do you have the capacity to think critically and make up your own mind? Because we all know the real reason why you thought right. We all know the real reason. Oh, he's Asmongold chatter. We all know the real reason why people are doing this, because they oppose not just my worldview, but they also oppose your worldview too. Like, they are fearful that there is a big movement of people who oppose Israel's influence on American politics, for example.
We can have nice things, but we can't do it alone. But the only way to do it is to do it together.
It is my great honor to be standing alongside incredible candidates and incredible politicians like Abdul El-Sayed.
We've got an opportunity to change the face of American politics, and we will not back down.
Dude, I saw a guy who doesn't like you, calls you a dog shark, defending you from CNN and mainstream media only help you, especially when it comes from both sides. Yeah. The other thing I was going to say, someone said, well, now that you're eating all the downsides, why don't you run for office? I mean, you got a little taste of 1 day of campaigning and what that looks like. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. I'm much more effective at like leaning into candidates that have the time and have the money and have the background to be able to engage in this. My impact would be limited to one singular race, as opposed to 10 races, 20 races, maybe 100 races. You understand? It's virtually impossible for me to do 8 to 10 hours of news coverage on a daily basis, develop a community of like-minded individuals from all around the country, and then use that as a force to be reckoned with to prop up candidates that demonstrate our values, that are more responsive to our needs, than to hyper focus on one race and maybe even lose at the end of that, right? A totally different set of skills there.
In the wealthiest nation on earth, or whether you are in Detroit or Lansing or Ann Arbor or Pittsburgh or Philly, that we deserve clean air and clean water. Every single person here should be able to go to a doctor. We deserve to live in a country that says that we should have a home. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed not only understands we have a right to breathe clean air, he is going to move with the urgency that is needed.
We are strong when we are united.
When they tell us that we cannot stand up and abolish ICE, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot believe in a future that is bigger than the present we have, we don't back down.
Am I propagandized? No. It's 1,000 Michiganders that came out to see Summerlee and Abdul with Hassan Piker that are wrong. Yeah, exactly. The thing that I've also learned, though, in you know, all the years of withstanding these mirrors, that just like they keep unearthing over and over again, and like trying to create panic around as though it's new, like they're reheating the same old dusty nachos at this point, is there are always going to be people that lean into it. There are always going to be people that are invested in being duped, right? It's that simple. What matters most is who you are, what you believe in, what you want to advance in this country. That's all it is at the end of the day. And then the rest is hoping that people have that capacity to be charitable, hoping that people have that capacity to think critically and dive deeper and try to understand why people are attacking me, for example.
I have said that I do not agree with anti-Semitism, but there are a lot of people that Hassan Piker speaks to who are upset with the war in Gaza.
The idea that Democrats are going to expand their platform and therefore they should be open to appearing with people like Hassan Piker is on its face absurd. Of course, they wouldn't extend that same courtesy to Republicans to show up on far-right, politically incorrect.
Yeah, good thing you guys have always been good thing you guys have always been really considerate of the Democratic wishes, dude. And you always do. That's so funny. Good thing that you guys don't actually align with far right figures. Like, what do you mean? The entire party is far right. Randy Fine's in Congress. I mean, half of the people, the person that he literally has on, Chip Roy, says heinous shit, like incredibly racist shit in a brief moment. Here, let's watch.
Podcasts. But it's not just showing up on his platform. Democrats are standing on stage with Piker. One of them is Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. This is the same candidate who didn't want to comment on Ayatollah Khamenei's death, saying some of his voters might be upset.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
Syed, by the way, also considers the United States to be under a regime.
I'm no apologist for any regime, including our own. And at the end of the day, the question is whether or not a leader focuses on his or her people. Clearly, the Ayatollah did not. And clearly, Donald Trump and this administration is not either.
Joining me now is Texas Congressman and currently running for Texas Attorney General. It is Chip Roy. Congressman, it's great to see you.
Good afternoon, Will.
Glad to have you here in Dallas. So after the 2024 election, I think one of the things that Democrats told themselves is we got to get out there. We got to be on more podcasts. And they're using that excuse to explain their association with people like Hassan Piker.
Well, look, I think what we're seeing with Piker is just an indication of where the Democratic Party is today, where they are currently. I will give at least a little credit to Haley Stevens, who seemed to at least partially distance herself. She's a colleague of mine. But, El-Sayed, who you just talked about, was openly embracing it. And this is, I think, a pretty equal race. I mean, he's certainly polling somewhere around 30% and has a real shot at being, I think, the first Muslim United States senator. This is something we're seeing in the significant march of Islam across the United States.
Insanity. Okay, that's just complete insanity. This is the significant march of Islam across the United States. Imagine saying that about a Jewish candidate, being like, yep, this is the malignant force of Judaism in the United States. Like, you would obviously get yelled at, you know? It's ridiculous. Double standard, once again.
Something that's been concerning to me and a lot of my colleagues is we've created the Sharia Free America Caucus. My friend Keith Self, local congressman from Collin County, just north of here, dealing with Epic City. But also what we've been seeing, obviously, with Mamdani, who you just showed the clip, where Mamdani is sitting there saddling up with Piker. There's no shame here in dealing with someone who literally just said that he wasn't going to be concerned about rapes after October 7th. I mean, what kind of a human being is that? Let's put aside the absurdity of saying that America deserved it on 9/11. He's literally justifying or ignoring.
Remember when you said on election night in New York that you would if you were proven liability to Mamdani? They're trying to make you one, so you do it. Don't listen to them because they're scared. Yeah, I'm not going to act myself, dude.
In a post-October 7th world, this is something that is fully out of touch with most Americans. But unfortunately, it's very indicative of the move of the Democratic Party towards this side and this radicalization and the March of Islam throughout America.
And not just, I feel like, on the March of Islam, but Hassan Piker represents something else. He is
the entire party that protected Jeffrey Epstein and the president's friendly, familiar relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is now trying to make it seem like I don't care about sexual assault. You are a Republican. The f are you talking about? You have no leg to stand on here. We know what your attitude is on this issue. Okay? Obviously, it's also bullshit. Obviously, it's bullshit, right? They're chopping up what I was saying. The response to this is, do you not care about genocide? And the answer is yes, they don't, but they can't say that out loud. Well, some do, but most of them can't say that out loud anymore because it's become a repulsive position to maintain. It was already morally repugnant, but now the majority also finds it to be morally repugnant, so they just turn around and lie about my position.
Self-admitted revolutionary communist.
Yeah.
His vision
That's right.
is to have communism through revolutionary mechanisms here in America. And to your point, this is where they are now on the left. This is now where the American Democratic Party is. They are cozying up to a guy who's saying, let's go, communism through revolution.
Yeah, and this is the Red-Green Alliance, right? This is not new. This is something we've been seeing across the entire world.
The Red-Green Alliance, Islamo-communism.
We're seeing it in full display in Paris, full display in London. We have, a massive movement occurring. I just met with a very accomplished Indian American here in Dallas who was talking about their experience in India, their experience in the move of Islam and how that radicalization has hit India. And he was saying, look, we just don't want this to happen to America. See, we came here to be free from that. And that Red-Green Alliance, the march of Marxism, combined with it, this is all well funded. This is one of those things.
It is pretty funny that these guys have no method other than like repeating exactly what the Nazis said and did, but they just added the new seasoning, which is instead of saying it's Judeo-Bolshevism, they say it's Islamo-Bolshevism, Islamo-communism. Is the same exact shit.
That as Attorney General I want to look at. Open up the books to these NGOs and nonprofits that are all getting funded to advance this radicalization throughout the state. This is something we have the power to do. It's something we should do. It's something.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, open up the books and you will find that I am funded entirely by my community, and that's it. I don't even take corporate sponsorships for the most part. What are you going to find? You're going to find that, I got tier 1 to tier 3 subscribers to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, baby. Yeah, sheesh. I know he's an anti-Muslim racist, Chip Roy, but amazing to see him just say out loud, it's bad that we might have a Muslim U.S. senator. Imagine saying this about a Jewish politician or a black politician. The bigotry is off the charts in the GOP and regularly ignored by mainstream media. Yep. Meanwhile, you got liberal forces, right, that are supposed to stand against this from a purely partisan perspective even. The Democrats and the liberal media organizations that are supposed to be attacking this stuff are leaning into it. They're leaning into it over and over again. Unbelievable. Yeah. This is a big reason behind the 3-week unhinged Hassan Piker smear discourse, who may be living through a major pivot point for U.S.-Israel relations after the Obama-Biden experience with Bibi, Trump's Iran war, plus the cataclysmic shift in U.S. voter opinion. Democrats won't go back to the way things were. Israel critics are rising on the right, too. They know that this is happening, and they're trying to deflect and distract to performatively lash out, endeavoring in vain to reassert control and force the toothpaste back into the empty tube, but that's not how this works anymore. Can't wait for Big Yahoo to mention my streamer.
Something that I'm talking to Secretary Besson about, something that I'm talking to Todd Blanche about. There's a coordinated effort in Washington, and I'll bring that to Austin and work with them to try to root it out.
Our Vice President J.D. Vance today was in Hungary, and he gave a speech where he got a surprise call from the president.
He did.
Watch.
And then the rest of this is just lame shit. We are the United States of America. We are the hegemonic superpower, at least for the time being. Why don't we act like it? All of this, of course, erodes the confidence that even some of Israel's most loyal supporters have. Nevertheless, we continue. So let's get into it. Yesterday, there was a taco moment after Donald Trump said he was going to do a genocide on Iran. And then he backed away from it at the last moment. And there's obviously some details that they're not covering adequately on mainstream news. I'm going to pee real quick while this runs, and I'm going to give you some commentary.